Chapter 1141. The owner of this gaze was at least a consummation blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen's heart sank and his thoughts raced. He had a bad feeling that his actions this time had provoked some trouble. The goods that this merchant ship was carrying might not be ordinary goods. Actually, Xiao Chen should have thought of this long ago. Even though there were many blue-robed emperors in the Black Sea, they should not have run into a great perfection blue-robed emperor pirate the moment they arrived. The problem still lay with the ship. "Thank you for your help, young hero. I am very grateful." "I am very grateful," the middle-aged blue-robed emperor said with a smile as he flew over to Xiao Chen's side. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He said calmly, "It is within my capabilities. If I can, I will help. There is no need to be so polite. I have a presumptuous request. Young hero should be going to Blackwater City, right? How about we travel together?" The middle-aged blue-robed emperor asked in anticipation. Blackwater City was located on Blackwater Island. It was the largest city in the entire Blackwater Sea. There were no less than 100 million people in the city. Blackwater Island was astonishingly large. Although it was an island, it was no smaller than a nation in the Sky Dome realm. Since Xiao Chen had arrived at the Blackwater Sea, he naturally could not avoid going to this large city to broaden his horizons. However, Xiao Chen did not wish to have anything to do with this merchant group. Xiao Chen looked at the ship. He was not in a rush to reply. Instead, he asked, "Might I know what goods your ship is carrying?" The middle-aged blue-robed emperor's gaze paused for a moment. His expression changed unnaturally as he replied, "Nothing much. It is just some items that the Black Sea urgently lacks. Sunstone, secret silver, black gold, and the like." When Xiao Chen saw the other party's expression, he smiled and asked, "Is that so?" The middle-aged blue-robed emperor sighed and said, "Very well, I'll be honest. My merchant group received a large order. I do not know what it is exactly, but it is very large. There are a lot of them, and it took several large ships to barely fit them all. I didn't expect to run into trouble as soon as we entered the Black Sea. I would like to hire you as a guard for our caravan." Xiao Chen decisively refused. "Don't worry, nothing will happen to the goods on the ship. There should be a hidden expert on your ship whose strength is a level higher than mine." The middle-aged blue-robed emperor asked curiously, "A master? Why didn't I know about this?" The middle-aged blue-robed emperor found it strange that Xiao Chen knew better than him whether there were any experts on his ship or not. Moreover, Xiao Chen was so sure about it. "Young hero, you must be joking," the middle-aged blue-robed emperor said doubtfully. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. He was very sure of his guess. If there were no experts on the ship, it would be hard to explain. Why didn't that mysterious person from 100 miles away personally make a move and snatch away the goods that they wanted? There had to be someone on the ship that mysterious person feared. That was why he did not dare to make a move. That was the only explanation. Xiao Chen did not answer the middle-aged blue-robed emperor's question. He glanced at the merchant ship and said in a neutral tone, "Sir, since you are on the merchant ship, why don't you show yourself and let this uncle feel at ease?" "Ha! Young people really have good eyes. If I still don't show myself, I will look bad." Amid loud laughter, a white-haired old man with a healthy complexion walked out of the ship's hold. The middle-aged blue-robed emperor said in shock, "Senior Ma." The middle-aged blue-robed emperor recognized this person. He was an old man that his employer had left behind to look after the goods. This old man was merely a superior-grade martial sage, not even comparable to the middle-aged blue-robed emperor. How could this old man be an expert? Xiao Chen sent out his mental energy from his sea of consciousness. Indeed, Senior Ma was only a superior-grade martial sage. However, the instant Xiao Chen withdrew his mental energy, Senior Ma gave off an aura as deep as the sea. It was the blue-robed emperor's consummation cultivation. Furthermore, this was not the blue-robed emperor who cultivated an earth-ranked cultivation technique. What he cultivated was the peak heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Otherwise, his aura would not be so terrifying. The instant Senior Ma appeared, the middle-aged blue-robed emperor nearly fell from the sky. Senior Ma did not look at the middle-aged blue-robed emperor. Instead, he went straight to Xiao Chen and asked doubtfully, "Young man, which holy land are you from?" "That's not right. You use a saber." "There does not seem to be any holy scions who use a saber." "Could you be a disciple of the Northern Sea Saber Sovereign, the Inferno Saber Sovereign, or the Ice Saber Sovereign?" At first glance, Senior Ma eliminated Xiao Chen from the list of local cultivators of the Black Sea. This was because Senior Ma had lived in the Black Sea for hundreds of years. He knew the information of the peak experts and young outstanding talents of the various sea domains of the Black Sea like the back of his hand. None of them matched Xiao Chen's description. In that case, Xiao Chen could only be a cultivator from the outside world. Senior Ma did not know much about the cultivators of the heavenly starry ocean, so he could only make a rough guess. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Old sir, there is no need to guess. I come from the Kunlun continent." "Oh, the Kunlun continent? In that case, you must be a disciple of the powerful saber sovereign, Wu Xiaoyun. My clan's ancestor once had a friendship with the powerful saber sovereign, Wu Xiaoyun." Senior Ma suddenly understood. He immediately determined Xiao Chen's identity. He had to be the disciple of the saber sovereign, Wu Xiaoyun. Otherwise, how could Xiao Chen cultivate a 40% comprehended saber soul at such a young age, comparable to some of the older generation bladesmen? "How about it? Since you are going to Blackwater City as well, let's go together," Senior Ma invited. Xiao Chen did not comment on Senior Ma's guess. He shook his head and said, "Sorry, I'm used to traveling alone. I'm afraid I cannot agree to Senior's request." It was clear that this ship carried extraordinary goods and had great implications. How could Xiao Chen continue to wade into such murky waters? "That is somewhat unfortunate. I have an invitation here. If young master is free, you can come to our Jadeite Mountain Manor on the 15th of next month to attend a ceremony." Senior Ma did not insist. He took out an invitation from his sleeve and handed it to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen received it and took a look. The invitation did not specify what ceremony it was, making it seem somewhat mysterious. Xiao Chen knew a little about the Jadeite Mountain Manor. It was rather famous in the Blackwater Sea, not because the current manor lord was very strong. Instead, it was because the current manor lord's grandfather was a sovereign martial emperor known as the Jadeite Sovereign. Although the Jadeite Mountain Manor was only a rank 8 faction, it was very popular in the Blackwater Sea. Even some of the peak 9 ranks of the great families had to give the Jadeite sovereign a lot of face. However, as far as Xiao Chen knew, this Jadeite sovereign was not ambitious and had a rather gentle personality. The Jadeite sovereign was not very interested in developing his faction. He spent most of his time traveling the starry heavens and rarely returned to the Jadeite Mountain Manor. However, no matter how gentle the Jadeite sovereign was, he was still a sovereign martial emperor. His fame was sufficient to intimidate everyone. As Xiao Chen watched the merchant group move further away, he entered deep thought. Then, he put away the invitation and muttered to himself, "I just made a move, and I already ran into such trouble." A faction that even dares to offend the Jadeite Mountain Manor definitely has an extraordinary background. As for the middle-aged blue-robed emperor on the merchant ship, he felt so much regret that his intestines turned green. In a moment of greed, he ended up getting involved in a conflict between a large faction. Even if he could make it to Blackwater City, he might not be able to leave the Black Sea alive. Before the Heavenly Sea, Xiao Chen arrived at a small island. He prepared to rest for the night before continuing on his way. What he saw and heard on the island gave him a deeper understanding of the chaos of the Black Sea. Along the way, Xiao Chen ran into 10-odd fights. In every fight, someone would die. Human life was as cheap as grass. This was a place where one's fist did the talking. This was the undisguised law of the jungle. Most of the fights were trivial matters. Often, the slightest disagreement would lead to a fight. After living in the Black Sea for a long time and absorbing the mysterious substance in the air, one would become extremely irritable and find it hard to control one's heart. During this period, Xiao Chen also ran into some trouble. After he decisively killed a superior-grade martial sage, the problem lessened significantly. After arriving in the city, Xiao Chen found an inn to stay in. After taking a hot bath, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the bed and prepared to cultivate. The instant Xiao Chen closed his eyes, All sorts of mockery entered his ears. There was the sound of people fighting over the loot, men and women moaning in the same room, and miserable screams on the streets. It was very noisy, making it hard for him to calm down. After taking a deep breath, Xiaochen treated this as a test to temper his mental state. Then, he circulated his energy and continued cultivating. Xiaochen's cultivation of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer was almost complete. He only needed to break through 5 more meridians and undergo a lightning tribulation before he could advance to the 8th layer. For the entire night, Xiaochen carefully tried to see if he could break through one of the bottlenecks. When the sky brightened, Xiaochen immediately paid his bill and left, continuing his journey unhurriedly. Naturally, his destination was the largest city in the Blackwater Sea, Blackwater City. After leaving the island, Xiaochen flew 70 or 80 kilometers close to the surface of the sea, cautiously scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense. Finally, he stopped and landed on a protruding reef in the sea. Xiaochen focused his spiritual sense into a line and looked carefully at the target he discovered. After a while, he withdrew his spiritual sense, and his expression turned strange. Unexpectedly, he met someone familiar here. Furthermore, it was someone he had not expected. 50 kilometers away, Yu Bingyun and a man strolled on the surface of the sea. This man was called Xia Luo, a descendant of a legendary martial emperor of the Black Sea, the Thunder Fire Sovereign. He possessed startling cultivation and was a rather famous outstanding young talent. Historically, the Thunder Fire Sovereign had once unified the Black Sea. Unfortunately, he only managed to do so for less than 100 years before his death. As a result, the Xia clan's strength plummeted. Now, it could only be considered one of the 9th ranks of the great families that was pretty strong, far from being a holy land. Xiaochen's spiritual sense caught Xia Luo repeatedly trying to curry favor with Yu Bingyun, trying to find an opportunity to say such words. Unfortunately, Yu Bingyun maintained a distance, preventing him from doing so. Bingyun, what is your purpose? Ever since Xia Luo accidentally met Yu Bingyun on the sea, he had been shocked and immediately latched onto her, intending to use his charm to subdue this holy daughter from the heavenly starry ocean. Unfortunately, it did not seem to have any effect. Yu Bingyun said very politely, "Young Master Xia, I've said it before. It would be better to address me by my full name. My current destination is Blackwater City." What a coincidence! My destination is also Blackwater City. It looks like we can travel together, Xia Luo immediately said. Actually, his destination was not Blackwater City but a remnant at the bottom of the sea. Yu Bingyun smiled helplessly. Naturally, she knew where the coincidence came from. However, it did not matter. If the other party wanted to follow, then let him. There would always be a way to shake him off. Chapter 1142. Just at this moment, a group of pirates riding mutated beasts galloped on the surface of the sea. They rode the water from afar, kicking up huge waves. Then, they appeared as fast as lightning and blocked the two's path. Pirate robberies happened every day in the Black Sea. It was not strange at all. On the reef, Xiaochen thought, this group of pirates is pretty strong. They should be able to force out some of Yu Bingyun's true strength. However, the situation did not develop as Xiaochen expected. When the Thunder Fire Sovereign's descendant, Xia Luo, saw this group of pirates riding mutated beasts, he rejoiced in his heart. He had been worrying about not having a chance to show off. This group of pirates really came at the right time. Hiding the joy in his heart, Xia Luo put on a furious expression and said, "Bunch of trash. Quickly scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Where did this by face come from? Are you trying to be a hero saving a damsel in distress? Kneel and beg for mercy, and we can spare your life. However, you have to leave this woman behind. That's right. We are not interested in men. If you want to live, then scram. The group of pirates guffawed, ignoring Xia Luo's words. They all looked at Yu Bingyun with glowing eyes. In their eyes, Yu Bingyun was like a fairy. Her figure was exquisite and exquisite. She had an extraordinary air, and her skin was like rosy clouds. Her beautiful eyes were like limpid autumn waters, giving her a boundless charm. The more the mighty pirate leader looked at Yu Bingyun, the more tempted he became. Eventually, he could not help roaring, "Kill this by face and snatch this woman back." Xia Luo stepped forward and blocked Yu Bingyun. He said, "Bingyun, leave these pieces of trash to me. Don't dirty your hands." Right after Xia Luo spoke, he formed hand seals and quickly threw a palm strike. Clumps of profound flame imprints flew into the bodies of the charging pirates. The profound flame imprints seemed to be incorporeal. In an instant, they entered the bodies of these pirates. No matter how they tried to block them, it was useless. These pirates found this strange. However, after they circulated their energies and discovered that there were no major problems, they continued charging over with sinister smiles. Acting all mysterious. "Watch this old man tear you apart." Dozens of pirates leaped into the air and charged towards him. If he was surrounded, he would be in big trouble. Xia Luo smiled coldly and said, "Reckless. You don't even know my Xia clan's Thunderfire mark?" With a loud shout, Xia Luo pointed a finger at the sky. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by the sound of thunder. The instant the thunder boomed, the body of the martialist who had been imprinted by the fire seal instantly turned red. Then, there was a loud explosion. His body was like gunpowder, exploding until there was nothing left of his flesh and blood. It was a tragic sight. The rumbling thunder was like the fuse of dynamite. In an instant, more than half of the pirates surrounding Xia Luo were killed. The remaining people who did not die were frightened out of their wits. Xia Luo forced them to retreat repeatedly in a sorry state. The pirate leader on the exotic beast cried out inwardly. He hurriedly said, "Retreat." The many pirates who had long lost the will to fight immediately retreated like a receding tide, disappearing from the duo's vision. Xia Luo was in high spirits, a pleased smile on his face. He turned his head and asked, "Bingyun, are you all right?" Yu Bingyun's expression did not change at all. She said politely, "Young Master Xia, it is better to address me as Yu Bingyun. Many thanks for helping out earlier." Xia Luo's expression turned somewhat awkward. He said, "It's good that you are fine. This journey is very dangerous. Pirates come and go frequently. However, with me around, I can guarantee Miss Yu's safety." On the reef, Shao Chun felt somewhat disappointed. If Xia Luo had not made a move, Yu Bingyun would have had to save herself. Shao Chun would have been able to unravel the other party's mysterious veil and see how strong she was. However, this Xia Luo's martial technique also piqued Shao Chen's curiosity. After imbuing the thunder fire mark into the martialist's body with thunder, it was incomparably profound. After thinking for a while, Shao Chen gained some understanding of the principles of this thunder fire mark. After he figured it out, he realized that it was not as miraculous as it looked. The fire mark, which looked like it was made of good materials, would shatter the moment it came in contact with a cultivator's protective quintessence, turning into countless tiny imprints that pierced through the protective quintessence like air. After that, the imprints would stick to the cultivator's skin through the pores. Naturally, when one looked into the body, one would not discover anything strange about it. As for how to use thunder and lightning to gather these scattered imprints and explode them, one could only figure it out after reading the secret manual for the thunder fire mark. Just by observing it, one could only get a rough idea. However, for Shao Chun to be able to see this far, he already had a way to break this thunder fire mark. This trip to the Black Sea had given Shao Chun many pleasant surprises. This trip had not been in vain. Be it the world hunt of that pirate leader or this Xia Luo's thunder fire mark, they were all unique martial techniques that broadened his horizons. "Hey, Miss Yu, can we go now?" After dealing with the pirates, Yu Bingyun was not in a rush to leave. She seemed to have made some new discoveries, so Xia Luo asked out of curiosity. Yu Bingyun seemed to have confirmed something. She smiled and said, "There's no rush. I met a friend. Let's wait for him." "Friend? Where is he? Why don't I see him?" An anxious expression flashed in Xia Luo's eyes as he looked around. However, he did not discover Shao Chen, who was 50 kilometers away. He did not know who Yu Bingyun was referring to. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly. Then, she turned her head and spoke in sign language. "Young Master Shao, how much longer are you going to keep watching? This stunned Xiao Chen, who had been observing from the reef. Even from 50 kilometers away, Yu Bingyun had discovered his presence. What sharp senses! You are much stronger than this Xia Luo. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. He guessed that Yu Bingyun must have sensed him when he used his spiritual sense to scan the other party. Since he had already been discovered, there was no need to continue hiding. Xiao Chen pushed off the water and executed Thunder Dragon steps. 3 lightning dragons swam in the water. 4 lightning dragons danced at the sides, and 3 circled above Xiao Chen's head. The Thunder Dragon steps, modified from the Blue Dragon Cloud soaring art, was mighty and more suitable for Xiao Chen. He could use it as he pleased. In combat, it was even more compatible with his martial techniques. After about 7 minutes, Xiao Chen easily arrived 50 kilometers away. He pushed off the water, and 10 lightning dragons entered his body. The mighty aura instantly vanished, demonstrating Xiao Chen's strong control over the Thunder Dragon steps. He could use it as he pleased, advancing and retreating with a thought. Xiao Chen slowly landed beside Yu Bingyun. When he landed, he did not cause any splash. He said calmly, "This is a little unexpected. Unexpectedly, I ran into Miss Yu here. Why is it that only you are allowed to come to the Black Sea for experiential training but not me? I also have the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor," Yu Bingyun said softly with a smile. "Young Master Xia, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Mo Yun, from the Kunlun continent." Mo Yun? Xiao Chen wondered why Yu Bingyun helped him hide his identity. However, this was fine. Although not many people knew about the Blue Dragon King in the Black Sea, he could use an alias to save himself some trouble. Xiao Chen did not deny it, taking it as acquiescence. Xia Luo smiled straightforwardly. After greeting Xiao Chen, he asked, "I wonder, where is Brother Mo's destination?" "Blackwater City," Xiao Chen answered honestly. Xia Luo's expression changed, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then he smiled strangely and said, "Is that so? Brother Mo, think carefully and see if you remembered wrong." This was already a clear threat, telling Xiao Chen to change his itinerary and not disturb his time with Yu Bingyun. Crazy! Xiao Chen cursed in his heart. Then he looked at the other party indifferently and said, "I know better than you whether I remembered wrong or not. There is no need for Brother Xia to worry." When Xia Luo heard this, his expression turned exceptionally sullen. Unexpectedly, this fellow did not understand his clear hint. Yu Bingyun smiled and said, "In that case, it looks like I can travel with young Master Mo on this trip to Blackwater City." As Yu Bingyun spoke, she completely ignored Xia Luo, upsetting the other party. Blackwater City Island was the core island of the Blackwater Sea. It was astonishingly vast, so vast that it could no longer be simply called an island. Even the blue-robed emperor would have to spend a lot of time to explore every place. Of course, this was just to explore every place. If one wanted to study it seriously, even 100 years would not be enough. The terrain of the island was extremely complicated. There were mountains, plains, deserts, snowy lands, and all sorts of other landforms. The ruins of the ancient era could be found everywhere, attracting many experts to adventure there. Historically, the many islands of the Black Sea had once been a complete continent. It had its own glorious period with many heroes, overlords, powerful sovereigns, and legendary martial emperors. Stars twinkled, looking resplendent and glorious. However, as time passed, after the continent shattered, very few people remembered that period of history. Xiao Chen's group of 3 headed for Blackwater City did not move very fast. The main reason was that Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun wanted to gain experiential training to see what was different about the Black Sea cultivators. After walking for half a month, the group saw the outline of Blackwater Island. In this half a month, Xiao Chen had had enough of the legendary Thunder Fire Sovereign's descendant, Xia Luo. Xia Luo felt that he would definitely be able to recreate the Thunder Fire Sovereign's glorious feat one day, so he looked down on Xiao Chen from the bottom of his heart. Furthermore, Xiao Chen did not know how to adapt to circumstances, ruining his chance to be alone with Yu Bingyun. This made Xia Luo feel even more upset and depressed. If not for Yu Bingyun being present, Xia Luo would have attacked Xiao Chen long ago to teach him a lesson. There is a small town in front. We can rest there for the night and rush to Blackwater City at daybreak. My Xia clan is rather famous in Blackwater City. When we get to the city, I can introduce Miss Yu to the famous blue-robed emperor experts of Blackwater City. As Xia Luo said this, he glanced at Xiao Chen casually, putting on an aloof air. Xiao Chen felt speechless. Femme fatale. This Xia Luo looked like someone with some strength and was not stupid. However, after getting infatuated with Yu Bingyun, it was like water got into his head. Xia Luo's actions were all childish. For example, he started to flaunt his clan. This made Xiao Chen feel that it was ridiculous. Chapter 1143. Since we have arrived at Blackwater Island, let's part ways for now. I still have matters to attend to, so I won't disturb the two of you any longer. Not willing to stay any longer, Xiao Chen prepared to take his leave. Who knew? Xia Luo, who had been displeased with Xiao Chen along the way, interjected before Yu Bingyun could say anything. Young Master Mo, since we are already at Blackwater Island, why the rush to leave? Don't refuse to give me face. No matter what, I have to do my duty as a host. It was hard for me to bear with you for such a long time. Now that I've finally reached my territory, it won't be easy for me to leave. Xia Luo steeled his heart. No matter what method he had to use, he had to make Xiao Chen stay, to let him know the consequences of interrupting him. Xiao Chen looked at Xia Luo's expression. When the other party raised his eyebrows, he knew what Xia Luo was planning. Originally, he didn't want to cause any more trouble, but now he was really angry. If you want to play, I'll play with you. Let's see who cries more in the end. He immediately smiled and said, Is that so? As a super city of the Black Sea, I have long been curious about Blackwater City. Since young Master Xia is willing to entertain me, I will not leave. Xia Luo sneered in his heart. You are smiling now, but when the time comes, you won't even be able to cry even if you want to. However, Xia Luo put on a warm expression. Yu Bingyun, who was at the side, was very smart. Naturally, she knew what Xia Luo was thinking. However, she did not feel worried for Xiao Chen. Given Xia Luo's level, he was too naive to think that he could play such tricks on Xiao Chen. In the heavenly starry ocean, the holy scions of the immortal holy lands were all traumatized by Xiao Chen. A declining clan with a glorious ancestor was far from sufficient. In her heart, she also looked forward to the matter of the heavenly origin pill that Xiao Chen left behind. However, due to Xia Luo sticking to her, it was not convenient for her to ask about it. I should have a chance to ask Xiao Chen about it when I check into the inn tonight. Night came earlier in the Black Sea than in other places. In the middle of the night, through the dark clouds, apart from a hazy bright moon, no stars could be seen. Dong dong dong. Knocking came from the door to Xiao Chen's room. Xiao Chen, who was cultivating cross-legged, opened his eyes and sent out his spiritual sense. It was Yu Bingyun. Xiao Chen opened the door with a wave of his hand and said indifferently, I thought you had forgotten about the heavenly origin pill. It looks like you still remember. Yu Bingyun walked over and asked softly, How is it? Did you succeed? An exquisite jade bottle flew towards Yu Bingyun. Yu Bingyun's slender, snow-white hands gracefully caught the jade bottle. Yu Bingyun opened the jade bottle and gently sniffed it. Her usually calm face could not help revealing a trace of joy. She closed the bottle cap and said, Many thanks, Xiao Chen. This time I owe you a huge favor. There's no need to be so polite. It's not difficult for me to refine this heavenly origin pill. After all, you've prepared 100 sets of materials. No matter what, you'll succeed at least one set. Xiao Chen appeared rather calm at Yu Bingyun's excitement. He would not be able to gain too much advantage from this woman. If he could draw a line between them, it would be best to do so. Yu Bingyun put away the jade bottle and did not dwell on this topic. She glanced at Xiao Chen and asked, I wonder, why did young Master Xiao appear in the Black Sea? Do you have a plan? Naturally, Xiao Chen would not tell her his plan. He smiled and said, My appearance in the Black Sea is easy to explain. What about you? As the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, why did you come out alone? Are you not afraid of an accident? Yu Bingyun smiled and said, As the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, barring any accidents, I will be the next Lunar Palace master. Naturally, The person in charge of the lunar palace cannot be a flower vase in a greenhouse. The Black Sea is the best cultivation ground for the blue-robed emperor. It is not strange for me to be here. Xiao Chen kept feeling that the other party definitely had a purpose for appearing in the Black Sea. Since Yu Bingyun was not willing to say, naturally, he would not keep asking. The two chatted casually for a while. Then, Yu Bingyun stood up and took her leave. Before she left, she suddenly turned her head back and said, "You had best not leave Blackwater City before the 15th of next month. Otherwise, you might miss out on something that you will regret for life." Before the 15th, Xiao Chen thought of the invitation in his hand. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly chased after Yu Bingyun. "Are you talking about the Jadeite Mountain Manners ceremony?" This time, it was Yu Bingyun's turn to find it strange. "How did you know about this?" "Right now, not many people know about this." Xiao Chen took out his invitation. Yu Bingyun received it and took a look. Then, she smiled and said, "You are really confident. The manor lord of this Jadeite Mountain Manor even prepared an invitation. Do you really think that you will succeed? Are you not afraid of making a fool of yourself?" "What exactly is it? Can't you tell me a little in advance?" Yu Bingyun shook her head and said, "I really can't tell you this. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, it will not be good for either of us. You just have to remember not to leave Blackwater City before the 15th of next month. If you are lucky enough, your chances of advancing to Martial Emperor in 5 years will be much higher." When Xiao Chen heard this, he suddenly felt the invitation in his hand become exceptionally heavy. The mysterious Yu Bingyun had piqued Xiao Chen's curiosity to the extreme. However, the other party was not willing to reveal anything. It is not late anymore. You should stop cultivating and have a good sleep. Have a good dream." Yu Bingyun smiled sweetly. Unconsciously, she revealed a perfect air that could topple all living things, one that could topple cities. Xiao Chen was not in the mood to appreciate it. He smiled bitterly and said, "Do you think that I can sleep peacefully with my current curiosity?" Yu Bingyun bit her lip and pondered. After hesitating for a while, she looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Very well. I can only tell you that the Jadeite Mountain Manners ceremony this time has something to do with a divine weapon. Furthermore, this divine weapon has a strong connection to the heart of an emperor." After sending off Yu Bingyun with his eyes, Xiao Chen still could not figure out the connection. He knew too little. "Ao Jiao, what do you think it is?" "If I guessed right, the ceremony should be for the Jadeite Mountain Manor to have a divine weapon enter the divine weapon ranking, becoming one of the 10 strongest divine weapons in the world. There have been many such ceremonies in history." Xiao Chen suddenly understood. Aside from this, there was indeed no other ceremony that could be connected to a divine weapon. Divine weapons could rival emperor-grade secret treasures. There were many of them, but only 10 of them could enter the divine weapon ranking, known as transcendent divine weapons. Transcendent divine weapons could intimidate sovereign martial emperors, comparable to primordial emperor-grade secret treasures. As far as Xiao Chen knew, the saber sovereign Wu Xiaotian and the sword sovereign Lu Xiaoyan dared to fight with primes because they had the coiling monarch time saber and the scarlet firmament void sword. This showed how strong the transcendent divine weapons on the divine weapon ranking were. After figuring this out, the other clues immediately made sense. The merchant group that Xiao Chen saw when he entered the Black Sea should be carrying the supplementary divine materials for breaking into a transcendent divine weapon. Xiao Chen also understood why Yu Bingyun appeared. As far as he knew, the startling Phoenix Zither, a transcendent divine weapon ranked 10th on the divine weapon ranking, was in the hands of the Lunar Palace. If another divine weapon succeeded in breaking into a transcendent divine weapon, the heavenly Phoenix Zither, ranked 10th, would definitely fall. The reason was none other than the fact that only 10 divine weapons were allowed on the divine weapon ranking. As long as a new divine weapon made it into the divine weapon ranking, the one ranked last would definitely fall, becoming an ordinary divine weapon. Yu Bingyun's purpose in coming here was to stop the Jadeite Mountain Manor's Manor Lord from breaking into a transcendent divine weapon, preventing the startling Phoenix Zither from falling off the divine weapon ranking. When Xiao Chen thought about it carefully, the Lunar Palace probably sent people to look for the pirates that came to rob the merchant ship. With this connection made sense, All the clues connected in Xiao Chen's mind. He now understood the entire sequence of events. All that was left was the connection between the divine weapon and the heart of an emperor. This was simple. He just needed to find out the origins of the divine weapon that the Jadeite mountain manor possessed. Ao Jiao, thank you, Xiao Chen said with a smile, revealing joy on his face. Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, smiled faintly and said, "You cannot see clearly because you are closely involved. Given your intelligence, if you were a bystander, you would definitely be able to see more clearly than me." Bang! Just at this moment, just as Xiao Chen was about to answer, the door to the room suddenly shattered. A strong, knife-like wind blew in. Chapter 1144. Many of the decorations in the room were shredded to pieces. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly. The originally quiet room suddenly turned into a mess. Xia Luo stood outside the door with a furious expression. He retracted his hand and said coldly, "Brat, I gave you face, but you do not want it. Why did you Bingyun come to your room? Tell me everything in detail." A murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chen's heart. He suppressed the rage in his heart and stood up. Then he asked indifferently, "Is there a need to tell you?" Good. Very good. Xia Luo's killing chi surged all over his body. He smiled coldly as he stared at Xiao Chen. The ignorant are truly ignorant. Originally, I was planning to let you live and deal with you when we reach Blackwater City. It looks like there is no need to do so now. Die! Xia Luo roared ferociously, and a fierce electric fire burned on his body. A berserk electric light surged out of his body. In that instant, the electric light blasted the entire inn apart. The warriors staying in the inn were like frightened birds and beasts. They all rushed out, not daring to stay in the same place for a moment. They were afraid that they would get involved in the battle between the experts. Amid the electric light, Xia Luo was like a thunder god. His aura was unparalleled. When he punched, thousands of electric bolts burning with flames appeared. When Xia Luo punched at Xiao Chen, his rage soared. He used his full power in this punch, not holding anything back at all. Berserk thunder rumbled, not stopping for even a moment. Xia Luo's punch displayed a strong and horrifying explosive force. It was clear that he wanted to kill Xiao Chen with one punch. That's right. The accumulations of the legendary Thunder Fire Sovereign's bloodline cannot be underestimated. Even though it had declined significantly, Xia Luo's strength was still remarkable and qualified to be arrogant. Of course, Xia Luo was only slightly knowledgeable. In Xiao Chen's eyes, this was far from sufficient. Xiao Chen, who was seated, suddenly stood up. His heavenly seal moved with a thought. 10,000 strands of law energy drove the surging power of the world with a thought. The rock hates the sky for being too low when it spreads its wings. When Xiao Chen punched as well, a huge Kuanping that covered half the sky soared up behind him. The shattered inn immediately turned into powder and vanished. Bush. Xiao Chen did not move at all. However, when he moved at full power, his aura instantly suppressed Xia Luo. Without giving Xia Luo any time to be shocked, the instant the two fists collided, Xia Luo vomited blood and flew back. Yu Bingyun hovered high in the sky. A consummation Emperor Wu with a horrifying cultivation stood behind her. "Is that your friend?" the old man asked Yu Bingyun as he pointed to Xia Luo. Yu Bingyun shook her head. "Naturally not." "That's good. This person's character is extremely terrible. His reputation in the Black Sea is not very good either." The old man nodded. Then he pointed to Xiao Chen and asked, "How is that person related to young Miss?" "He was the one who killed the leader of our first batch of people, the Blood Wolf pirate group." Yu Bingyun sighed softly. After asking about the details, she understood. She said, "He is my friend. This should just be a misunderstanding. He does not have any connection to the Jadeite Mountain Manor. Is the plan ready?" "It is ready," the old man whispered. "I can guarantee that the Jadeite Mountain Manor will lose more than they gain on the 15th of next month." As the two spoke, the battle below slowly came to an end. After Xiao Chen sent Xia Luo flying with a punch, he fell into a rhythm of getting beaten up. Many of the cultivators staying in the town recognized Xia Luo. When they saw him getting beaten up so miserably, their faces filled with surprise. Who is this white-clad youth? How come he dares to beat up the Xia clan's people? He is really strong. Among the younger generation of Blackwater City, this Xia Luo is considered quite a character. Unexpectedly, he got beaten up so miserably at his own home. Xia Luo, who had been beaten up to the point of losing his temper, howled in agony. He no longer had any of his earlier tyranny. He glared hatefully at Xiaochen before rushing back to Blackwater City. Xiaochen stood upright with his hands behind his back. He did not give chase, letting Xia Luo flee in a sorry state. This is going to be somewhat problematic. The Xia clan is very powerful in Blackwater City. You were too rash, Yu Bingyun said slowly as she landed. Xiaochen did not care. He said, there are more than 100 million people in the city, comparable to a large nation. No matter how powerful the Xia clan is, they will not find me that easily. There will be a blue-robed emperor-level auction in Blackwater City soon. Are you interested in going? Clearly, Yu Bingyun did not care about Xia Luo's matter. She mentioned something else and extended an invitation to Xiaochen. Sure. Right now, Xiaochen had more than 100 million black astral coins. He felt some anticipation for this blue-robed emperor-level auction. Perhaps he might be able to find some equipment that he wanted. When the sky brightened, Xiaochen and Yu Bingyun arrived before Blackwater City at the same time. The black city walls were like a dragon forged of steel, coiled on the ground. There was no sunlight shining on the dark space. However, there was a restrained glow that flickered on the city walls, looking extremely mysterious. This ring of city walls probably had other mysteries, containing many divine materials. Even if a martial emperor attacked, he might not be able to destroy the city in an instant. As Yu Bingyun looked at the city walls, she also felt moved. She said, the rank of this city is not low. It can be considered a rank 8 city. It can block an ordinary Emperor Wu. Cities are divided into ranks. Xiaochen asked out of curiosity. Yu Bingyun smiled gently and said, that is natural. There are numbers from 1 to 9. The higher the rank, the better. After rank 9 is the strongest holy city. Xiaochen entered deep thought. Then he thought about the newly built Heaven Dragon City. Based on what Emotion said, it was not weaker than Bright Moon City. So he asked, what rank is Bright Moon City? Pride flashed on Yu Bingyun's face. She said, of course, Bright Moon City is a holy city that surpasses rank 9. Furthermore, it has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. After accumulating continuously, it is worthy of the title of Immortal Holy City. It is one of the strongest holy cities in the entire oceanic world. In that case, it looked like the rank of Heaven Dragon City was not bad either. It could be considered a holy city as well. However, it was still a distance away from the Immortal Holy City. In the future, Xiaochen would see if he could think of other ways to catch up to the accumulations of these immortal holy cities. Speaking of which, how many immortal holy cities are there in the oceanic world that are worthy of the title of the strongest holy city? After paying the entrance tax, the two entered the city and started chatting. Yu Bingyun knew a lot about such information. She immediately answered, 7. There is an immortal holy city in each vast sea region. In the heavenly starry ocean is Bright Moon City. In the Penglai Sea is Penglai City. In the Black Sea is the Core Sea Domain, the Dark Sea's Dark City. This was the first time Xiaochen heard about this, so he felt somewhat curious. He continued asking, what about the other 4? Could it be that aside from these 3 sea domains, there are other sea domains? There definitely are. However, it is useless to tell you now. The oceanic world is practically endless. Even the Overlord Neptune does not dare to say that it understands every sea domain. As the two chatted, they entered an inn. After ordering some food and eating, they headed for the rooms that they had reserved for each other. Xiaochen stopped the manservant who came to collect the clothes and gave him 100 black astral coins. He wanted the manservant to figure out the details of the Jadeite Mountain Manor's divine weapon within 4 hours. This was all public information. The Jadeite Mountain Manor was very famous in Blackwater City. As long as the locals spent some time, they would be able to obtain it easily. When the manservant saw the 100 black astral coins, he felt that it was no different from taking it for free. He quickly agreed with a wide smile on his face. Sitting cross-legged on his thighs, Xiaochen continued to temper himself, merging the 5 different attributes into his saber soul. At the same time, in a courtyard belonging to the Xia clan in Blackwater City, Xia Luo spoke to an old man with a sullen expression. This old man was called Wang Zhen. 3 years ago, he successfully broke through to great perfection blue-robed emperor, becoming a consummation blue-robed emperor who formed a soul for his heavenly seal. From then on, Wang Zhen became the person in charge of the Xia clan in Blackwater City, managing all the Xia clan's factions in Blackwater City. All Wang Zhen needed to do was accumulate enough and clear the great tribulation of wind and fire. Then, he could make his breakthrough to Emperor Wu. However, if he failed the great tribulation of wind and fire, he would most likely die. Even if he accumulated enough, he might not have the courage or confidence to undergo the great tribulation of wind and fire. How bold! How dare he bully our Xia clan so openly? Second young master, don't worry. Leave this matter to this old man. As long as I find this person, I will cripple him on the spot. A murderous intent flashed in Wang Zhen's eyes. With his consummation blue-robed emperor cultivation, killing a great perfection blue-robed emperor would be a piece of cake. After Xiaochen merged his soul into the heavenly seal, not only would he be able to drive the power of the world much purer than the great perfection blue-robed emperor, but he would also be able to do it more easily. This was a qualitative difference from the great perfection blue-robed emperor. The most important thing was that after Xiaochen merged his soul into the heavenly seal had already become the vague form of the heart of an emperor. At this moment, unless a cultivator's head was chopped off or their heart was shattered, it would be very difficult for them to deal any fatal damage to the consummation blue-robed emperor. Now, the blue-robed emperor's sage body strengthened once more, becoming infinitely close to the golden emperor body. Xia Luo's expression turned sinister as he said sullenly, "There is no rush for now. 3 days from now, Blackwater City will hold a blue-robed emperor level auction. At that time, I will be able to obtain a few treasures, and my strength will improve by leaps and bounds." Wang Zhen was very meticulous and immediately understood Xia Luo's meaning. The second young master wanted to personally defeat that white-clad man to wash away his shame. No problem. I will listen to second young master. Back at the inn, Xiaochen exited his cultivation state. Of the 5 high-grade attributes, Xiaochen could already perfectly merge death and massacre into his saber soul. Now, he could form a 100% compatible saber soul and a death saber soul. Their might was not much weaker than the lightning saber soul. If Xiaochen could cultivate these 2 states into wills, they would be no weaker than the lightning saber soul. At that time, his combat prowess would not be much weaker than a consummation blue-robed emperor's. Dong, dong, dong. There was knocking on the door, and a manservant popped his head out with a smile. Then, he handed a complete set of information to Xiaochen. The manservant's efficiency was faster than he expected. Xiaochen rewarded him with some black astral coins before sending the manservant away. Xiaochen wanted to see what kind of divine weapon this jadeite mountain manor had. As Xiaochen looked carefully and flipped through the information page by page, the expression on Xiaochen's face turned increasingly grave. He could not suppress the excitement on his face. Chapter 1145. The jadeite mountain manor's divine weapon was called the Heavenly Cloud Jadeite Sword. It was left behind by the jadeite sovereign, who no longer managed the jadeite mountain manor. The Heavenly Cloud Jadeite Sword was not forged by the jadeite sovereign. Its original name was not that either. Instead, it was called the Heavenly Blood Sword. This was the sword of another legendary martial emperor of the Black Sea, the Blood Sword Sovereign. The glory that the Blood Sword Sovereign once created was even more dazzling than that of Xia Luo's ancestor, the Thunderfire Sovereign. Aside from the Blood Sword Sovereign's human bloodline, he also had the bloodline of the Deep Abyss Demonic World's blood race, a mixed blood of humans and demons. However, the Blood Sword Sovereign's history was too ancient. Before the Black Sea continent shattered, he had already died. The legends he left behind only existed in ancient books. There was only one story that spread far and wide: the blood sword sovereign forming the heart of an emperor before advancing to martial emperor. He became the first person to do so, shaking the entire Kunlun realm. In the history of the martial epoch, no one had formed a complete heart of an emperor before advancing to martial emperor. The heavenly seal infused into the soul was only the vague form of the heart of an emperor, far from the true heart of an emperor. Only those who cleared the great tribulation of wind and fire, reforged their golden body, and successfully pushed open the emperor's door could possess the heart of an emperor. However, this blood sword sovereign broke this rule, becoming the only person in history to possess the heart of an emperor before advancing to martial emperor. Xiao Chen's hand nearly trembled as he held the information. If he could grasp this secret technique and condense the heart of an emperor, he would be able to resolve the problem of infusing the soul into the heavenly seal. The problem of infusing the soul into the heavenly seal would naturally be solved when he reached great perfection blue-robed emperor and consummation blue-robed emperor. The principle was very simple. When one merged the soul into the heavenly seal, it only formed the vague form of the heart of an emperor. If one condensed the complete heart of an emperor in advance, why would one care about a vague form? This was the opportunity that Yu Bingyun mentioned. After putting down the information, Xiao Chen calmed down. If this secret technique was so easy to find, there would have been a second person who condensed the heart of an emperor in advance after tens of thousands of years. Could the crux of the secret technique for condensing the heart of an emperor be related to the Jadeite mountain manor's heavenly cloud Jadeite sword? With limited information, this was all that Xiao Chen could think of. The secret technique to condense the heart of an emperor in advance was definitely related to the heavenly cloud Jadeite sword. However, what kind of connection did it have with the heavenly cloud Jadeite sword becoming a transcendent divine weapon? As for Yu Bingyun's position in this matter, no one knew. Putting down the documents, Xiao Chen rubbed his head. There was no point in thinking too much. He just had to wait for the 15th of the next month. At that time, all the answers would be revealed. For now, he would concentrate on his cultivation. 3 days later, he would go to the blue-robed emperor-level auction house to take a look and see if he could gain anything. Otherwise, he would have nowhere to spend his hundreds of millions of black astral coins. That would be rather depressing. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yu Bingyun knocked on the door punctually, inviting Xiao Chen to come with her. As the name suggested, only the blue-robed emperor was allowed to participate in the blue-robed emperor-level auction. Such an auction could not be held in an ordinary city. There was no other reason other than the fact that they could not gather many blue-robed emperors. With only 4 or 5 people, there was no competition at all. How could they possibly open an auction? However, such an auction could definitely be held in Blackwater City. Furthermore, the scene would be extremely lively. The Black Sea was the best experiential training ground for the blue-robed emperor. Its reputation was not undeserved. There were many blue-robed emperor experts in Blackwater City. While one could not see them just by looking up, with a few more steps, one would definitely run into 1 or 2 blue-robed emperors. The auction house was known as the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. The major faction behind it was the Heavenly Cauldron Gate, which was no weaker than a holy land. There were also several sovereign martial emperors, all of whom had connections to the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. The Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion, which had a frighteningly strong backer, had already organized the blue-robed emperor-level auction for several hundred years. No one had ever dared to cause trouble. Slowly, this blue-robed emperor-level auction became a major event in Blackwater City. It attracted nearly 80% of the blue-robed emperors in the entire Blackwater Sea. There were even blue-robed emperors in the neighboring Black Wind Sea and Blackfire Sea, who came because of its fame, hoping to find a treasure. When Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun rushed to the street where the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion was located, they discovered that many cultivators had already gathered in front of the pavilion. There were also several people in the nearby inns and pavilions. They held wine cups as if they were watching the excitement. Occasionally, they would whisper to each other or exclaim in surprise. "What is going on?" Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity. This was Yu Bingyun's first time here as well, so she was not clear on what was going on. She only understood after asking a passerby. It turned out that the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion's blue-robed Emperor-level auction tickets were not bought with black astral coins. Instead, cultivators had to prove their strength. The stronger one was, the better the ticket they could obtain. Those with average strength could only obtain ordinary tickets and sit in the hall, unable to enjoy a private room. This was rather interesting. In the other auctions, which one did not treat the blue-robed emperor as an honored guest. Here, one had to rely on one's strength to obtain a ticket. If one was not strong enough, one could only obtain the most ordinary ticket. Under the gaze of so many eyes, it was embarrassing enough to only get a ticket to the main hall. Let's go over and take a look. The two exuded the aura of the blue-robed emperor as they parted the crowd and headed in. When they arrived, they finally saw what was going on. There was a 100-meter-tall stone stele at the foot of the thousands of steps paved with metal. This was the testing stele for the blue-robed emperor's strength. Rows of gems were embedded in the stele at regular intervals. There were a total of 7 rows, and each row had 10 gems. Not far away, there was an exquisite and profound metal dummy connected to the stele through a formation. Occasionally, the blue-robed emperor would step forward and strike the metal dummy. Then, the gems embedded in the stele would glow continuously. When the two stepped forward, a small perfection blue-robed emperor happened to be there. He mustered his strength and drove the power of the world with all his might. Then he punched the metal dummy. Bang! There was a deafening sound. A strong wind blew, and the clouds churned. The aura and pressure looked very strong. The 10 white gems in the first row on the testing stele all lit up in an instant. The entire stele glowed with a bright white light. After lighting up the 10 gems in the first row, one would obtain the right to enter the auction. However, whether one could obtain the honored guest status and enjoy a private room would depend on the results. The speed at which the 10 blue gems in the second row lit up was clearly much slower. By the time the 300th row of green gems lit up, the speed at which they lit up became even slower. The cultivator standing in front of the metal dummy had a nervous and expectant expression. However, of the 10 gems in the third row, only 5 lit up in the end. The third row is not fully lit up. Sorry, we can only give you the most ordinary tickets. The person in charge of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion, who was standing at the side, took out a ticket and handed it to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man received the ticket with a depressed expression. I am already a peak small perfection blue-robed emperor, yet I cannot even obtain the honored guest status. What's wrong? You are not convinced? The person in charge of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion said expressionlessly. I was just saying, the middle-aged man said with an embarrassed smile. After he spoke, he headed straight for the stairs and entered the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. How could he not be convinced? This was not a place for a blue-robed emperor to behave atrociously. Even if it were a minor heavenly emperor Wu, he would have to think twice before coming. After that, Xiaochen looked at a few more people and understood the trick. One had to light up at least 3 rows before they could obtain an honored guest ticket. After that, for every row lit up, they could obtain a private room on a higher level, enjoying better service and benefits. Bang! There was another loud sound, and the stone stele started to change colors rapidly. White, blue, green, red, it only stopped after changing 6 colors. The power of one punch lit up 6 rows of gems. This immediately caused an uproar, attracting the attention of several people. It is another consummation blue-robed emperor character. This is Jin Liangqi. 10 years ago, he was a consummation blue-robed emperor expert. However, he has not shown himself in the past few years. Apparently, he is preparing to undergo his great tribulation of wind and fire. He probably does not have the guts to undergo his great tribulation of wind and fire. Otherwise, he would not have shown himself. Before the envious gazes of the crowd, Jin Liangqi's slightly gloomy face did not change at all. He received the ticket for the honored guest room on the 6th floor and walked over expressionlessly. Xiaochen thought to himself, it turns out that one needs the strength of a consummation blue-robed emperor to light up the gems on the 6th row. After observing for a long time, Xiaochen discovered that this testing stone stele was extremely accurate in measuring one's strength. All this while, Xiaochen did not have a clear idea of the level of his strength. The testing stone steel before him was a good opportunity to see the strongest strength that he could burst out with and how big the gap was between it and those consummation blue-robed emperor existences. Just as Xiaochen was about to step forward and make a move, a familiar figure walked over. It was the legendary Thunder Fire Sovereign's descendant, Xia Luo. Accompanying Xia Luo was an old man with an extremely strong aura. This was a consummation blue-robed emperor expert. However, when Xiaochen observed this old man, he found that this old man's aura was weaker than Jin Liangqi's. The difference was obvious. Indeed, as Xia Luo expected, when Jin Liangqi punched the metal puppet, the light changed. Only 3 purple gems on the 6th row lit up. Compared to the 9 purple gems on the 6th row that Jin Liangqi lit up, this was far from enough. After successfully obtaining a VIP room on the 6th floor, Xia Luo followed behind the old man with a cocky expression. There were many hidden talents in Blackwater City. The blue-robed emperor level auction had drawn out all these consummation blue-robed emperors, opening one's horizons. Xiaochen walked out of the crowd in anticipation, preparing to test which row of gems he could light up. Whoosh! Just as Xiaochen was about to reach the metal puppet, someone with a strong aura flew over in the air, not even bothering to look at Xiaochen. This person continued diving down, kicking up a strong wind that was as sharp as a saber. He said coldly, "Scram to the side. Let this young master test first." The strong wind was like a saber, and the aura was like a mountain. This figure arrived with a surging aura. His fearless sharpness forced back the surrounding cultivators watching the excitement. Xiaochen frowned. Without much time to think, he turned around and sent a palm strike. The other party was too fast. If Xiaochen hesitated for even a moment, he would get injured. Chapter 1146. There was no such thing as reason in the Black Sea. The weak would never gain sympathy. Bang! The newcomer was somewhat surprised. Under the pressure of his strong aura, the other party, a newly advanced great perfection blue-robed emperor, did not choose to retreat. The newcomer's lips curled up in a cruel smile as he said coldly, "You are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Scram." The newcomer also sent out a palm strike. Flames soared and formed many flaming mountains behind him. A total of 18 flaming mountains appeared in an instant. The blazing air burned everyone's skin, forcing the cultivators watching to move back another kilometer. A few cultivators with low cultivations even had their eyebrows and hair set ablaze. This showed how horrifying the might of this palm strike was. How startling would the power of 18 flaming mountains be when they erupted together? When the cultivators saw this newcomer's appearance clearly, they all exclaimed. Clearly, they recognized this person and were extremely surprised at his appearance. On the other hand, Xiaochen's palm strike looked ordinary, without any wind or waves, without any shocking mysterious phenomenon. Upon seeing this scene, several cultivators shook their heads. This white-clad youth was probably going to suffer. Only Yu Bingyun knew that Xiaochen had not used his full power yet. If he really did, his aura would suppress the newcomer in an instant. Boom! The moment the two palms collided, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and the surrounding void distorted. The 18 flaming mountains erupted at the same time, rumbling endlessly. Overwhelming heat waves spread out in all directions. The flames twisted into all sorts of shapes in the twisted space, preventing the cultivators in the surroundings from seeing the situation clearly. However, it did not matter to them whether they could see or not. Not many people believed that this white-clad youth could block under such circumstances. With such a horrifying palm strike, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. This was the consequence of blind arrogance. Sometimes, one had to acknowledge one's grandson. Youths should not be too sharp. After suffering some grievances, they would not be able to suppress their temper. The scene before them was the best example. Buzz! 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 Suddenly, the crisp hum of a saber rang out in the space distorted by the flames. It was like a string of pleasant zither music resounding in the surroundings. The torrential heat wave was slowly swept clean by this zither-like saber hum. The distorted space regained its tranquility and the flames disappeared, allowing everyone to see the situation on the other side clearly. When the two palms clashed, they were actually evenly matched. Xiao Chen, who did not use any martial techniques, did not take even half a step back from the force of his opponent's palm strike. The two of them still maintained the posture of their palms colliding. Under the powerful pressure, Xiao Chen's body remained as straight as a mountain. His white robe was untainted by a speck of dust. His hair danced in the wind like the strings of a zither, playing a murderous intent. Everyone was shocked. No one spoke, they were all dumbfounded. Even the person in charge of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion could not help but be moved. It was not because of the incredible combat prowess that Xiao Chen displayed. Instead, it was because such a martial technique was unheard of and unseen before. Unexpectedly, a person turned his clothes, his hair, every part of himself into a saber. Where did this white-robed person come from? He is the descendant of the Black Sea's great bandit Jianghu. Unexpectedly, he could not knock him back with one palm strike. Furthermore, I have never seen anyone use this martial technique before. How did he do it? There are sabers everywhere. This is simply miraculous. I have never heard of it before. Since ancient times, no one has ever done it like this. This is a completely different situation. It is truly miraculous. There are thousands of saber daos, but I have never seen such a saber dao before. Strange voices rang out. Everyone found this incredible, subverting the logic they knew. Yu Bingyun did not dare to be surprised. However, when she heard the youth's identity, she looked over in surprise. This arrogant youth was actually Jiang Feng, the descendant of Jianghu, one of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. Jianghu ranked third among the 13 great bandits, an extremely strong sovereign martial emperor. He was known as the Flame Sovereign. He moved unhindered throughout the Black Sea's 5 great seas, a major character without a doubt. His strength was overwhelming and unfathomable. Shock flashed on Jiang Feng's face. He had not expected to run into such a ruthless character in this Blackwater city. Even in Dark City, where outstanding talents abounded, there would not be more than 10 people who dared to receive the blue-robed emperor's flame palm without using a martial technique. Unexpectedly, such a person appeared in Blackwater City. Furthermore, this was a young outstanding talent about the same age as Jiang Feng. You are somewhat capable. However, this is all you are capable of. Before me, it is not enough. Back off. Jiang Feng shouted ferociously, and a ring of black flames soared up from his body. His aura soared infinitely. The power of the world and the surroundings surged and turned into an endless torrent of fiery energy. Like waves, it flowed along Jiang Feng's palm and surged toward Xiao Chen. Several of the people across Xiao Chen could feel the waves of fiery energy, each stronger than the one before. As the heat wave assaulted them, they had no choice but to retreat. Xiao Chen did not move, letting the heat wave assault him as it pleased. He did not show any intention of retreating. In Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, his saber soul and will of thunder merged. With a thought, they immediately erupted. Purple lightning leaped out of Xiao Chen's body. Every bolt of lightning contained an incredibly sharp saber intent. The lightning and saber intent merged perfectly. The other party's waves of fiery energy, each stronger than the one before, continued to erupt endlessly. Xiao Chen only used his lightning saber soul and his flawless saber dao to block the other party's surging waves of fiery energy. Xiao Chen had yet to use several of his trump cards. Time slowly passed. Everyone discovered that something was wrong with the atmosphere. It was just a simple exchange of palm strikes, but the two actually fought to such an extent. The Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion's manager frowned slightly. If this continued, both sides would end up with severe injuries. That would be extremely disadvantageous to the auction. At the same time, a soft voice rang out in the manager's ears. That was the person behind the scenes of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion, wanting him to make a move and end this fight. Without hesitation, this person threw a palm strike. The palm wind split into two and charged at Xiao Chen and Jiang Feng. Given the blue-robed emperor's cultivation at consummation, the two fighting would have to retreat even if they did not want to. Jiang Feng cursed. However, he could not do anything. At this moment, He simply could not afford to split his attention to receive this palm strike. Jiang Feng's figure flashed. When the palm wind arrived, he retreated. He spun a few times in the air before he found his footing. The Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion's manager smiled in satisfaction. However, before his smile could fade, he saw that Xiao Chen did not retreat at all. Xiao Chen suddenly raised his left hand, which had been hanging by his side. Then, a nimble bright moon appeared behind him, burning fiercely like a flame. It depicted lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness. When Xiao Chen sent out this palm strike, it made one's heart surge and blood surge. It was like drinking strong wine, feeling carefree and carefree. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen broke the palm wind that the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion's manager sent out with the cultivation of a consummation blue-robed emperor. One had to know that Xiao Chen had just finished fighting to the death with Jianghu. He did not have any time to turn around or rest. Instead, he raised his hand and broke the manager's attack. Such a scene caused many people to stare blankly. One retreated quickly, and the other did not move even half a step. It was clear who came out on top between Xiao Chen and Jianghu. The strong wind stopped, and Xiao Chen's clothes and hair fell back. The saber hum lingering in the air also stopped. Xiao Chen stood upright with his hands behind his back. His delicate face exuded an indescribable pride. "You are very lucky. That earlier palm strike was originally meant for you," Xiao Chen said coldly to Jianghu, who was hovering in the air. Xiao Chen said coldly to Jianghu, who was hovering in the air. Then he turned around and ignored him, heading for the metal puppet. Bang! Xiao Chen said coldly to the hovering Jianghu. Then he turned around and walked towards the metal statue, ignoring him. The explosion was like thunder roaring, startling the surrounding cultivators back to their senses. They all looked at the stone tablet curiously. They wanted to see what kind of result this mysterious man in white could achieve. They all looked at the stone steel curiously, wanting to see what kind of result this mysterious white-clad person could achieve. The first row lit up in an instant, the second row lit up in a breath's time, and the third row took 3 seconds to light up. The first row lit up instantly. The second row lit up in 1 breath. The third row took 3 seconds to light up the 10 gems. If there were no surprises, Xiao Chen should be able to light up the 10 gems in the 5th row. This was the limit of a peak great perfection blue-robed emperor. As for the gems in the 6th row, only a consummation blue-robed emperor, a cultivator who merged his soul with the heavenly seal, could successfully light them up. Without exception, all the cultivators who lit up the gems in the 6th row were consummation blue-robed emperors. The gems in the 5th row lit up slowly, one by one. To everyone's surprise, all 10 gems lit up. Indeed, a newly advanced Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor already has the combat prowess of a peak Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor. No wonder he can defeat Jianghu. This is an expert. I have never heard of him in the Blackwater Sea. I have never heard of him in the nearby Black Wind Sea or the Blackwater Sea. He should be from another sea region. As the crowd discussed in low voices, one of the eye-catching purple gems in the 6th row suddenly lit up silently. The surroundings fell silent. Everyone gaped, somewhat speechless. They could not believe the scene before them. After a while, they confirmed it. Startled cries rang out, and the crowd went into an uproar. A Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor actually burst out with a strength that only a consummation Blue-Robed Emperor could achieve. How startling was this? However, Xiao Chen, who stood in front of the metal puppet, frowned slightly, feeling dissatisfied. He had used his full power in that earlier punch. Aside from not using his saber or a secret technique to increase his explosive power, he had not held anything back. Unexpectedly, only 1 purple gem in the 6th row lit up. The difference in strength between Xiao Chen and the consummation blue-robed emperor was still obvious. Even if Xiao Chen used a secret technique, he would only light up 3 more gems, bringing the total to 4. If Xiao Chen ran into the slightly more powerful consummation blue-robed emperor, his strength would still pale in comparison. Young man, you are pretty strong. Here, these are the tickets to the VIP rooms on the 6th floor. Chapter 1147. The person in charge next to the stone tablet smiled slightly and handed a golden ticket to Xiao Chen. He continued, I have been standing here for a whole day. You are the first young martial artist to light up the 6th row of gems. Moreover, you are only at the level of great accomplishment blue-robed emperor. You have unlimited potential. I'm sure you'll be able to find treasures that interest you in the auction and dig out your potential. Xiao Chen took the gold card and glanced at it. He smiled casually and said, Thank you for your auspicious words, senior. Seeing that Xiao Chen was not arrogant in the slightest, the supervisor nodded inwardly, and his evaluation of Xiao Chen rose by another level. Xiao Chen turned his head and said goodbye to Yu Bingyun. Then he indicated that he would take his leave first. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and sent a voice projection to meet up after the auction. Jiang Feng, who was hovering in the air, trembled in anger as he watched Xiao Chen walk towards the doors of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion before the envious gazes of many cultivators. As the descendant of the Black Sea's great bandit Jianghu, he spent most of his time in the Black Sea's largest sea region, the Dark Sea. Wherever he went, he would be the center of attention. Aside from a few outstanding young talents who were so strong that Xiao Chen could not do anything about them, no one in the same generation dared to be so arrogant before him. After winning by just half a move, the other party chose to ignore him. Furthermore, it was in a small place like Blackwater City. Cursing angrily, Jianghu landed in front of the Iron Man. His whole body was like smoke, rushing up and kicking the Iron Man. Light flickered on the stone steel as the gems lit up continuously. He also lit up the 6th row of purple gems, and 2 of them, one more than Xiao Chen. A look of pride flashed across Jiang Feng's face. Compared to me, you are still a little weaker. I have a secret technique passed down by the Jiang clan. The power he could unleash was already comparable to that of the great perfection blue-robed emperor. Don't give me a chance to catch you alone. With a fling of his sleeves, Jiang Feng received the golden ticket and quickly walked over. Incredible! He truly lives up to being a descendant of a sovereign martial emperor. This Jiang Feng's explosive power is really startling. He used a secret technique. The Flame King has a secret technique called the wolf smoke art. Once it's used, the blood vessels in the entire body will boil, and essence energy will spurt out like smoke. It can be seen from 5 kilometers away, and its explosive power is extremely shocking. It's said that when the wolf smoke art is cultivated to the highest level, it can even ignite one's own bloodline. Combined with the Jiang clan's flame cultivation technique, it can increase one's explosive power by several times. Speaking of which, this Jiang Feng has always been in Dark City. Why did he come to our Blackwater City? He's probably just passing by. But he definitely didn't expect that he would lose to a Blackwater City's advanced blue-robed emperor in front of everyone. When Jiang Feng, who was already walking up the stairs, heard these discussions, the killing intent in his eyes grew even stronger. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and his bones crackled. As soon as Jiang Feng left, another person came in. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s and had an extraordinary bearing. He was dressed luxuriously and wore a priceless jade ring on his thumb. 10 odd servants followed behind him. They walked over with their heads held high and chests puffed up. Their group was very grand and impressive. When Yu Bingyun saw this person, a strange light immediately flashed in her eyes. This middle-aged man was none other than the current manor lord of the Jadeite Mountain Manor, Fei Lingyi. Fei Lingyi's cultivation was rather horrifying. Even so, when he walked over, he did not release any aura at all. However, he still put a formless pressure on everyone. This made it hard for people to breathe and suppress their hearts, not daring to look him in the eye. The person in charge of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion was clearly familiar with Fei Lingyi. He took the initiative to greet Fei Lingyi and give him a purple gold ticket. That was the most distinguished seat in the auction house. Only after lighting up all 10 purple gems on the 6th row could one qualify to obtain it. Fei Lingyi received the purple gold ticket and smiled. Senior Ma is too polite. However, we still cannot break the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion's rules. After saying that, Fei Lingyi shifted his gaze and focused on the metal puppet at the side. A startling aura suddenly erupted from Fei Lingyi's body. The berserk aura knocked some people back in time and knocked them into the air. Bang! The stone steel gave off a bright light, lighting up all 60 gems on the 6th row in one go. The sight of it was very startling. Fei Lingyi withdrew his aura and shook his head. It still won't do. Indeed, only Emperor Wu can light up the golden gems on the 7th row. Even though my strength is already no weaker than that of a small perfection Emperor Wu's, without condensing a heart of an emperor, the difference will forever be a difference. Such an aura was even more ferocious than that of the consummation blue-robed emperors from earlier. The 60 gems lit up at the same time, not pausing at all. Everyone was shocked at how strong Fei Lingyi was. In reality, this Fei Lingyi was indeed far stronger than some of the consummation blue-robed emperors. This was because the other consummation blue-robed emperors had not undergone their great tribulation of wind and fire. However, Fei Lingyi had. Although he failed, he was fortunate enough not to die. After he survived, his strength increased significantly. When one underwent the great tribulation of wind and fire, there was a slim chance of survival. Once one succeeded, one could ascend to emperor and look down on everyone, becoming a true peak character of this world. However, there were also some people who didn't succeed in overcoming their tribulations. However, they were lucky enough to survive, allowing their strength to increase once again. Such people were known as half-step Emperor Wu, also known as false Emperor Wu. The power of the world that they could drive was already no weaker than that of a small perfection blue-robed emperor. However, they did not have a heart of an emperor, so they were always half a step short. Furthermore, after undergoing the tribulation once, there would be no second chance. That was to say, while this Fei Lingyi looked strong now, he would never have a chance to take that half-step to Emperor Wu in this lifetime. As Yu Bingyun watched Fei Lingyi enter the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion, a smile slowly appeared on her face. This person finally arrived. If Yu Bingyun had not come, there would have been a 30% chance of him advancing the Heavenly Cloud Jadeite sword to a transcendent divine weapon. However, once he arrived, according to the plan, Fei Lingyi would have no chance at all, destined to fail. The divine weapon, the Heavenly Cloud Jadeite sword, would be reduced to a pile of scrap metal. The Lunar Palace's startling Phoenix Qin would also be able to remain on the divine weapon ranking. Yu Bingyun had successfully completed her mission. Inside the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion was an exquisite and elegant hall. The interior was a ring-shaped building with 7 floors. After Xiao Qin handed over his golden ticket, an attendant led him to a large, luxurious private room on the ring-shaped 6th floor. The private room's setup was very interesting. The Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion had no intention of protecting the privacy of the customers. The windows were open to the air. Not only the owners of the private rooms on the opposite floors but also the customers in the hall could see each other. The hall was already filled with many cultivators. These were all small perfection blue-robed emperors who did not get a private room. There were about 1,000 of them. At first glance, 1,000 small perfection blue-robed emperors seemed like a lot. However, when one thought about it carefully, just the local cultivators in Blackwater City numbered more than 100 million. Furthermore, there were many blue-robed emperors from other sea regions who came for experiential training. It would not be an exaggeration for 1,000 small perfection blue-robed emperors to gather together. If one included those blue-robed emperors who were still adventuring in the various remnants and did not have time to come, there would be even more. This was the first time Xiao Qin saw so many blue-robed emperors gathered together. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Sometimes, only when one's strength reached a certain level could one officially enter a circle of a certain level. If it were in the past, Xiao Qin would not have even heard of an auction of this scale. To him, this was like a legend. Now, Xiao Qin had gone from a minor character when he first entered the Kunlun realm to a VIP private room in a blue-robed emperor level auction. As he looked down on the group of older generation blue-robed emperors, he enjoyed the glory of being in a superior position. Something that he did not even dare to imagine back then happened to him. However, he felt strangely calm, not feeling too proud or satisfied. I wonder, what kind of scene will a Emperor Wu level auction and gathering be like? Xiao Qin picked up the wine cup on the table and gently swirled it for a while. Then he drank it in one gulp, feeling boundless anticipation in his heart. The auction would officially start only after sunset. Right now, it was still some time before sunset. Since he had nothing to do, Xiaochen picked up the auction list on the table and carefully looked through it. It is indeed a blue-robed emperor level auction. The things being auctioned here are really exciting. To think that there is even a divine weapon. Xiaochen's gaze moved around the list, searching for his target. Coincidentally, he saw a divine weapon being auctioned. It was a treasure sword with a starting bid of 20 million black astral coins. Aside from a consummation blue-robed emperor, a regular blue-robed emperor would not be able to afford such a price. As a saber user, Xiaochen naturally did not dare to be interested in this. As he continued to look, a medicinal pill attracted his attention. The source-returning pill could instantly recover one's heavenly laws, which was equivalent to doubling one's law energy. To people like Xiaochen, who did not have as much law energy as a consummation blue-robed emperor, this medicinal pill held a great attraction. When one ran out of law energy, one could consume an internal source-returning pill and immediately regain combat prowess. In times of danger, one would be able to survive. Xiaochen had heard of this medicinal pill before. The ingredients were extremely difficult to gather, and the success rate was very low. It was extremely rare among king-grade medicinal pills. There were 5 medicinal pills in this bottle, and the starting bid was 1 million black astral coins. Xiaochen estimated that, given the value of this medicinal pill, the final bid would be 3 or 4 times higher. After looking through the list, Xiaochen discovered that many of the auction items did not have a detailed introduction. They did not even have a name. This was probably to maintain a sense of mystery. Only when the auction officially started would there be a grand introduction. Aside from the source-returning pill, which Xiaochen paid special attention to, there were a few other treasures that he marked as well. As long as the price was not too ridiculous, he would bid for them. Xiaochen was filled with anticipation for these mysterious auction items, hoping that they would give him a pleasant surprise. Strange, how could there be such a heavenly treasure being auctioned? Just as Xiaochen was about to put down the list, Ao Jiao suddenly spoke up from the Immortal Spirit Ring. Xiaochen took a look at the list and felt that he had not missed anything. He did not know which auction item Ao Jiao was referring to. Why didn't I notice that auction item? It is that heptagold origin. Heptagold is a peak divine material in the first place. Heptagold origin is even more pitifully rare. If heptagold origin is added to a divine weapon, the chances of breaking through to a transcendent divine weapon will double. Xiaochen quickly looked over. After he saw the starting bid, he finally understood why he had not paid attention to it. This heptagold origin actually had a starting bid of only 10,000 black astral coins. Chapter 1148. Why is the reserve price so low? I nearly missed it. It doesn't matter. Even if the reserve price for such a divine item is 0, it will quickly reach 10 million black astral coins. I just find it strange that such an item appeared in the auction house. Why would someone with the ability to obtain such an item auction it? A thought occurred to Xiaochen. He asked, "Little Ao Jiao, should we bid for this heptagold origin? If I succeed in breaking through to Emperor Wu, the lunar shadow saber will have to advance to a divine weapon." Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, remained silent for a while. Then she shook her head and said, "There's no need. I know where to find a heptagold origin. When you advance to consummation Emperor Wu, I will bring you there. There is no need to rush the lunar shadow saber. If it does not advance to a divine weapon, then so be it. Once it does, it will definitely make it onto the divine weapon ranking." Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. He smiled and said, "There is such a place? Why did you not tell me about it?" Ao Jiao smiled and did not reply. She had to tell Xiaochen the location of the Thunder King's inheritance. As for the Thunder King's final wish, that would depend on Xiaochen's own choice. The most important thing now was to help Xiaochen succeed in breaking through to Emperor Wu. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. The Thunder King probably did not want to see Xiaochen become a meteor at such a young age, disappearing in a flash. Suddenly, Xiaochen thought of something. With the heptagold origin here, that jadeite mountain manor's manor lord, Fei Lingyi, would definitely come. If Xiaochen managed to obtain this heptagold origin, There was a 70 to 80% chance that the heavenly cloud jadeite sword would advance to a transcendent divine weapon. Xiao Chen frowned slightly when he felt an extremely strong aura. He looked up and saw a middle-aged man with an imposing appearance and an air of arrogance. He was escorted by a group of servants as he walked in with large strides. There was an uproar in the hall. Many lesser-tier blue-robed emperors stood up and greeted them. When Xiao Chen heard how this middle-aged man addressed him, he put down the list and revealed a faint smile. What a coincidence! I was just thinking about this Fei Lingyi when this fellow appeared. With this person around, Xiao Chen had a premonition that the heptagold origin would definitely be auctioned off for a sky-high price. Fortunately, Ao Jiao knew of a place with a heptagold origin. Otherwise, she would have to spend a lot of black astral coins to compete with this person. As more and more blue-robed emperors entered, the atmosphere in the hall became more and more lively. At the doors, Xiao Chen saw a familiar figure. An attendant led Yu Bingyun to the VIP room on the 5th floor. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He wondered what kind of expression Yu Bingyun would have when she saw the heptagold origin on the auction list. If Fei Lingyi obtained this item and the heavenly cloud jadeite sword successfully became a transcendent divine weapon, her mission would be considered a complete failure. Wait, why does this feel somewhat strange? If Ao Jiao did not know that there were heptagold origins elsewhere, he would definitely try to obtain this heptagold origin at all costs. That would be equivalent to him helping Yu Bingyun. Furthermore, Yu Bingyun was the one who introduced him to this auction. Could it be a coincidence? That was not right. Yu Bingyun did not know that Xiao Chen obtained the Dragon's Gate treasure trove and did not think that his wealth was stronger than Fei Lingyi's. Given Yu Bingyun's cautious character, she absolutely would not place all her hopes on Xiao Chen. At this moment, in the private room, Yu Bingyun looked at the heptagold origin on the list and revealed a faint smile. No matter how Xiao Chen guessed, he could not guess what Yu Bingyun's plan was. Since she personally made a move, how could she let Fei Lingyi succeed? When the full moon hung high in the sky, the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion's blue-robed emperor-level auction started on time. On the auction stage, the person in charge of the auction, who had been standing outside earlier, walked up and performed a cupped fist salute. Then, after some pleasantries, he went straight to the point. This old man is Yang Yunfan. I will not make too many introductions. In the future, if anyone has any treasures to buy or auction, you can come and look for me at any time. Now, the auction will begin. The first treasure is a pair of peak-quality king-grade gloves called the Fleeting Shadow Gloves. Yang Yunfan spoke frankly with assurance, going straight to the point. He did not beat around the bush at all. Then, he continued, friends familiar with Emperor-grade secret treasures should know that even the most ordinary Emperor-grade secret treasure requires the cultivation of a small perfection Emperor Wu in order to bring out its full might. The secret treasure most suitable for the blue-robed emperor is still a peak king-grade secret treasure, which is also commonly known as peak-quality king-grade secret treasures. Aside from increasing one's attack speed, the fleeting shadow gloves can also disperse a portion of the opponent's attack. The starting bid is 1 million black astral coins. Each bid must be no less than 100,000 black astral coins. After Xiao Chen heard the introduction, his eyes lit up. This pair of gloves was simply tailor-made for him. By increasing his attack speed, Xiao Chen could draw his saber even faster. The ability to disperse attacks could also improve the combat prowess of his fist and palm techniques. There was probably no one else in the auction house like Xiao Chen. Since Xiao Chen was a bladesman, his fist and palm techniques could also surpass the others. 1,500,000. 165,000. 1,700,000. 2 million. There was no need to fear that no one would fight for a good item. The moment this pair of fleeting shadow gloves was put up for auction, it immediately became a hot topic. The price soared to 2 million black astral coins, nearly doubling in an instant. This flabbergasted Xiao Chen. There were really many rich people. In an instant, the price doubled. In reality, Xiao Chen did not know that it was rare for such an auction to happen. Many of the blue-robed emperors had already made preparations to save money before the auction started. Some even borrowed black astral coins from their friends in advance. The reason was none other than the fact that it became increasingly difficult to raise one's cultivation after reaching the blue-robed emperor realm. In a situation where everyone did not improve much, the effects of external items on combat prowess were magnified many times over. If one managed to find a suitable treasure, one could immediately raise one's combat prowess by 10 to 20%, equivalent to decades of bitter cultivation. With such a reason, it would be strange if the competition was not intense. Xiaochen did not rush to call out a bid. He had participated in many auctions of various sizes before and had already grasped some of the techniques. When one saw something that caught one's eye, there was no need to rush to call out a bid. One had to observe carefully to see who was chasing after it and figure out the other party's psychological price. Of course, this was under the condition that no one was messing around. If someone was purposely messing around, all techniques would be useless. In the end, one would still have to rely on wealth. After observing for a long time, when the price of the fleeting shadow gloves reached 3 million black astral coins, Xiaochen called out a bid of 4 million black astral coins. Raising the price by 1 million black astral coins in one go immediately broke the psychological barrier of several people chasing after the fleeting shadow gloves. This resulted in a temporary silence. If Xiaochen's observation was right, the people who were truly chasing after this fleeting shadow gloves would not raise the price any further. He would successfully purchase this pair of gloves at the price of 4 million black astral coins. 5 million black astral coins. Just as everyone was silent, a cold and sinister voice called out a bid. Xiaochen felt a murderous intent. He looked over and saw Jianghu in the private room across from him. Who is so rich? This is not worth it. This pair of gloves is worth at most 3 million black astral coins. It has already tripled. 4 million black astral coins is already a loss. 5 million black astral coins is really too much. It's Jianghu. He is competing with that white-robed bladesman. No wonder he lost face to the white-robed bladesman outside and is trying to regain it here. This is not going to be easy. The white-robed bladesman probably will not be able to buy anything good. The Black Sea Great Bandit Jianghu is very wealthy. As his grandson, Jianghu has at least 20 to 30 million black astral coins. That is comparable to the consummation blue-robed emperor. Noisy discussions resounded. Many gazes looked at Xiaochen with pity in their eyes. Jianghu placed the wine cup in his hand heavily on the table and wiped the wine off his lips with a handkerchief. Then he looked provocatively at Xiaochen and said coldly, "Let's see what you are going to use to compete with me." 10 million black astral coins. Xiaochen ignored Jianghu's gaze and slowly called out a price that no one dared to believe. Pusi. Before Jianghu could swallow the wine in his mouth, he spat it out. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. The words, 10 million black astral coins, resounded in his ears. Damn, is he crazy? My God, 10 million black astral coins. What kind of concept is that? Even some ordinary emperor-grade secret treasures are only worth 10 million black astral coins. However, the blue-robed emperor will not be able to bring out their full potential. Speechless. You really cannot compare yourself with others. Does he have that much money? He should. He should be very clear that he will not have a good ending if he dares to raise the price in the Heavenly Cauldron auction. I think Jianghu is going to cry. Just now, he wanted to use money to slap Jianghu's face. Who knew he got slapped so hard? This slap is really heavy. Ah, this is interesting. The young outstanding talent of the Black Sea is continuously getting slapped in the face in our Blackwater Sea. He must be feeling very sullen. Bang! Jianghu slammed his palm heavily on the solid wood table, shattering it. He gritted his teeth in anger, wanting to call out a bid of 20 million black astral coins on impulse. However, he only had 20 million black astral coins on him. Furthermore, he still needed to use it to purchase a treasure that he had been interested in for a long time. He did not dare to call out such a price. 10 million black astral coins going once, going twice, going thrice. Good. No more bids. Sold. Yang Yunfan spoke in a rhythmic manner. Finally, he hammered down the hammer. The first auction was a success. The sky-high opening price was a good start. The smiling Yang Yunfan thought to himself, I have to make friends with that white-clad youth after this is over. His background is definitely not simple. Inside the booth, Xiao Chen slowly put down his wine cup. He continued to ignore Jiang Feng's murderous gaze, not bothering with him. There was no need to say much to such a person. Xiao Chen wanted to talk about the rules with him, but he did not follow them. He insisted on using his influence to force people, telling them to scram before the testing stone steel. Then, he was unreasonable during the auction, wanting to use his wealth to humiliate Xiao Chen. In that case, there was no need for Xiao Chen to care about Ba Tu's face. If you want to fight, then fight. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Xiao Chen has more than 100 million black astral coins on him. Aside from the Jadeite Mountain Manor's Manor Lord and a few other older generation people, there were not many people in the entire auction hall that Xiao Chen feared in terms of wealth. Up in the booth on the 7th floor, Fei Lingyi revealed some doubt on his arrogant face as he watched the commotion below. He waved his hand and instructed, investigate this person's background and see if he will be a threat to my auction of the heptagold origin. After a pause, Fei Lingyi said, let him know in advance. Tell him to be sensible and not act rashly. This heptagold origin is very important. Nothing can go wrong. 2 old men in the booth immediately left to carry out the order and disappeared. Chapter 1149. As Fei Lingyi held the list and looked at the heptagold origin, a dazzling light appeared in his eyes. The appearance of this heptagold origin was truly the heavens helping him. It would be hard for the heavenly cloud jadeite sword not to become a transcendent divine weapon. Manor Lord, what if that person does not listen to us? After all, he even dared to slap Jiang Feng's face ruthlessly. A person at the side asked somewhat uncertainly. Fei Lingyi put down the list and rubbed the jadeite ring on his thumb with his right hand. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he smiled and said, that's good. That will save us some money. Inside the private room, Xiao Chen did not know that Fei Lingyi already had his eyes on him. However, even if he knew, he would not care. That golden plume feather in his hand could even force back the greater heavenly Emperor Wu. Why would he fear Fei Lingyi? At this moment, Xiao Chen happily paid the bill and sized up the fleeting shadow gloves in high spirits. After leaving his spiritual mark on them, he immediately put them on. The material of the fleeting shadow gloves was extremely soft. A peak refining grandmaster had used excellent skills to blend many divine materials into a kind of soft metal. The surface of the gloves was smooth like flowing water. When worn, half of the fingers would be exposed, making it even more convenient. There was an imprint on the back of the gloves. Formations for dispersing force were inlaid in them. Xiao Chen tested the gloves in the private room. When he attacked, there was no sound of wind at all, just like the name Fleeting Shadow. It felt like his hands merged with the air without any resistance. Xiao Chen's attack speed increased by 20%. As for the effect of dispersing force, he would have to test it in actual combat. With this pair of gloves, Xiao Chen's combat prowess increased significantly. Now, he could face a consummation blue-robed emperor. As long as Xiao Chen did not face a consummation blue-robed emperor that had been stuck for more than 10 years or a consummation blue-robed emperor that cultivated a profound cultivation technique, Xiao Chen would be able to fight a consummation blue-robed emperor. This gave Xiao Chen even more confidence. Even if he could not obtain victory, he was still confident of not being defeated. No one would believe that a newly ascended blue-robed emperor could fight against a perfected blue-robed emperor. Wang Zhen and Xia Luo, who were also in the private rooms on the 6th floor, also saw the scene of Xiao Chen putting on the flowing shadow glove. The murderous intent in their eyes uncontrollably manifested itself. Second young master, is it him? Wang Zhen asked. Xia Luo nodded with a sinister expression. That's him. To think that he actually has such wealth. This is truly unexpected. Wang Zhen smiled and said, Second young master, don't worry. After the auction ends, I will find someone to follow him. At that time, not only will I help second young master teach this brat a good lesson, but I'll also help second young master seize that pair of gloves. Xia Luo revealed a smile on his face. I do not need these gloves. They are just nice for Big Brother to use. Amidst the numerous undercurrents, the auction proceeded like a raging fire. Treasure after treasure was sold at exorbitant prices. Yang Yunfan also started to introduce the source-returning pill that caught Xiao Chen's eye. Yang Yunfan took out a bottle of medicinal pills and said, "This is a bottle of source-returning pills. I believe everyone knows their effects and how low the success rate is. I will not elaborate. There is a total of 5 medicinal pills. The starting price is 1 million black astral coins. Each increment must be no less than 100,000 black astral coins." As the auction started, the price soared. Such a medicinal pill could be used to save one's life or turn the tables at a crucial moment. It was simply a divine medicine that could instantly recover law energy. It would be hard not to be envious. 4 million black astral coins. 4 million black astral coins. 5 million black astral coins. 6 million black astral coins. Toward the end, every increment was 1 million black astral coins, far surpassing Xiao Chen's expectations. However, with his meticulous mind, Xiao Chen discovered that the ones bidding were all great perfection blue-robed emperors. On the contrary, few consummation blue-robed emperors bid. This source-returning pill might not have an instant recovery effect on a consummation blue-robed emperor. 10 million black astral coins. Suddenly, someone called out, raising the bid by 4 million black astral coins in one go. This person's attitude completely suppressed the voices of the other bidders. Although the source-returning pill was good, at 10 million black astral coins, the quality-price ratio was not very high. Xiao Chen looked towards the source of the voice. The one who called out the bid was Jiang Feng, the descendant of the Black Sea's great bandit Jiang Heng. Jiang Feng had to obtain this source-returning pill no matter what. The moment he called out the bid, he displayed an overbearing aura, extinguishing the hopes of several people. Damn it! It is really unfair to compete with these noble clan scions in terms of wealth. Who asked him to have a good grandfather? In the eyes of a sovereign martial emperor, 10 million black astral coins is nothing. When the group of blue-robed emperors, who were envious of the source-returning pill, heard the bid of 10 million black astral coins, they could not help complaining. It was not that they did not have 10 million black astral coins. It was just that they could not accept it. Using 10 million black astral coins to buy 5 source-returning pills was not worth it. When Jiang Feng heard the discussions below, he revealed a cocky smile. Earlier, these people had mocked him a lot. A bunch of country bumpkins, scared silly by 10 million black astral coins. Jiang Feng smiled faintly, forgetting that he had been shocked by Xiao Chen's 10 million black astral coins earlier, not daring to make another bid. Inside the private room, Xiao Chen entered deep thought, wondering if he should continue calling out bids. There were not many things that caught Xiao Chen's eye. However, this Jiang Feng had his eye on the 2 things that he liked, causing the price to soar. The other party was probably purposely looking for trouble with the fleeting shadow gloves. As for the source-returning pills, he was probably sincere about auctioning them. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the bid for the source-returning pill? 10 million black astral coins going once. 10 million black astral coins going twice. Just as Yang Yunfan was about to slam the gavel, Xiao Chen made up his mind. Since he had taken a fancy to it, he would fight for it. No matter how much money he had to buy it. Otherwise, if he regretted it in the future, he might even lose his life. It would be pointless to hold onto a pile of black astral coins. Not wanting to waste time with this Jiang Feng, Xiao Chen directly called out, 20 million black astral coins. The moment the horrifying bid was called out, the entire auction hall fell silent, completely stupefied. Not only were the small perfection blue-robed emperors in the hall stunned, but Jiang Feng was stunned as well. He only had 20 million black astral coins in total. He had never thought of spending it all on this source-returning pill. No matter what, he had to keep half of it for himself. Earlier, Jiang Feng had been mocking the others for being a bunch of country bumpkins. Right after he spoke, he was instantly slapped in the face. He really could not accept this. Damn it! If this were Dark City, I would be able to move 50 million black astral coins at any time. There would be no need for me to suffer like this. Jiang Feng was so angry that he nearly exploded. If not for this being the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion, he would have charged over on the spot. Once again, Xiaochen experienced the feeling of being rich and overbearing. At the price of 20 million black astral coins, he shocked the entire auction hall and successfully obtained this bottle of source-returning pill. Just as Xiaochen received the source-returning pill, a voice projection rang out in his ears. "I'm the Manor Lord of the Jadeite Mountain Manor. Pass on a message. I hope that when the heptagold origin is auctioned later, you will give me some face and not join in the fun." When Xiaochen heard this, he felt excited. Fei Lingyi probably would not say the same thing to him alone. It looked like he was determined to obtain this heptagold origin. Xiaochen had already chosen to give up on the heptagold origin. Whether this person sent a voice projection or not, it would be the same. "I am not interested in the heptagold origin. You can rest assured." The person who sent the message returned to the booth with satisfaction. Then he reported to Fei Lingyi, "Manor Lord, I have already spoken to them. The person you specially instructed also indicated that he will not join in the fun." When Fei Lingyi heard this, he smiled faintly and said, "I, Fei Lingyi, still have some face in Blackwater City. The Lunar Palace's people will definitely not expect that the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion will auction a heptagold origin. After we obtain the heptagold origin today, get the people at the Mountain Manor to make preparations to break through to a transcendent divine weapon." "So fast? Isn't it supposed to be on the 15th of next month?" The others in the booth exclaimed in shock. Fei Lingyi said sullenly, "Since we already have the heptagold origin, there is no need to be so calculative. If we delay, something unexpected might happen. The sooner, the better." When the sky was about to brighten, the climax of the auction finally arrived. The last auction item, the heptagold origin, was taken out. This is the heptagold origin, a divine material among divine materials. The Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion is lucky to be able to obtain such a treasure this time. I believe that any blue-robed emperor would be very familiar with its value. I will not introduce it and start the auction. Everyone just make your bid. Yang Yunfan appeared very confident in this last auction item. Even if the starting bid was 0, such a treasure would eventually fetch a sky-high price. "I bid 20 million black astral coins. I hope that everyone will give me, Fei Lingyi, some face. My Jadeite Mountain Manor's Heavenly Cloud Jadeite Sword will be breaking through to a transcendent divine weapon after daybreak. After I obtain the heptagold origin, I will give everyone here an invitation to attend the ceremony together." Fei Lingyi, who had been silent since the start of the auction, immediately stood up and made a bid after Yang Yunfan finished speaking, revealing an explosive piece of news. Immediately, an uproar broke out. Many people were extremely shocked. This news came a little too suddenly. After Fei Lingyi's words rang out, Yang Yunfan's expression turned extremely unsightly. Fei Lingyi's words severely broke the rules of the auction, using his influence to disrupt the auction. Fei Lingyi's bid was not low. Although the heptagold origin was rare, it was only the size of a thumb. 20 million black astral coins was sufficient. However, if the rules were broken, how was the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion going to do business in the future? Yang Yunfan's face sank. He said, "Manor Lord, isn't this a little inappropriate?" Fei Lingyi stood up and said, "Sorry, I must obtain this heptagold origin. I can add another 10 million black astral coins." Just as Yang Yunfan was about to say something, a voice projection suddenly entered his ears. The person behind the scenes of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion had sent a message. The seller completely accepted the price of 30 million black astral coins. After hearing that, Yang Yunfan swallowed back what he wanted to say. Then he organized his words and said, "Good. This time, I will give the Jadeite sovereign some face. The Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion will not disqualify you from the auction. However, the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion is open for business and welcomes competition. If there are any friends who can bid more than 30 million black astral coins, we guarantee your safety in the auction. No one will threaten you." Chapter 1150. After Fei Lingyi heard that, he revealed a faint smile. He feared that the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion would fall out with him and expel him. In that case, he really had no choice. Others might not know, but he knew that the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion had several Emperor Wu overseeing it. Fortunately, Xiao Chen still had a sovereign martial emperor ancestor alive. Otherwise, after saying such words, he would have been chased out immediately. As for the other Emperor Wu present, he believed that with his influence, he would be able to intimidate them. Several of the blue-robed emperors present could take out 30 million black astral coins. However, after thinking about it, they felt that there was no need to compete with Fei Lingyi. Firstly, Xiao Chen thought that he might not be able to defeat Fei Lingyi. Instead, he might end up offending a half-step Emperor Wu. Secondly, they did not have an urgent need for the heptagold origin. In order to refine a divine armament into a transcendent divine armament, the heptagold origin was only one of the ingredients. There were many other supplementary materials as well. Since that was the case, he might as well do Xiao Chen a favor. As Fei Lingyi expected, no one competed with him. He successfully obtained the heptagold origin for 30 million black astral coins. After putting away the heptagold origin, Fei Lingyi was in a good mood. He performed a cupped fist salute and said with a smile, "Many thanks to everyone. Now that the auction has ended, if everyone is willing to do me the honor, you can come to my jadeite mountain manor and watch the ceremony together. Let's witness the birth of a new transcendent divine weapon, the heavenly cloud jadeite sword." Amidst loud laughter, Fei Lingyi walked out complacently. The group of blue-robed emperors in the private rooms in the hall quickly rushed out to follow. Such a grand event was rare. Everyone wanted to see for themselves whether Fei Lingyi would succeed or not. Even Jiang Feng and Xia Luo temporarily forgot their hatred for Xiao Chen. This sudden matter disrupted their plans. After muttering to himself for a moment, he left the private room and rushed toward the jadeite mountain manor. There were only 10 transcendent divine weapons in the world. Each transcendent divine weapon was extremely mighty, comparable to a primordial emperor treasure. If Xiao Chen succeeded in breaking through, it would be a major event that would shock the entire Black Sea, spreading throughout the entire Kunlun realm. It could even change the power structure of the entire Black Sea, triggering a new round of super reshuffling. In the private room, Xiao Chen was not in a hurry to leave. He was sorting out his gains from the auction. In this auction, in addition to the flowing shadow gloves and the source returning pill, he had also won 100 high-grade demon fiend stones. Ordinary demon fiend rocks were very effective for tempering saber intent and sword intent. However, tempering the saber's soul required medial grade and superior grade demon fiend rocks. If there was a top-grade demon fiend stone, that would be the best. Unfortunately, a treasure that could even tempt Emperor Wu would not appear in this blue-robed emperor level auction. The entire auction cost more than 20 million black astral coins. If not for Jiang Feng's interference, the price would have been halved. This debt, Xiao Chen secretly remembered in his heart. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely get it back with interest. Xiao Chen walked out of the auction house unhurriedly. At the entrance, he saw Yu Bingyun, who had been waiting for him for a long time. "Ha! Everyone else is already gone, but you are not anxious at all. Why are you not interested in this ceremony at all?" Yu Bingyun smiled gently. Her otherworldly aura coupled with her smile deterred others from looking at her directly. As Xiao Chen looked at Yu Bingyun, he smiled meaningfully. "The one who should be anxious should be you, not me. Once the startling wind zither of the Lunar Palace falls out of the divine weapon ranking, you will not be able to bear the loss." If Yu Bingyun messed up such a mission, her position as the Holy Daughter would definitely be questioned in the Lunar Palace. Xiao Chen did not believe that she did not have any competitors in the Lunar Palace and would not feel any pressure. "It looks like you have more or less guessed the ins and outs of the matter." Yu Bingyun walked forward with a calm expression. She said calmly, "However, with the heavenly source pill that you gave me, I will definitely be able to cultivate my longevity art to the 12th layer. The position of the Holy Daughter will not be threatened, so I will not be anxious at all." Yu Bingyun's calm expression prevented Xiao Chen from figuring out her true thoughts. The two chatted as they walked. However, their speed was not slow at all. When the first rays of the morning sun shone out, the final traces of darkness before dawn vanished, and the entire sky started to brighten. However, dark clouds covered the Black Sea all year round. There was no way to see the glorious scene of the sun rising. This was very regrettable. The Jadeite Mountain Manor was situated in Blackwater City, between mountains and rivers. The mountains and rivers gave off a feeling that the mountains were not mountains and the water was not water. As one walked along the crisscrossing paths and looked at the mountains, rivers, trees, and clouds flying across the lake, it felt like one was strolling in a painting, an extremely wondrous feeling. According to rumor, the Jadeite sovereign personally laid out the layout of the Jadeite Mountain Manor. There was an exquisite formation hidden in the Jadeite Mountain Manor that merged the surrounding geomancy of the entire mountain manor. If the formation was activated, even a sovereign martial emperor would find it hard to break. The reputation of the Jadeite Mountain Manor was a rather famous place in the entire Blackwater City. There was an endless stream of visitors all year round. As Xiao Chen walked around and looked at the mountains and rivers, he felt very moved. He felt that the Jadeite sovereign had put a lot of thought into every part of the layout. He could not casually change or damage them. Otherwise, it would result in a huge change. This Jadeite sovereign was truly incredible. His attainments in geomancy were probably unrivaled in the world. When Xiao Chen felt the harmony between the mountain manor and nature, he suddenly understood why this sovereign martial emperor did not care about worldly power. He did not fight for fame and profit to develop the Jadeite Mountain Manor. Instead, he chose to wander around and be a hands-off manager. He did not take special care of his descendants at all. In the Black Sea, where competition was the law of the jungle, such a sovereign martial emperor could be considered a marvel. As the Jadeite Mountain Manor approached, Xiao Chen could not help saying, "The Jadeite sovereign is definitely not weak. Given his mental state, it is entirely possible for him to advance to prime." Yu Bingyun looked at the beautiful gates of the mountain manor. There were many people inside. Who knew how many blue-robed emperors worked hard to manage them? After a while, she walked forward and said indifferently, "That is natural." If the Jadeite sovereign did not have any deterrence, even if Fei Lingyi were 10 times more courageous, he would not dare to advance his divine weapon into a transcendent divine weapon. However, in the end, he is just a brute. He does not know what he is doing. If he succeeds, even if the Jadeite sovereign rushes back, he will not be able to save his life. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. An ordinary man's wealth was his ruin. Even if the Lunar Palace did not seek trouble for Xiao Chen, the other factions of the Black Sea would make a move immediately to snatch this transcendent divine weapon. At that time, there would be a storm of blood. As a half-step Emperor Wu, he would not be able to handle the situation. "Are the two of you entering the manor to participate in the ceremony?" When the mountain manor's guard in jade-green robes saw Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun, he walked over politely and performed a cupped fist salute. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Manor Lord Fei invited us to the ceremony in the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. I had some matters to attend to, so I came late." That person smiled humbly and said, "The two of you are indeed late. The ceremony should have started already. Let me bring the two of you to the viewing platform." Not only did the green-robed cultivator not show any intention of stopping Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun, but he even openly brought the two to the viewing platform. His service was extremely attentive. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and thanked the green-robed cultivator. However, he wondered in his heart, what exactly is this Fei Lingyi up to? Clearly, this group of cultivators had been informed in advance. They were not surprised that the blue-robed emperor was here to observe the ceremony. However, the blue-robed emperor had brought forward the matter of the 15th of the next month. Based on the details, one could tell that Fei Lingyi had put in a lot of effort for the sake of breaking the heavenly cloud jadeite sword into a transcendent divine weapon. One of his goals was to blow up this matter as much as possible, to make everyone know about it and shake up the place. From the moment Xiao Chen received the invitation when he entered the Black Sea, it was clear that Fei Lingyi had made preparations long ago for the sake of making things more lively. If it were a regular occasion, there would be no problem with doing so. However, breaking through from a divine weapon to a transcendent divine weapon was a major matter. Many people would be watching. If news leaked out, it might end up failing on the verge of success. That was how Yu Bingyun had gotten involved. Any ordinary person would understand such a simple principle. Yu Bingyun said that this person was arrogant, thinking that he would definitely succeed. Hence, he was not afraid of inviting more people. Xiao Chen acknowledged the former. This Fei Lingyi was extraordinarily arrogant. However, Xiao Chen did not agree with the latter. Xiao Chen had a guess. This Fei Lingyi's main goal was not to succeed in breaking through to a transcendent divine weapon but to blow up the matter. It would be best if it caused a bloody storm. However, Xiao Chen was not very confident of this guess. Logically speaking, doing so would not benefit Fei Lingyi at all. We've arrived. The Jadeite Mountain Manor's cultivator led the two to their seats in the viewing platform. Then he bowed and took his leave. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and returned the bow politely. Then he sat down together with Yu Bingyun. Thousands of people filled the viewing platform. Nearly all the blue-robed emperors of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion had rushed over. There were even some blue-robed emperors who had not gone to the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. It was unknown where they got the news and rushed over. A few thousand meters away from the observation platform was a spacious open space, on which a magnificent formation was constructed using various godly materials. The formation patterns flickered endlessly with a multicolored light. The aura of divine materials spread out in the air, attracting everyone's attention and making them sigh in amazement. This Fei Lingyi is serious. The entire viewing platform is covered in black patterned gold. There must be at least 500 tons of it. This is the most basic. Look at the veins of the formation patterns. They are all sorts of precious divine materials. There are at least 100 of them. He is practically using all the capital that the Jadeite sovereign left for him. If he does not succeed, he will have suffered a great loss. There was an altar at the center of the formation. A scarlet sword was stabbed into the blazing flames. A sparkling jadeite was embedded in the sword hilt. Even the dense flames could not hide the light of the jadeite, which occasionally gave off a few beams of light. This was a dazzling light, comparable to the noon sun, deterring people from looking at it directly. This was a jadeite that the Jadeite sovereign obtained after refining a planet in the depths of the starry heavens. It contained boundless energy. Rumor had it that there was only one in the world and was exceptionally precious. Even Emperor Wu was tempted by it. Chapter 1151. Xiao Chen's gaze pierced through the flames. However, what he paid more attention to was the scarlet sword that gave off a lot of light. The sword gave off a steady scarlet light like it was alive. The flickering light seemed like blood flowing in the arteries, making one think that this sword was not an inanimate object but a living being. Xiao Chen could not help but think of the previous owner of this sword, the Blood Sword Sovereign, a legendary martial emperor who was even more dazzling than the Thunder Fire Sovereign in the Black Sea. The ceremony had already begun. Many sword refiners gathered around the formation. These sword refiners bared their upper bodies and had grave expressions. All of them had clumps of golden flames leaping about wildly in their hands. These were the weapon flames that these Grandmaster swordsmiths spent their entire lives refining. They were extremely precious and were specially used to forge all sorts of spirit weapons. At Fei Lingyi's command, the various swordsmiths formed profound hand seals and sent their weapon flames into the nodes of the formation. In that instant, the five-colored formation, which used the black patterned gold as the foundation and various divine materials, quickly ignited. Crackling sounds rang out continuously. The toughness of the divine materials could only be ignited by a weapon flame. As the weapon flame crackled, several of the spectating blue-robed emperors' hearts thumped involuntarily. The light of the flames was very beautiful. However, they were not burning waste paper but genuine divine materials, large amounts of black astral coins, equivalent to the wealth of an ordinary Emperor Wu. Even Xiao Chen felt some heartache for this manor lord. Even he did not have the courage to watch these divine materials burn before him without changing his expression. As the flames burned, the divine materials turned into a crystalline liquid that flowed through the formation. Then, they followed a predetermined path to the flame altar in the center. The Grandmaster swordsmiths all showed nervous expressions, not daring to be careless as they controlled the weapon flame. Boom! When all the divine materials poured into the altar, the flame on the altar suddenly soared. A pillar of fire soared into the clouds, instantly piercing through the dark clouds that lingered in the sky. The flames burned so brightly that even the dark clouds began to burn. A large area of sunlight was no longer blocked by the clouds, and it poured down unstintingly. In the dark Blackwater city, the sunlight in the jadeite mountain manor was as eye-catching as holy light. It attracted the attention of the hundreds of millions of cultivators in the city. It was no exaggeration to say that hundreds of millions of people were watching. The blue-robed emperor of the Black Sea, who hadn't seen sunlight for a long time, looked at the sky greedily. He squinted his eyes and looked at the eternal sun outside the barrier of the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A moment later, a divine might spread out from the altar and the celestial cloud jadeite sword began to tremble slightly. Everyone quickly retracted their gazes and focused on the altar. Their expressions were rather nervous and they did not even dare to breathe too loudly. At this time, Xiaochen only focused his attention on two people. One was Yu Bingyun, who remained calm and unperturbed. At this moment, he could not help showing some nervousness on his face as he stared at the heptagold origin in Fei Lingyi's hand. There was nothing surprising about this. This was Yu Bingyun's true emotions. If she was not nervous at all at this moment, it would be truly strange. This was truly strange. Xiaochen even suspected that this woman was not from the Lunar Palace. However, Fei Lingyi's gaze surprised him. Although Fei Lingyi's gaze was fixed on the altar, Xiaochen clearly discovered that Fei Lingyi's true gaze was wandering around the place. He seemed to be searching for something somewhat anxiously. However, Fei Lingyi's gaze surprised Xiaochen. After searching for a long time, Fei Lingyi did not find anything. He revealed a clear expression of disappointment. This greatly shocked Xiaochen. He wondered if he saw wrong. Fei Lingyi had not even reached the final step, so why was he disappointed? However, this disappointed expression only appeared for an instant before vanishing. Xiaochen could no longer find it. Fei Lingyi laughed self-mockingly in his heart. Then his lips moved, and he tossed the heptagold origin in his hand at the altar without hesitation. Fei Lingyi's actions seemed to contain some resentment, filled with rage. If he had not carefully suppressed it, given his half-step Emperor Wu's cultivation, this aura would have been extremely terrifying. After seeing Fei Lingyi toss out the heptagold origin, Yu Bingyun's expression relaxed completely compared to the extremely anxious blue-robed emperor. Xiaochen frowned heavily. He guessed something in his heart. He figured out what Fei Lingyi's lips were mumbling to himself. The lip language was, "After 15 years of preparation, I pierced through the sky. However, I still do not receive your gaze. In that case, let a bloody storm descend on the entire Black Sea." However, everyone's gazes were attracted by the heptagold origin in Fei Lingyi's hand. No one noticed this lip language at all. Only Xiaochen happened to notice it. Whoosh, whoosh. The heptagold origin spun as it flew to the altar. Whether the heavenly cloud jadeite sword could successfully advance into a transcendent divine weapon and kick up a bloody storm would be revealed in a few breaths. The gazes of the more than 1,000 blue-robed emperors all focused on the heptagold origin shining with light. In the eyes of these blue-robed emperors, the speed at which the heptagold origin spun was very clear. All of them held their breaths, raising their heads in anticipation. However, Xiaochen had a bad feeling in his heart. He glanced at Yu Bingyun beside him and saw the power of the world around her move rapidly, forming a strong, formless wind. A terrifying aura brewed continuously. Xiaochen thought to himself, something is wrong. He quickly looked at the heptagold origin, but all he saw was a scarlet light bursting out of it. Before the more than 1,000 gazes, the heptagold origin that fell into the altar did not merge into the heavenly cloud jadeite sword as everyone expected. Instead, the instant the heptagold origin fell into the altar, it exploded, instantly destroying the altar. The shockwaves spread throughout the refining formation, rumbling endlessly. The heavenly cloud jadeite sword stabbed into the altar trembled intensely, giving off a dazzling scarlet light. A horrifying divine might spread out from the sword. The scarlet light grew increasingly brighter, piercing and dazzling. The sword that absorbed hundreds of divine materials seemed to reach a critical point, no longer able to maintain its balance. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. At this moment, everyone knew that something was wrong with the heptagold origin. This heavenly cloud jadeite sword was going to explode. What kind of horrifying destructive power would the explosion of a divine weapon produce? Just thinking about the consequences made everyone tremble in fear, sending a chill down their backs. Quickly run. The divine weapon is going to explode. Amidst the bloody light, everyone panicked and retreated without hesitation. However, it was too late to retreat now. Nearly at the same time the heptagold origin landed on the altar, the heavenly cloud jadeite sword exploded. A scarlet shock wave containing divine might surged out in all directions. There was no time to prepare. The shock wave immediately knocked several blue-robed emperors into the air. Some of the weaker ones suffered severe injuries from the explosion. They vomited blood endlessly, and their complexions paled. The blue-robed emperor could stir up the clouds with just a raise of his hand. However, before this scarlet light, he appeared incredibly weak. The instant the scarlet light surged over, Shao Chen activated 3,000 heavenly laws in 1,000th of an instant. He drove the vast power of the world and formed a dense protective shield in front of him. Even though Shao Chen's reaction was fast, his qi and blood still surged. After vomiting a mouthful of blood, he felt much better. When Shao Chen looked around, there was no longer a single small perfection blue-robed emperor standing. The great perfection blue-robed emperor standing was in a sorry state, with many wounds on his body. Only the blue-robed emperors at the gates remained standing, suffering only minor injuries. Yu Bingyun calmly scattered the power of the world before her as she asked Shao Chen, "Are you all right?" Shao Chen smiled coldly when he saw Yu Bingyun, who appeared to be unscathed and looked even more relaxed than those consummation blue-robed emperors. Since Yu Bingyun was not injured at all, it was naturally not because she was stronger than those consummation blue-robed emperors. Instead, it was because she had anticipated this. She was the one who arranged for the tampered heptagold origin to be auctioned off, all for the sake of tricking Fei Ling. No wonder this woman was fearless from the start, not showing any nervousness at all. So, that was the case. Now, everything came to light. This woman was truly incredible. Her boldness was flabbergasting. Unexpectedly, she thought of such a decisive method, directly destroying a divine weapon. From start to end, when Shao Chen thought about it carefully, he felt a lingering fear. After wiping away the blood from a corner of his lips, Shao Chen said indifferently, "No wonder Miss Bingyun was so fearless. This Shao really underestimated you. For you to be able to become the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, you are indeed extraordinary. Admirable. Are you mocking me? I don't dare." Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said calmly, "You are still too naive. Right now, the peak factions of the oceanic world are in a delicate balance. This Fei Lingyi simply does not know what the consequences will be if my lunar palace loses the startling phoenix zither. Several factions much stronger than his jadeite mountain manor do not dare to rashly refine a transcendent divine weapon. They are afraid of stirring up a commotion between the major factions, resulting in chaos. No one can bear such a consequence." When Shao Chen heard this, he felt stunned. However, he quickly calmed down. Actually, he did not disagree with Yu Bingyun's actions. If he were in Yu Bingyun's shoes, he would have done the same. Different positions had different standpoints. In the end, Shao Chen was angry at the other party for not telling him in advance. Shao Chen looked at Fei Ling. He was the closest to the altar and had blocked most of the might of the divine weapon's explosion. Fei Lingyi lay on the ground, covered in blood. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The broken sword had melted into a blood cocoon above the altar, floating in the air. It was unknown what it contained. On top of the blood cocoon, there was a sparkling and translucent jadeite that emitted a deep blue light. This piece of divine jadeite forged from a star had a unique charm. Several of the great perfection blue-robed emperors were tempted, revealing greedy expressions in their eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When three great perfection blue-robed emperors saw Fei Lingyi lying on the ground, they could not help flying into the air, wanting to grab this piece of divine jade. Scram! A shout rang out, and Fei Lingyi, who was on the ground, suddenly soared up. Then he threw 3 palm strikes. The mountains and rivers of the Jadeite mountain manor seemed to move under the force of these three palm strikes, merging with the mountains and rivers. Chapter 1152. These three simple palm strikes materialized mountains and rivers, layered over each other and sending back the three great perfection blue-robed emperors. Fei Lingyi stretched out his hand and firmly grasped the jade. Then he released his aura. The strong accumulations of a half-step Emperor Wu put pressure on everyone. You are really bold. To think that you dare to target me in my Jadeite mountain manor. Even if you obtain this Jadeite, would you dare to use it? Fei Lingyi snorted coldly. The three great perfection blue-robed emperors who landed immediately felt the pressure multiply. When the others heard this, they startled awake. This Jadeite was refined by the Jadeite sovereign. Unless one was a sovereign martial emperor, one could erase the Jadeite sovereign's mark. Otherwise, if one was not a descendant of the Jadeite sovereign's bloodline, one would not be able to use it. That would only bring disaster to oneself. After the three got up, they did not say anything more and quickly fled. Fei Lingyi ignored them. He swept his gaze through the many blue-robed emperors before fixing it on Yu Bingyun. He said indifferently, "The Lunar Palace's people are indeed better. You even managed to bribe the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion's people. This Fei is convinced of my loss this time. Everyone, please disperse. I've let you all watch a joke." At this point, how could Fei Lingyi not figure out that the heptagold origin was a trap laid by the Lunar Palace and the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion? Yu Bingyun smiled but showed no intention of leaving. She looked at the blood cocoon in the air and said, "In the ancient records of my Lunar Palace, the life and death art that the blood sword sovereign used to condense the heart of an emperor in advance is very likely to be hidden in this heavenly blood sword." The moment Yu Bingyun said that, several of the blue-robed emperors preparing to leave stopped. This was especially so for those consummation blue-robed emperors. As they looked at the large blood cocoon, a boundless light appeared in their eyes. The blood sword sovereign was a legendary martial emperor of his generation. He had left behind countless legends. Naturally, what the descendants remembered the most was that he condensed the heart of an emperor before he became Emperor Wu. When Yu Bingyun said that the life and death art might be hidden in this blood cocoon, how could the blue-robed emperor not be moved? Even Shaochen couldn't help but be tempted. When Fei Lingyi heard this, his heart skipped a beat. His pale expression changed indeterminately. To think that there was such a secret. He had held the Heaven Cloud Jadeite sword for several hundred years, but he had never noticed it. Is that so? Hee, then I'll leave it to you to keep it safe for a while. If anything happens, please let me know. Fei Lingyi did something that exceeded everyone's expectations. He stretched out his hand, and the mysterious blood cocoon quickly flew towards Yu Bingyun. Yu Bingyun's expression changed. Before she could figure out what was going on, the blood cocoon appeared before her. She reflexively grabbed the blood cocoon. When the crimson blood cocoon fell into his hand and he felt the murderous gazes directed at him, he came to his senses. Cursing inwardly, he pulled Shaochen and flew away. "Let's go!" Before Shaochen could react, Yu Bingyun had already pulled him away. When he looked back, he saw more than 300 great perfection blue-robed emperors and 10-odd consummation blue-robed emperors frantically chasing after them. The extraordinarily bustling Jadeite mountain manor instantly emptied out. No one remained. Fei Lingyi withdrew his half-step Emperor Wu's strong aura. Then, he vomited a large mouthful of blood and knelt to the ground. "Manor Lord, are you all right?" An attendant in the mountain manor quickly came over to support Fei Lingyi, asking with an extremely worried expression. Earlier, he had wondered why Fei Lingyi had given away the blood cocoon formed by the heavenly cloud sword fragment. Now, it looked like Fei Lingyi had no choice but to give it away. After enduring most of the destructive force of the divine weapon's shattering, he was severely injured. Given his previous temper, he definitely would not have let off those three great perfection blue-robed emperors who wanted the Jadeite. Fei Lingyi waved his hand and pushed that person away. He said, "I'm fine. Send someone to keep a close eye on Yu Bingyun's movements. Tell me immediately if the blood sword sovereign left a secret technique in the blood cocoon or not." All right. Under Fei Lingyi's insistence, that person had no choice but to leave. However, Before he left, he glanced at Fei Lingyi worriedly. Fei Lingyi looked helplessly at the sky. The scattered dark clouds were already slowly gathering. Only a final ray of light shone on him, making him look strangely sorrowful. He still could not see him. He did not come at all. Even after preparing for 15 years and tearing through the sky, he still hardened his heart and did not come, unwilling to see this grandson of his. Even though he was so severely injured, nearly dying, he still did not show up. Before Fei Lingyi's gaze, the thick dark clouds slowly gathered. Outside the barrier of the sky, which was tens of thousands of meters taller than the dark clouds, a man and a woman stood on a small planet floating in the universe. They did not do anything, but they forcefully deviated this small planet from its trajectory and stopped it from moving. The man's face was like jade. His eyes were like stars and gems, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like he was only in his 20s. This person's aura was extraordinary, like an immortal from the Immortal epic, drifting like an immortal. The woman was very beautiful. Her skin was as white as snow, looking delicate and fragile. She had a noble air, graceful and elegant. Ribbons circled behind her gorgeous dress, and a bright moon vaguely appeared behind her. If Fei Lingyi and Yu Bingyun were here, they would definitely recognize these two. These two were the famous Jadeite sovereign and the Lunar Palace's current palace master. One was a famous sovereign martial emperor of the Black Sea, and the other was the uncrowned queen of the heavenly starry ocean, a powerful prime. You are really extraordinarily ruthless. For the sake of meeting you, he caused such a huge commotion, and yet you did not show anything, the Lunar Palace's palace master said indifferently after withdrawing her gaze. A complicated look flashed in the Jadeite sovereign's eyes. After a while, he sighed and said, "I know why he is looking for me. He wants me to help him advance to Emperor Wu and live for another 500 years. A complicated look flashed in the Jadeite sovereign's eyes. After a while, he sighed and said, "I know why he is looking for me. He wants me to help him advance to Martial Emperor and live for another 500 years. He does not have sufficient luck. If I act rashly and go against the heavenly Tao to help him advance, I will only die a more miserable death in the end. He doesn't have enough luck. If I act rashly and go against the heavenly Tao to help him advance, I will only die a more miserable death." The Jadeite sovereign smiled carefreely and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Many thanks for your help this time. Otherwise, who knows what kind of disaster it would have led to." The Jadeite sovereign smiled carefreely and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Many thanks for your help this time. Otherwise, who knows what kind of disaster it would have led to." Fei Lingyi only cared about his preparations. He did not know that the news had leaked out long ago. He also did not know what kind of huge waves his rash actions had kicked up in Emperor Wu's circle. If not for the Jadeite sovereign and the Lunar Palace's palace master working together to suppress this matter, sending only Yu Bingyun to deal with it, he would have died several times already. But then again, the successor you've chosen is indeed bold. He directly blew up the divine weapon. Back then, I spent a lot of effort to reforge the heavenly blood sword. When the Lunar Palace's palace master heard the Jadeite sovereign mention Yu Bingyun, she revealed a smile on her face. She only took the Jadeite sovereign's words as praise. "How is it? What do you think of me as the successor?" Shrewdness, scheming, boldness, luck, and talent are all top-notch. She can ensure that the Lunar Palace will not be defeated for 1,000 years. However, the Jadeite sovereign suddenly stopped halfway through his sentence. The Lunar Palace's palace master raised her head and asked, "However what?" The Jadeite sovereign smiled and continued, "However, when he stands beside the Qing Emperor's descendant, he is still somewhat inferior. He does not have the pride that comes from the depths of his bones. He also lacks the air of a ruler that comes from the inside out, able to withdraw and withdraw as he pleases. Did you notice that this youth's elegance is already no weaker than that of the Qing Emperor back then? He might even surpass it. His overwhelming luck is even more enviable." When the Lunar Palace's palace master heard this, she revealed a slightly displeased expression. It was not that she lacked magnanimity or self-restraint. However, the Jadeite sovereign's evaluation of this person had something to do with the Qing Emperor. This made it hard for the Lunar Palace's palace master to erase the grudge in her heart. If it were another youth, the Lunar Palace's palace master would not show such an expression. You're right. However, no matter what, he only has 4 years left. In the end, he will pass by like a meteor. Not to mention becoming the Qing Emperor, any outstanding talent in this age of geniuses will be stronger than him. The Jadeite sovereign knew a little about what the Qing Emperor did to the Lunar Palace. Seeing that the Lunar Palace's palace master's emotions were deep, he did not pursue this topic. Oh, right, is there really the life and death art that the Blood Sword sovereign left in the Heavenly Blood Sword? The Lunar Palace's palace master asked with interest when she thought of this matter. The Jadeite sovereign shook his head and replied, "How can that be? If there really was, I would have taken it out long ago. There is only a map in there. The location is a cave where the Blood Sword sovereign cultivated in the past. As for whether the life and death art is in there or not, I do not know." How can you not know? Could it be that you have never been there before? I really have not been there before. During the Blood Sword sovereign's era, the entire Black Sea continent was still intact. Even now, although we know that the location is still on Blackwater Island, the world has changed many times. Even a geomaster would have to spend a lot of effort to figure it out. After a pause, the Jadeite sovereign continued, "Furthermore, even if we find the life and death art, it would be useless to Emperor Wu. Even the blue-robed emperor would find it extremely difficult to use this secret technique to condense a heart of an emperor. Not everyone has the Blood Sword sovereign's physique, excellent comprehension ability, and extraordinary willpower." When the Lunar Palace's palace master heard this, she immediately lost much of her interest. "In that case, I'll take my leave first. I'll leave the matters here to these juniors." She pushed off the ground, and the ribbons behind her fluttered. Then, her gorgeous figure vanished into the vast starry heavens. As the Jadeite sovereign stood in the starry heavens, he glanced at Fei Lingyi from a great distance. He muttered, "You will never understand. In the end, a butterfly needs to turn into a cocoon before it can spread its wings. If I help you break that cocoon, how can you truly fly? Sometimes, you have to learn to let go of the Emperor's road." Shaking his head, the Jadeite sovereign pushed off with his feet, and his graceful figure vanished into the vast starry heavens. Bang! The instant the Jadeite sovereign left, the small planet that had been out of orbit for too long instantly exploded, turning into countless meteors charging at the barrier of the sky. They burned with light and heat, releasing a boundlessly resplendent light. Chapter 1153. The meteor was indeed beautiful. Unfortunately, it lasted only an instant, disappearing in a flash. Even the Lunar Palace's palace master did not think highly of Xiao Qin. At this moment, for the sake of avoiding becoming a meteor, he frantically fled with Yu Bingyun on Blackwater Island. The large group of blue-robed emperors pursuing the two did not stop for even a moment. Even after the two used all their tricks and schemes, they still could not shake off this group of frenzied blue-robed emperors. To the blue-robed emperor, condensing the heart of an emperor in advance was a great temptation. No matter what, he would not give up. Xiao Qin was in a sorry state from the chase. He even had several wounds on his body. If there were only 10-odd people, he believed that he could handle them. However, there were hundreds of blue-robed emperors chasing him. There were even several consummation blue-robed emperors. Xiao Qin simply could not do anything about it. "Never mind, I give up." Xiao Qin, who was speeding through the air, suddenly stopped and said. Yu Bingyun asked, finding it strange, "Are you sure? If you insist, I have a trump card to shake off these troublesome fellows." Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions. I have a trump card as well. However, I really cannot monopolize this thing. Otherwise, the two of us will fall for Fei Lingyi's trap." Xiao Qin grabbed the mysterious blood cocoon in Yu Bingyun's hand. Then he turned around and raised it high. "Whoever makes a move, I will directly destroy it." The moment Xiao Qin said that, the group of people frantically chasing after Xiao Qin with surging auras immediately stopped anxiously. The hundreds of blue-robed emperors eyed Xiao Qin covetously, stirring up winds and clouds in the surroundings. Their auras were so strong that they nearly could not stand up. "Little friend, there is no need to be nervous. hand over the blood cocoon formed by the fragments of the heavenly cloud sword, and we will naturally not make things difficult for you. The one who spoke was a consummation blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen had some impression of this person. His name was Jin Liangqi. He had seen this person in action in front of the testing monument. He was able to light up 9 of the 10 purple gems on the 6th row. Among the great perfection blue-robed emperors, his strength was at the top. Xiao Chen admitted that he was not as strong as the other party, but he did not show the slightest bit of fear. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he said with a smile, "Hand it over? Hand it over to you and let you take it away?" That was exactly what he wanted to say. Just as Jin Liangqi was about to say yes, he suddenly noticed many unfriendly gazes looking at him. Cursing in his heart, he smiled awkwardly, "Of course not. It's the right way to share it with everyone. Otherwise, no matter who gets it, there will inevitably be a fierce battle, and it will benefit an outsider." Xiao Chen glanced at the mysterious blood cocoon in his hand. Then he looked at the many blue-robed emperors. Even when facing so many blue-robed emperors, he did not show any stage fright. "Very well. What Senior Jin said is actually what I wanted to say as well. No one can monopolize the secret of the life and death art. If everyone has no problems, I can choose to cut open this blood cocoon now and see if there is the life and death art inside." The surroundings fell silent. Clearly, there were still some misgivings. After all, the blood cocoon was in Xiao Chen's hands. Even if there was the life and death art inside, it was still up to him to decide whether to split it or not. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "What's wrong? Are you afraid that I will continue to run after taking the life and death art? If I really wanted to keep it for myself, I wouldn't have stopped. I've already said this much. Whether you are willing or not, I will cut it open now." He could not be bothered with this group of paranoid old monsters who were overthinking things. Xiao Chen used his palm as a saber, not giving these people a chance to retort. He hacked down, and the 40% comprehended saber soul in his sea of consciousness spread throughout his body. A horrifying saber intent spread out. Xiao Chen's clothes and hair fluttered, giving off melodious tinkling sounds. The boundless saber intent was like zither music spreading out in all directions. Xiao Chen's move stunned several blue-robed emperors. A strange light flashed in their eyes. For this white-robed bladesman to last so long under the pursuit of so many blue-robed emperors, he was indeed extraordinary. Puxia. A saber light flickered, and Xiao Chen's hand's saber neatly cut open the mysterious scarlet blood cocoon without leaving a mark. Instantly, a scarlet light spread out, looking like blood spreading everywhere. The blood cocoon slowly melted, thickening the scarlet light and forming a blood mist. A floating drawing appeared on Xiao Chen's palm. He was somewhat surprised. The blood cocoon was not empty, nor was it the life and death art. It was just an ancient drawing that looked like a map. "Brat, quickly hand over the drawing. Hurry up. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving this place alive." The blue-robed emperors did not care whether this drawing had anything to do with the life and death art or not. When the map appeared, they immediately roared. Xiao Chen ignored them. He opened the drawing and took a look. After memorizing it, he quickly pushed the drawing out. "Let's go." Not wanting to care about this group of blue-robed emperors, Xiao Chen called out to Yu Bingyun and quickly left. Seeing the drawing floating over, the excited blue-robed emperors cautiously quietened down. If anyone dared to make a move, they would destroy this drawing in the chaos. Jin Liangqi's gaze was like lightning. He did not make a move, just taking a look as well. After memorizing the contents of the drawing, he left quietly. At the blue-robed emperor's level, nearly everyone had a photographic memory. As the various blue-robed emperors memorized the contents of the drawing, the number of blue-robed emperors decreased. In the end, not a single one remained, leaving only this lonely treasure map drifting down. Speaking of which, this was rather laughable. Earlier, everyone had chased after this item crazily. However, when they discovered that it was just a drawing, no one went to take it in, leaving it to drift everywhere. In a large courtyard in Blackwater City, Xiao Chen took out a brush and paper. Then, he drew out everything he had memorized, word for word. He gently blew on the brush and dried the ink. Then Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun carefully observed it. This is a map. Based on the red mark, it should be a cave. Combined with the Blood Sword Sovereign's identity, the answer is clear. This map records a cave that the Blood Sword Sovereign once cultivated in. After observing for a long time, Yu Bingyun quickly came to a conclusion. Xiaochen did not deny it. This was the most superficial information. Practically everyone who obtained the drawing could figure it out. The difficult part was not this. The difficult part was the path on the map. After tens of thousands of years, the world had changed. The landscape had changed a few times, and the routes and landmarks on the map had long since disappeared. Trying to find the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave by relying on this map was no less than a fantasy. It was impossible. Clearly, Yu Bingyun knew this as well. After some thought, she said, "We have to find an old man familiar with the Black Sea's terrain and draw out a rough outline of the cave. After that, we have to find a geomaster to observe the geography and geomancy, figuring out where the cave is." Xiaochen nodded. This was the only way. He said, "You can handle the first part. There's no need to find a geomaster for the latter part." "What do you mean?" Xiaochen smiled and said, "Although I'm just a dabbling geomaster, I believe that my skill far surpasses the average." Yu Bingyun's eyes lit up. Finding it strange, she said, "I couldn't tell. I really don't know what you don't know. There are many things that I don't know. For example, I do not have the courage to waste a heptagold origin to blow up a divine weapon." Yu Bingyun felt stifled. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen was still angry at her for not informing him in advance. She put away the map and rolled her eyes at him. Then she said, "I can't be bothered with you. After I figure out the rough location, I'll come and look for you, a geomaster." After the other party left, Xiaochen took out 100 superior-grade demon fiend rocks from the universe ring. He muttered, 100 superior-grade demon fiend rocks should be sufficient to raise my 40% comprehended saber soul to 50% comprehended. This saber soul is really difficult to advance." As Xiaochen and Yu Bingyun made their preparations, the entire Blackwater city turned chaotic. The news of the map spread like wildfire. Nearly all the blue-robed emperors in Blackwater City were startled. Each of those blue-robed emperors was more intelligent than the last. Soon, they came to a similar conclusion as Yu Bingyun. They started to search for skilled geomasters, wanting to enter the cave first. Regardless of whether there was any information about the life and death art in the cave, everyone knew that they would not return empty-handed after going to the cave where the Blood Sword Sovereign once cultivated. Inside the Xia clan's courtyard, Xia Luo and Wang Jin studied the map. Their faces filled with wild joy. Xia Luo smiled and said, "As long as I obtain the life and death art and condense the heart of an emperor in advance, I am confident of advancing to martial emperor within 10 years. Similarly, Wang Jin could not hide the joy on his face. "After condensing the heart of an emperor, I will be 99% confident of undergoing my great tribulation of wind and fire. Oh, by the way, second young master, should we inform first young master and the main clan of this news?" Xia Luo thought for a while before shaking his head. "No. The Dark Sea is too far from us. By the time the main clan's people arrive, they will be much too late. Our own strength is sufficient." At the same time, Jiang Feng held the map. His face also filled with joy. "Originally, I just wanted to join in on the excitement of the auction. Unexpectedly, I managed to obtain such a harvest. If I condense the heart of an emperor and return to Dark City, I will be able to sweep through all the outstanding talents of the younger generation." Everyone moved quickly, afraid of being too slow. The area of the cave shrank. In the end, they determined that it was to the west of Blackwater Island. However, the size of Blackwater Island was already no smaller than a small continent. This area was still rather large. As for the rest, they could only rely on geomasters to observe the geography. 4 days passed. Xiaochen successfully used 100 superior-grade demon fiend rocks to temper his 40% comprehended saber soul to 50% comprehension. Every time his saber soul increased by 10%, its might would improve significantly. His gaze would become sharper and his aura sharper. With just one look, he could frighten his opponent. However, the further he went, the harder it would be to raise his saber soul. As Xiao Chen had never used a demon fiend rock before, the effect this time was very obvious. If he used it a second time, the effect would be significantly weaker. This was unless he used a peak-grade demon fiend rock that moved even Emperor Wu. Of course, speaking of which, now that Xiao Chen had a fifth saber soul and was in the blue-robed emperor realm, he could already look down on everyone. If Xiao Chen's other states, thunder, death, massacre, despair, and grief, were taken into account, he would be even more unfathomable. In battle, he would have many wondrous effects that mysterious phenomena could not achieve. Chapter 1154. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes, countless sabers hummed in their depths. He felt his combat prowess increase significantly. His fighting spirit soared. He wished that he could find a consummation blue-robed emperor and have a good fight. Kasi. Just at this moment, the door opened, and Yu Bingyun rushed in. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly saw Xiao Chen's sharp gaze. Suddenly, she felt like an invisible saber stabbed into her chest. There was a strange pain, and she could not help taking half a step back. When Xiao Chen saw that his saber soul injured the other party, he quickly withdrew it. His sharp aura immediately vanished, and he could control it as he pleased. Xiao Chen stood up and apologized. At the same time, he thought to himself, under the full power attack of my 50% comprehended saber soul, Yu Bingyun actually only took half a step back. Yu Bingyun, who was caught off guard, only took half a step back. This woman must have many secrets that I do not know. As for the trump card that Yu Bingyun once mentioned, Xiao Chen was very interested. His trump card was that plume feather. What would Yu Bingyun's trump card be? Your gaze is really scary. It feels like you have pierced through my heart, Yu Bingyun said with some half-truths. Then she took out a map and said, let's get back to business. The Blood Sword Sovereign's cave has already been determined to be to the west of Blackwater Island. When Xiao Chen heard that, he thought for a while before saying, the west of Blackwater Island, this is really a large area. Be content. After tens of thousands of years, it is already not easy to recognize Thunder Sword Peak with a mark on the map. The rest will depend on you, a geomaster. Don't brag so much, but in the end, you do not even have a clue, Yu Bingyun said mockingly. Clearly, she did not believe what Xiao Chen had said. Geomasters were famous for being secretive and clandestine. Outsiders would find it hard to learn the essence of it. Xiao Chen's talent was pretty good, but that was only in the martial Dao. As a geomaster, Yu Bingyun found it hard to rest assured. Xiao Chen smiled and did not argue. The geomancy of the sea was much more complicated than that of the land. However, he could handle it. Xiao Chen could deal with it, all the more when it came to seeking dragons and fixing veins on land. But at this time, it was useless to say anything. He just had to prove himself with his actions. After packing up, Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun flew out of Blackwater City, rushing to the west of the island. For an ordinary person, it would take a day and a night to cross the border of the island, but for the blue-robed emperor, it would not take too long. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun stopped at the summit of Thunder Sword Peak. The Lightning Sword Peak corresponded to a mountain peak on the map. Although its appearance had changed a few times over the past tens of thousands of years, it was still the same as before. However, the sword-shaped mountain peak that rose straight into the sky and the endless thunder and lightning in the sky matched perfectly with the markings on the map. He was 100% sure that this Lightning Sword Peak was the peak marked by lightning on the map. The small summit was filled with blue-robed emperors. Each blue-robed emperor had a geomaster with a sinister aura by their side, holding all sorts of dragon-seeking secret treasures in their hands. When Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun landed on the summit, they immediately attracted the attention of several people. Back then, Xiao Chen held up the blood cocoon and faced the hundreds of blue-robed emperors. Now, all the peak cultivators in Blackwater City knew the name of the white-robed bladesman. When an old man saw Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun coming alone without a geomaster, he smiled and said, "White-robed bladesman, why are you here with just the two of you? I don't see you inviting a geomaster. Are you trying to take advantage of us by following behind us?" After that old man said that, he guffawed. The other old men all laughed contentedly as well. For days ago, Xiao Chen was very arrogant. Now, the other party should have restrained himself, knowing that these local experts were not to be trifled with. It was just like now. Without any fame, it would not be easy to invite a geomaster. It doesn't matter. Young people still have opportunities to learn. This time, we will let you follow behind us and learn properly. That's true. Even if we let him follow, he will not be able to enter the cave in the first place. The group of old men laughed wantonly, feeling very comfortable in their hearts. 4 days ago, Xiao Chen had been too sharp, showing no respect to these seniors. They had long since disliked him in their hearts. More and more blue-robed emperors flew over from the summit. When they saw Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun coming alone, they felt a sense of superiority. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Seniors, there is no need to worry. This junior indeed cannot invite a geomaster. However, I know a thing or two about searching for dragons, fixing veins, observing the wind, and observing the water. When the time comes, it will be hard to say who will be following who." Haha. The moment Xiao Chen said that, he immediately elicited loud laughter. How noble was a geomaster! If not for being influenced by a geomaster from a young age and receiving the guidance of a geomaster senior, he would not have been able to do so. No matter how talented a regular cultivator was, they would only be able to learn the slightest bit of it, unable to be of any use. More importantly, geomasters were passed down through the bloodline. Outsiders could not learn it even if they wanted to. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen boasted shamelessly in front of so many geomasters, saying that he knew a thing or two about it and that he wanted to find the cave before them. This was simply a great joke. Everyone could not help but laugh at him for overestimating himself and being boundlessly arrogant. The black-clad old man who first mocked Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Since you are so confident, then this old man will make a bet with you on behalf of these geomasters. Let's see whose dragon-seeking art is stronger. I know you are rich and overbearing, so let's not bet on anything else. The loser will just shout, 'I am a pig,' 3 times on this summit." That's right. This old man will bet with you as well. I really don't believe that our group of people will follow behind you to find the cave. I'll bet with you as well. The group of old men on the summit wanted to test Xiao Chen's sharpness, so they all followed him. Xiao Chen could not help laughing. Interesting. Good, I'll accept this bet. Boundlessly arrogant. Where did this brat come from? This geomaster will ask you this. Do you know what a dragon vein is? The geomasters present could not stand Xiao Chen's attitude. They felt that Xiao Chen completely ignored them, the orthodox geomasters. A white-haired geomaster could not help reprimanding Xiao Chen angrily. As the saying goes, a hero does not care about his background. "Senior, why do you care where I come from? Since you do not know what a dragon vein is, then I'll tell you. The words dragon vein have to be looked at separately. The dragon is the terrain, the substance. The stars are upright and upright, the bright hall is wide, the lakes and ponds are intertwined, the distant mountains and nearby rivers gather in the morning and evening. There are thousands of veins, all different. However, having the terrain is not enough. It also needs the charm within. Otherwise, it will only be a false dragon. The vein in the dragon vein refers to the spirit. How can an ordinary person use the terrain to observe the spirit? That will depend on the true ability of a geomaster." Xiao Chen did not lose his sharpness in the face of this geomaster's rebuke. He spoke a long string of geomancy terms, catching the white-haired geomaster off guard. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen really understood this trade. There were several terms that only geomasters like them could understand. He did not seem like an outsider who had only scratched the surface. Xiao Chen's aura was too strong, putting immense pressure on this white-haired geomaster. His heart pounded heavily. After taking a few deep breaths, he said, "It is just an insignificant skill. Why the need to put on an act? Let me ask you again. Do you know how many kinds of dragon veins there are?" When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help but smile. "It looks like old Sir's character is not very good. Your question is not very brilliant. The terrain of mountains and rivers is very strange, all different. On a smaller scale, there are many kinds: true dragons, false dragons, calamity dragons, killing dragons, auspicious dragons, ferocious dragons, strong dragons, weak dragons, fat dragons, skinny dragons, noble dragons, despicable dragons, and so on. However, on a larger scale, there are only two kinds. One is for obedience, and the other is against. There is a saying in ancient geomancy, "Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die." I would like old sir to explain this to me. Xiao Chen's words flowed like a river, flowing endlessly. His aura became sharper as he spoke. The final question forced that white-haired geomaster to take a few steps back involuntarily, rendered speechless. The summit fell silent. When the group of blue-robed emperors who made a bet with Xiao Chen saw this scene, they all felt somewhat nervous. Could it be that they would lose? As Yu Bingyun looked at the boundlessly elegant Xiao Chen, a trace of emotion flashed in her eyes. Then she revealed a faint smile. Seeing the other party at a loss for words, unable to answer, Xiao Chen could not help feeling dispirited. These geomasters were not at the peak. Compared to the geomasters Xiao Chen saw at the Northern Sea Alliance, they were not even close. Compared to Jiang Tian, who gave him the vellum, there was no comparison at all. The difference was like the difference between cloud and mud. These people still wanted to take advantage of their seniority, wanting to teach him a lesson in anger. They were simply asking for trouble, not worthy of any sympathy. After taking a few steps back, the white-haired geomaster calmed himself. Wanting to redeem some face, he said, "You are just lucky and managed to read some ancient geomaster books. Compared to our geomaster clans, you are far inferior." "That's right. You speak so extravagantly. In the end, we still have to fight. Seeing that you did not bring a single dragon-seeking secret treasure, I knew that you only know how to talk." When the group of geomasters saw that Xiao Chen, this outsider, could not suppress their aura, they felt dissatisfied and started shouting. When the other blue-robed emperors heard this, they rejoiced in their hearts, feeling hopeful. This Xiao Chen nearly frightened them. The inheritance of a geomaster was incredibly complicated. How could a youth understand it? When Xiao Chen heard this, he smiled coldly. The vertical eye on his forehead slowly opened, flickering with a strange purple light. He said indifferently, "What dragon-seeking secret treasure do I need? My eye is the best dragon-seeking secret treasure. Heavenly Eye." The instant the vertical eye opened, the old geomasters were all astonished. Shock filled their eyes, and their breathing became somewhat anxious. The Heavenly Eye, a famous skill among geomasters since ancient times, actually appeared again. Furthermore, it appeared on a youth. When the many blue-robed emperors saw this scene, their hearts sank. They all had a bad feeling. "It's over. We are probably going to fail this time. This white-robed bladesman before us is really a geomaster who hid his strength." After Xiao Chen opened the Heavenly Eye, he did not remain idle for even a moment. The strange vertical eye scanned the surroundings, looking at all sorts of terrain. All sorts of strange things appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. He took in a panoramic view of the 500 kilometers in front of him. He instantly analyzed several different dragon veins. Chapter 1155. Xiao Chen formed a finger seal with one hand, and beams of light appeared between his fingers. The terrain in his mind quickly materialized on his palm. The speed at which it changed was hard to see with the naked eye. Aside from being able to see the terrain somewhat clearly, the others could only see all sorts of strange dragon-shaped chi flickering continuously as Xiao Chen's fingers moved, appearing boundlessly profound. After 10 breaths, Xiao Chen felt a piercing pain in his eyes. He immediately closed the vertical eye on his forehead and both his eyes at the same time. Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered in the wind as he sank into deep thought, his body merging with the world. As Xiao Chen's fingers moved, all sorts of dragon roars resounded for 500 kilometers in front. Occasionally, dragon chi tore through the ground and soared into the clouds. This is a strong dragon. This is a killing dragon. This is a tribulation dragon. The many geomasters recognized the various dragon veins as Xiao Chen's fingers moved. At this moment, these geomasters no longer looked down on Xiao Chen like they did earlier. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. As they looked at Xiao Chen's exquisite dragon-seeking secret art, their eyes filled with admiration and respect. Xiao Chen's dragon-seeking secret art was indeed on a higher level than theirs. They could not help but be impressed. After a while, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and flicked his hand. The various dragon-shaped lights vanished. His movements were extremely elegant and graceful. He already had some answers in his heart. The many blue-robed emperors all turned ashen. By now, it was clear who was better between Xiao Chen and the Geomasters. As for who won the bet between them and Xiao Chen, there was no need to say more. But for them to admit defeat and shout, "I'm a pig," 3 times in front of everyone, they couldn't do such a thing no matter what. If they really said it, it would probably spread throughout the entire Blackwater Sea in less than half a day. At that time, they would not be able to remain in this sea region with their old faces. Yu Bingyun felt somewhat pleased in her heart. That's what you get for looking down on me. Now you suffer a setback. She smiled gently and said, "I wonder if the bet still counts or not." This little girl saw it clearly from start to end. These words could be considered a threat. If these old men went back on their word and spread the news, they would also lose all face. The face of the black-robed old man who had made the bet first turned red. After holding it in for a long time, he said in a deep voice, "Little girl, you don't have to provoke me. I'm a man of my word. At worst, I'll just leave the Black Sea in the future." Just as he was about to take the lead and say that he was a pig, Xiao Chen turned around and stopped him. "Forget it. Seniors are already so old. There's no need for you to suffer such humiliation. I'm also not an overbearing and domineering person. Everyone just take this as a lesson. Even if he's just an ignorant brat, there's no need to wantonly ridicule him or suppress him. It's still the same old saying. A hero doesn't care about his background. Who can predict that the person you ridiculed and humiliated today would one day rise to the top and laugh proudly at the peak?" Hearing those words, the old men immediately heaved a sigh of relief and felt much more comfortable. All of them had lived for hundreds of years. If they really said those words, they would really lose all their face. Now that the many old men adjusted their attitudes and sized up Xiao Chen again, they could not help but view him in a different light. They discovered that Xiao Chen had an extremely strong aura, comparable to that of those major characters who had ascended to the Emperor's Tao. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's mental state far surpassed these old men's. The black-robed old man performed a cupped fist salute and said, "This time, we have learned a lot. Many thanks, little brother, for being lenient. This old man owes you a favor." The other blue-robed emperors also performed cupped fist salutes in thanks. At the same time, someone could not help asking, "Little brother, would you be willing to tell us your great name?" Everyone guessed that an outstanding talent like Xiao Chen would definitely not be unknown. They could not help being curious about Xiao Chen's true identity. Since the other party asked, Xiao Chen did not hide it. His true identity would be exposed sooner or later, so he answered honestly, "I am Xiao Chen. My name is Xiao Chen, and my surname is Chen." Xiao Chen. The many old men mulled over this name a few times but still could not find anything. There was no young outstanding talent in the Black Sea that matched his name. Only the black-robed old man thought for a while before saying in realization, "Xiao Chen? Are you the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen, the descendant of the Qing Emperor, the Blue Dragon King appointed by the Bushin Palace's Thunder King?" Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised that an expert of the blue-robed emperor level in the Black Sea knew of his title as the Blue Dragon King. He nodded and said, "That is me." At this moment, the expressions of the many blue-robed emperors as they looked at Xiao Chen immediately changed. The name of the Qing Emperor went without saying. He was a legend of the previous era. Everyone had heard of him. The Thunder King was an expert of the same generation as the Qing Emperor. He was known as a living legend. The blue-robed emperors were truly blind. Who could have imagined that this outstanding young talent before them would have such a great background? Yu Bingyun narrowed her eyes slightly, smiling as she sized up Xiao Chen. She discovered that this person was becoming more and more unfathomable. He seemed to have an inexplicable charm that attracted people to get close to him. "I wonder if little brother Xiao Chen managed to gain anything from opening the heavenly eye earlier?" the black-robed old man asked politely. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "The terrain here is too complicated. It would be too difficult to find a residence in a short time. However, there are a few places to choose from. We can go and take a look. If anyone is interested, why don't you join us? When the others heard this, they rejoiced. The black-robed, blue-robed emperor smiled and said, "Brother Xiaochen, I am definitely making friends with you. Honestly speaking, the geomasters that we invited are not that good. The true peak geomasters of Blackwater City have all been taken away by those consummation blue-robed emperors. You have already seen the ones left for us." Xiaochen looked at the embarrassed geomasters and smiled. "Let's go then. If you trust this Xiao, you can follow me for a while. Those who submit to me prosper, those who oppose me die." This was not something that Xiaochen said casually. Instead, there was such a saying in ancient geomancy. Generally speaking, dragon veins could be divided into two types. The first type was favorable, such as strong dragons, fat dragons, noble dragons, and so on. The second type was unfavorable, such as despicable dragons, thin dragons, weak dragons, and so on. Those who oppose me die. This meant that the dead were buried. The grave of the strong had to be where the unfavorable dragons were. Only then could it be chosen for future generations. On the other hand, the favorable dragons were prepared for the living. Residences were clearly places where cultivators cultivated when they were alive. Naturally, they had to be in a favorable place. Back then, when the Bloodsword Sovereign established his residence, he had definitely sought out a strong geomaster to help him search for dragon veins and determine the most suitable place to establish his residence. The group of people followed behind Xiaochen, searching through the various dragon veins. However, the results were somewhat dispirited. Either the dragon veins were empty, or someone had already searched through them in advance. Similarly, they found nothing. After searching for 3 days, the group cleared out the area within 500 kilometers. However, there were no traces of the Bloodsword Sovereign's residence. However, there were some unexpected gains. They found the residences that other experts once cultivated in. The gains could be considered a consolation. After that, the group discovered that most of the dragon veins that Xiaochen had taken a liking to had already been searched by others. Clearly, Xiaochen was not the only truly skilled geomaster. After searching for 500 kilometers without finding anything, Xiaochen's patience did not waver. This was within Xiaochen's expectations. The western part of Blackwater Island was astonishingly large. Even so, it was still very vast. It was impossible to search it in one day. Before setting off, Xiaochen had already made mental preparations. Everything was under his control. When the many blue-robed emperor geomasters following Xiaochen saw Xiaochen's dragon-seeking art, they all sighed in amazement. This was especially so for the places that Xiaochen chose. Several of them had already been searched by others. This proved that Xiaochen's insight was no weaker than that of the geomasters that the consummation blue-robed emperor found. Along the way, those ordinary geomasters took turns asking Xiaochen questions about geomancy. When Xiaochen had some free time, he answered them. Along the way, the many blue-robed emperors also asked Xiaochen questions about martial techniques. The focus was on Xiaochen's miraculous saber Dao. Xiaochen did not hide anything. As long as it did not touch on his core trump cards, he would patiently answer them. Hence, along the way, the atmosphere of Xiaochen's group was very good. They even somewhat forgot about the true purpose of this trip. The other groups searching for caves were filled with murderous qi. When they could not find anything, they felt very frustrated. Several chaotic battles had already broken out. When Xiaochen saw them, he kept a distance. What he hated the most were these pointless battles, which were purely for venting. However, if someone used this to harass or bully him, Xiaochen would not show any mercy. Opening his heavenly eye again, Xiaochen used many secret techniques and confirmed a dragon vein. Killing was a submissive dragon, and the opposite was a calamity dragon. Building a cave in the land of the dragon vein would be of great help to the master of the cave. Among the many submissive dragons, the land of the dragon vein where the dragon vein was hidden was one of the most suitable places to cultivate. After closing his heavenly eye, Xiaochen's figure flashed as he quickly flew towards his target mountain range. The group of blue-robed emperors behind him quickly followed. These blue-robed emperors could not find stronger geomasters, nor could they brazenly follow behind some consummation blue-robed emperors. Doing so would incur the other party's dissatisfaction and invite trouble. Being able to follow behind Xiao Chen was a kind of fortune. Even more fortunate was that they had interacted with him for a long time. Only then did the blue-robed emperors discover that the quiet and seemingly cold Xiao Chen did not put on any airs. Yu Bingyun's and Xiao Chen's movement techniques were clearly of a higher grade than this group of great perfection blue-robed emperors. Hence, their flying speed was significantly faster. By the time the blue-robed emperors reached the foot of the mountain range, the large group of blue-robed emperors still had to spend some time to catch up. Not bad. No one has touched this place before. There should be hope. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly, appearing very optimistic. This was already the nth time she had said this. Xiao Chen casually formed hand seals and smiled. I hope so. As Xiao Chen executed some of the small tricks in the Paradise Secret Cannon, a crack appeared at the foot of the tall mountain. Strands of dragon chi soared into the sky, and dragon roars rang out endlessly. Based on these strands of dragon chi, Xiao Chen could determine that the spirit vein in this land of the dragon vein was the most ordinary inferior grade spirit vein. In the eyes of the blue-robed emperor, it was not even worth mentioning. Even martial sages would not care about it. As for the blood sword sovereign, it was even more disdainful. However, time passed. Just because the spirit vein was low now, it did not mean that it was low 50,000 years ago. There was still some possibility of this being a cave. Chapter 1156. Hey, someone seems to have arrived early. Just as Xiao Chen prepared to make a move, a few uninvited guests rushed over. The voices sounded somewhat familiar. Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun turned around and saw Wang Jin leading the three great perfection blue-robed emperors of the Xia clan in Blackwater City, as well as Xia Luo and an old man dressed as a geomaster. The one who spoke was Xia Luo, whom Xiao Chen had taught a ruthless lesson. When Xia Luo saw Xiao Chen's figure, his eyes immediately lit up. He smiled and said, "What a coincidence. Unexpectedly, I ran into you here. Consider yourself lucky. This young master has something to do now. I will not seek trouble with you for now. Quickly scram and stop being an eyesore." With Wang Jin, a consummation blue-robed emperor, supporting him, Xia Luo did not cower at all when facing Xiao Chen. He remained arrogant, exuding an indescribable grandeur. In his heart, Xia Luo really wanted to see Xiao Chen's expression and how sullen he would be after he sent him away so easily before Yu Bingyun. Of course, if Miss Bingyun wants to stay, this young master will welcome you. Xia Luo glanced at Yu Bingyun, who was still as charming as a fairy. Then he quickly added. The fervent look in Xia Luo's eyes was not hidden at all. When others saw it, they would feel a sense of disgust. Yu Bingyun had long since disliked this person. She did not say anything. Instead, she quietly stepped back and stood beside Xiao Chen, silently expressing her attitude. Xia Luo could not help feeling enraged. He glared at Xiao Chen and said, "White-robed brat, why are you still not scramming? Are you seeking death?" Xiao Chen sized up the newcomer. Aside from Wang Jin, he did not care about the others. If Xiao Chen recalled correctly, this Wang Jin had only managed to light up 3 purple gems on the testing stone steel in front of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. He was far from comparable to the consummation blue-robed emperor, Jin Liangqi. "Sorry, I came here first. Even if someone wants to scram, it should be you." Xiao Chen grasped the lunar shadow saber. His body was like a mountain, straight and sharp, without any fear. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. In that case, there's no need for you to leave. Elder Wang, teach him a lesson. Let him know the consequences of offending our Xia family, Xia Luo said coldly. Yu Bingyun sent a voice projection. If we work together, we should have a 70% chance of victory against this Wang Jin. No need, I alone am enough. Before Yu Bingyun's astonished gaze, Xiao Chen stepped forward and stared at Wang Jin. A fierce fighting spirit blazed in the depths of his eyes. Wang Jin smiled and said, "How reckless. In the Black Sea, the strongest fist is the last word. Do you think that just because you saw this place first, it is yours? Today, I will teach you how to behave." I will beat you until you kneel and beg for mercy. Wang Zhen took a step forward, and thunder rumbled in the sky. Bolts of lightning tore through the sky, causing his aura to soar rapidly. As the descendants of the Thunder Fire Sovereign, the Xia clan's cultivators naturally cultivated lightning attribute cultivation techniques. Although this Wang Zhen was an outsider, he was loyal and devoted to the Xia clan. Similarly, he had obtained the Xia clan's various secret martial techniques. Amidst the thunder and lightning, Wang Zhen circulated his energy, causing his aura to soar. He looked extremely horrifying. What's going on? Why is Xiaochen fighting with Wang Zhen? The large group of blue-robed emperors following Xiaochen arrived late. When they discovered Wang Zhen fighting with Xiaochen, they all revealed worried expressions. The consummation blue-robed emperor's heavenly seal had merged with his soul. He was one grade higher than the great perfection blue-robed emperor. Their strength was on a completely different level. How could Xiaochen be so rash as to fight such a person? Should we go and help? This group of people had interacted with Xiaochen for a few days. Although they were not life-and-death friends, they still had some feelings for him. Xiaochen's magnanimity left them with a good impression. Now that they saw that Xiaochen was in trouble, they hesitated on whether to make a move or not. After all, he was facing a consummation blue-robed emperor. They did not dare to act rashly. If they wanted to attack, they had to attack together. Only then would they have sufficient deterrence. Otherwise, going alone would not be effective. The black-clad old man, who had a relatively deep relationship with Xiaochen, looked at Yu Bingyun, who had yet to make a move. He waved his hand and said, "Wait first." Xiaochen made Yu Bingyun not make a move. He definitely does not want outsiders to interfere. Perhaps he is confident of dealing with Wang Zhen. That can't be, right? A great perfection blue-robed emperor can defeat a consummation blue-robed emperor? The others said, expressing their disbelief. The black-clad old man had some doubts as well. However, he still said firmly, "Let's wait and see. If Xiaochen's life is really in danger, it will not be too late for us to go. There are so many of us. If we charge over together, as long as we work together, Wang Zhen will definitely flee." Yu Bingyun and Xia Luo's group had already retreated far away. Xia Luo revealed a cruel expression as he looked at Xiaochen. His lips curled up in a mocking smile. Boom! Another violent bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Wang Zhen took a step forward and suddenly attacked. It was unknown whether the lightning moved first or Xiaochen's body moved first. The lightning with flames around it seemed to move at the same time as Xiaochen. It was so fast that one could not even see its shadow. However, while Wang Zhen was fast, Xiaochen was even faster. Wearing the fleeting shadow gloves, Xiaochen's attack speed was 20% faster than before. Just as Wang Zhen moved his feet, Xiaochen instantly drew the lunar shadow saber. Although Wang Zhen moved later, it arrived first, and a saber light flashed. Wang Zhen, who made the first move, ended up getting forced out by Xiaochen. Wang Zhen moved backward, dodging that meteor-like saber light. This caused the momentum that Wang Zhen had been building up and preparing for a lightning-quick strike to come to a premature end. His momentum plummeted. Buzz! 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 The blade of the lunar shadow saber could not stop humming. Xiaochen's clothes fluttered without any wind. His aura turned from passive to active, suppressing Wang Zhen. Such a scene only lasted for half a breath of time. However, it stunned all the cultivators watching. In the battle with the consummation blue-robed emperor, Xiaochen actually managed to gain the upper hand so quickly. Just a moment ago, Wang Zhen's aura was flourishing and boundlessly horrifying. Now, Xiaochen instantly suppressed him. Spring Saber, undefeatable peach blossoms. Summer Saber, burning to desolation. Autumn Saber, faded person smiles. Winter Saber, frost for 10,000 kilometers. Once Xiaochen gained the upper hand, he would not show mercy. Xiaochen spun his saber and thunder roared. 50 kilometers of peach blossoms appeared. Amidst the thousands of petals, he charged at Wang Zhen with his saber. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, cycle of the 4 seasons, all sorts of mysterious phenomena changed. They all turned into Xiaochen's saber technique, surging out like an avalanche. Wang Zhen could not dodge in time. He could only take this move head-on despite his weakened momentum. Under Xiao Chen's full power, Wang Zhen was knocked back. Blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. The many cultivators watching were somewhat astonished. The strongest force that Xiao Chen brought out was actually stronger than Wang Zhen's. As Wang Zhen retreated, his face sank. A fierce lightning-attributed flame burned on his body. With a thought, he drove a vast amount of the power of the world. Thundercloud storm. Wang Zhen shouted. Under Wang Zhen's guidance, the thunderclouds in the sky formed an incredibly horrifying flame whirlpool. Thunder roared endlessly in the flames. Wang Zhen pushed his palms forward, and this horrifying lightning-attributed flame whirlpool descended from the sky, smashing toward Xiao Chen. It was like a storm descending quickly. Space buzzed, and several tiny cracks appeared. The might of this move was easy to imagine. Wang Zhen intended to use this move to turn the situation around, to bring out his aura. Otherwise, if one's aura was always at the bottom, one would only be able to bring out 70 or 80% of one's strength. Xiao Chen felt startled. The power of the world that the consummation blue-robed emperor could drive was indeed startling. If the other party were slightly stronger, Xiao Chen would not be confident of defeating him. In Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, his 50% comprehended saber soul and the great perfection will of thunder merged perfectly. Crackling sounds rang out as countless arcs of electricity flickered on Xiao Chen's body. He unleashed his 50% comprehended saber soul without holding back. Flawless saber Dao, flawless blue dragon, subduing dragon profound slash. Blue dragon images appeared around Xiao Chen and quickly circled him. In that instant, the dragon images roared endlessly, and dragon might spread everywhere. Xiao Chen's right hand, which held the saber, spun slightly. As the saber spun, it gathered 18 solid dragon images into it. This formed a 30-kilometer-long saber light that stretched from the sky to the ground. Amid the horrifying dragon might, the white-robed Xiao Chen chopped down with his saber. Pu Si. The huge lightning-attributed flame whirlpool was chopped in half by Xiao Chen's saber strike. Using the 50% comprehended saber soul and the subduing dragon profound slash, Xiao Chen's burst of energy surpassed Wang Zhen's once again. The descending saber light knocked Wang Zhen back, sending him crashing miserably into a mountain peak. Kasi. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, and a fiery red bright moon soared up behind him. Then, he sent a palm strike at Wang Zhen, who was 5 kilometers away. The 1,000-year flame was a palm strike filled with hot-bloodedness and lofty aspirations. It vented all the pride and arrogance in Xiao Chen's heart. This palm strike seemed to predict the future. When Wang Zhen was still 10 meters away from the ground exploded. Overwhelming shockwaves soared up, and dust surged into the clouds, knocking Wang Zhen into the air. This time, Wang Zhen was significantly injured. The 1,000-year death contained the state of grief. The palm strike's energy lingered in the air, inflicting endless pain. As for the 1,000-year flame, it was purely an explosive, hot-blooded move. The power of this palm strike would erupt in an instant, clean and efficient. However, that was all. It could not break down the combat prowess of this consummation blue-robed emperor. The consummation blue-robed emperor merged his soul with the heavenly seal. The number of vital points in his body decreased, and his sage body improved. Originally, the profound martial technique that could kill the great perfection blue-robed emperor could only severely injure the consummation blue-robed emperor. With a thought, Xiao Chen materialized the blue dragon battle armor. All the vital qi in his body roared like a roaring dragon, surging endlessly in his body. Wearing the extraordinarily mighty battle armor, Xiao Chen soared into the air. With every step he took, his qi and blood surged, shaking the sky and the ground. This made one's body sway left and right, somewhat unsteady. Wang Zhen vomited a large mouthful of blood. Without even thinking, he prepared to charge at Xiao Chen again. When Wang Zhen saw Xiao Chen charging at him like a celestial deity, he was startled. However, even if Wang Zhen wanted to retreat, it was already too late. While Xiao Chen's speed looked slow, he was actually astonishingly fast. Chapter 1157. Without giving Wang Zhen any time to react, Xiaochen tilted his body and used the blue dragon war body as a saber. Then he materialized the flawless saber Dao and smashed Wang Zhen's chest. Wang Zhen's internal organs instantly became riddled with wounds. Every time he breathed, he felt excruciating pain. Pa! Just as Wang Zhen's body was about to fly back, Xiaochen stretched out his hand and grabbed Wang Zhen's ankle. Then he spun him in the air and tossed him at Xia Luo. All of Xiaochen's movements were linked together smoothly, not pausing at all. These few moves only took 4 or 5 breaths of time. Xia Luo shrieked and quickly retreated. However, the other great perfection blue-robed emperor cultivators of the Xia clan did not dare to retreat. They worked together to catch the flying Wang Zhen. However, a loud sound rang out, and the group of great perfection blue-robed emperor cultivators fell from the sky. Xiaochen looked coldly at the fleeing Xia Luo. Then, his figure flashed, and he descended from the sky. Xiaochen first destroyed the other party's aura with his 50% comprehended saber soul. Then he used his killing chi to trap Wang Zhen, preventing him from moving. Then he stomped on Wang Zhen. Xia Luo cried out in pain. He begged in a low voice, "One should spare people wherever it is possible. Let me off, and I promise not to seek trouble for you." When Xiaochen heard this, he could not help but find it funny. One should spare people whenever it is possible. To think that Xia Luo could say such words. His skin was really thicker than the city walls. Scram. I don't mind you seeking trouble for me. I don't care for your promise, either. However, just remember the principle of not doing the same thing more than 3 times. When Xia Luo heard that, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly thanked Xiaochen profusely, "Many thanks for being merciful. I'll scram right now." However, before Xia Luo could finish speaking, Xiaochen pulled back his leg and kicked him into the starry heavens. Before Xia Luo could even cry out, he tumbled to some unknown place. "I never said to let you scram." Xiaochen's white robes flashed. When he looked back, the remaining Xia clan cultivators were immediately frightened out of their wits, scattering in all directions. As the consummation quasi-emperor watched the Xia clan cultivators flee in a sorry state, Xiaochen felt a chill run down his spine. The group of blue-robed emperors who came with Xiaochen and were ready to help at any time were all stunned. Xiaochen had actually defeated a great perfection blue-robed emperor. This was truly shocking. The further one went, the more difficult it would be to fight someone of a higher rank. This was especially true for the blue-robed emperor realm. The difference between a great accomplishment blue-robed emperor and a great perfection blue-robed emperor could be said to be like clouds and mud. They were not on the same level at all. Many blue-robed emperors were stuck at the advanced blue-robed emperor level for their entire lives. They were unable to break through to the perfect blue-robed emperor level because it was too difficult. However, at the same time, if one cleared this stage, their strength would advance by leaps and bounds, completely incomparable to the previous stages. As great perfection blue-robed emperors, they had been stuck at this stage for decades, even centuries. Hence, they had a deep understanding of the difference between them. Everyone had respectful expressions on their faces as they landed and asked, "Young Master Xiao, are you injured?" Xiaochen circulated his energy and rested for a while, recovering some essence. Then he replied calmly, "I'm fine." Young Master Xiao is truly shocking. You defeated a consummation blue-robed emperor as a great perfection blue-robed emperor. You put us old fellows to shame. When Xiaochen heard these words of praise, he did not feel much joy in his heart. He said in a sober manner, "This is nothing. Among the consummation blue-robed emperors, this Wang Zhen is one of the weaker ones. Aside from luck, a large part of my victory was because he underestimated me." Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, "There is no need to be humble. Your strength is clear for all to see. There is no need to say too much. Let's see if the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave is below first, right?" Right. That is the proper matter. Right now, the scope is shrinking. Every hidden dragon has a high chance of being there. Who knows, the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave might be below, hiding the life and death art. At that time, if we take the lead, we will be able to enter before the other consummation blue-robed emperors. The group of people appeared very optimistic, chatting and laughing with great confidence. They all felt that they did not choose the wrong path by following behind Xiaochen. Bush, bush, bush. Just at this moment, several figures flashed in the air, arriving around the peak that Xiaochen had his eyes on. When the many old men clearly saw the appearance of the newcomers, their expressions changed drastically. They muttered, Jin Liangqi's group of consummation blue-robed emperors are actually all here. Xiaochen looked up and saw a total of 5 groups of people. The leader of each group was a consummation blue-robed emperor. Aside from Jin Liangqi, Xiaochen did not recognize the others. However, those people were no weaker than Jin Liangqi. Jin Liangqi was a peak consummation blue-robed emperor, much stronger than the Xia clan's Wang Zhen. Just one such person would give Xiaochen a headache. With 4 or 5 of them, he would not be able to deal with them head-on. Actually, the current situation was within Xiaochen's expectations. As the search area shrank, the many blue-robed emperors searching everywhere would scatter and gather together. Xiaochen estimated that there were only about 10 remaining choices. The Bloodsword Sovereign's cave would definitely be one of these 10 hidden dragon lands. Every one of them had a high chance of being there. No one was foolish enough to just watch someone else be one step ahead of them. Xiaochen entered deep thought. Then he left together with Yu Bingyun. Xiaochen did not want to clash head-on with these consummation blue-robed emperors. That would be too irrational. At least you are sensible. Jin Liangqi snorted coldly. After discussing with the other 4 consummation blue-robed emperors, they got the geomasters they brought to work together, executing a secret technique to split open the mountains and open the ground. Many people raised their heads in anticipation, filled with hope. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The dragon concealment ground was broken through. A spirit vein source turned into a roaming dragon and flew away on the clouds. This spirit vein was only a low-ranked one. The disappointed crowd ignored it, letting it drift away. Damn it! It's another empty cave. A stout consummation blue-robed emperor in the sky could not help cursing. This person looked ferocious with a scar on his face. He carried a 9-ringed saber on his back. His name was Shen Shao. In the Blackwater Sea, Shen Shao was known as the Smiling Saber Demon. His infamy spread far and wide, and his means were extremely cruel. Upon hearing Shen Shao's cursing, several great perfection blue-robed emperors felt some fear, not daring to say anything. Let's go. There are only 9 places left. If we search them one by one, we will eventually find them. Jin Liangqi glanced at Xiaochen casually. Then he left with the other consummation blue-robed emperors, rushing to the next dragon vein. Young Master Xiao, what should we do now? These consummation blue-robed emperors are clearly working together. The black-clad old man looked at Xiaochen somewhat anxiously. Xiaochen did not have any good ideas either. These people were not benevolent people. Clearly, they would not allow others to search for the dragon vein before them. Earlier, Xiaochen had sensed several cold killing intents at the foot of the mountain range. If someone else brought a geomaster to search for the dragon vein, they would definitely suffer the attacks of these people. If one wanted to join the other party, one needed to be at least a consummation blue-robed emperor's cultivation. Otherwise, they would not be able to get a share of the spoils for free. Either we follow them and see if we can fish in troubled waters, seeking fortuitous encounters. However, it is extremely dangerous, so we have to be mentally prepared for a massacre. Otherwise, we can give up early. You have already gained a small harvest along the way. It is not a loss. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen suggested 2 options. The group of blue-robed emperors all pondered this carefully. Most of them made up their minds. After saying goodbye to Xiaochen, they chased after the group, hoping to fish in troubled waters and find a chance of survival. Only a few people felt that there was no chance and left in advance. Although they were not satisfied, they had no other choice. No matter how tempting the life and death art was, it was not as important as their lives. If they lost their lives, how could they be Emperor Wu? Soon, only Xiaochen and Yu Bingyun were left at the foot of the vast mountain range. Yu Bingyun looked at the many great perfection blue-robed emperors in the air and withdrew her gaze. Then she looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "What is your choice?" Xiao Chen replied calmly, "You and I both have trump cards to protect ourselves. Naturally, it is the first choice. However, right now, I need to recuperate." After saying that, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the ground and circulated the Purple Thunder Divine incantation to recover quickly. While the earlier battle with Wang Zhen looked easy, he had actually exhausted a lot of energy. He had already drained 2/3 of his law energy. The consummation blue-robed emperor had merged his soul with the heavenly seal. His holy body was one step closer to Emperor Wu's golden body and no longer had many weak points. Xiao Chen's ability to resist damage had increased significantly. He needed to burst out with his usual attacks in the shortest time possible, crippling or injuring the other party. Otherwise, in a drawn-out battle, the one at a disadvantage would be Xiao Chen. However, there were many benefits to this battle. The most obvious was the increase in his confidence and the experience of fighting a consummation blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen thought about how Ling Xiaofan had led a consummation blue-robed emperor from the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace and beaten him to the point where he could not retaliate. Even when Xiao Chen used Neptune's crown, he had only managed to defeat the other party through trickery. Now, Xiao Chen relied on his own strength to defeat a consummation blue-robed emperor head-on, forcing the other party to flee. 4 hours later, as the Purple Thunder Divine incantation circulated frantically, Xiao Chen's law energy recovered to its original state, returning him to his peak. His sharp aura was even stronger. The reserved tyranny in his eyes startled Yu Bingyun slightly. Yu Bingyun could not help comparing Xiao Chen to the young treasure master, Yi Ling, who hid himself the deepest in the heavenly starry ocean. Right now, Xiao Chen probably did not know that his actions in the Four Seas Hero Gathering had severely damaged the luck of the surrounding outstanding talents, helping Yi Ling greatly. This allowed Yi Ling to dominate the heavenly starry ocean, providing him with great convenience and establishing a difficult opponent for Yu Bingyun. Let me see how far they have progressed. Xiao Chen stood up and flew to the top of a 30-kilometer-tall mountain peak. Then, he opened his heavenly eye and looked into the distance. Immediately, he saw everything within 500 kilometers. Every flower, every tree, every blade of grass, every tree, every insect, bird, beast, mountain, river, everything appeared. Nothing could escape Xiao Chen's heavenly eye. Suddenly, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He felt a strong gaze on him. It seemed to have discovered his gaze, so he quickly closed his heavenly eye. However, it was already too late. That expert's gaze contained the other party's cold and emotionless sword intent. Blood appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. Chapter 1158. The expression of Yu Bingyun, who flew up as well, changed. Then she quickly helped the staggering Xiao Chen up. "What's going on?" Xiao Chen's expression turned somewhat unsightly. After he calmed himself, his complexion flushed red. He frowned and said, "There is a half-step Emperor Wu in closed-door cultivation in the Hidden Dragon Lands. It will be even more difficult to obtain the life and death art." In the western part of Blackwater Island, on a majestic snowy mountain that was extremely close to the border, a middle-aged man radiating sword intent sat cross-legged at the summit of the tallest mountain. A bone-chilling cold wind blew, and a snowstorm raged endlessly. Despite the harsh environment, the hemp-robed swordsman's expression remained the same. The ice and snow that fell on him did not melt or accumulate. Instead, they flowed down like water, flowing naturally and mysteriously. This snowy mountain was the tallest mountain in the entire Blackwater Island. The temperature at the summit was negative hundreds of degrees Celsius all year round. Aside from some horrifying spirit beasts that lived on ice and snow, there was nothing else that attracted people. Under normal circumstances, no one would come here to suffer for no reason. Of course, some cultivators who cultivated ice-attributed states were an exception, such as this hemp-robed swordsman, who had been in seclusion for 100 years. The hemp-robed swordsman looked into the distance, and his lips curled up in a cold smile. He said indifferently, "Your reaction is pretty good. You managed to save your eyes." If Xiao Chen had guessed right, This hemp-robed swordsman was the mysterious half-step Emperor Wu who injured Xiao Chen's heavenly eye with just one gaze. You should rejoice that you saw me 100 years later. If it were 100 years ago, it would not have been so simple to pry into my seclusion. The hemp-robed snorted coldly and closed his eyes again. Then he continued to cultivate at the summit, comprehending the peak of the ice sword soul. However, he didn't close his eyes for long before he opened them again. This time, it could be seen that when he opened his eyes, there was a strange light in them. This time, his eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent. A cold aura spread out from his body, causing the wind and snow to freeze. The entire scene suddenly froze. Cut. The instant the hemp-robed swordsman stood up, the snowflakes filling the air exploded, shattered by countless sword intents. There's really no end to this. 100 years have passed. Have the people of Blackwater Island forgotten my name, Bing Xuejian? He sensed that many people were flying over the entire snowy mountain range, and there were still people coming in an endless stream. All of them were at the blue-robed emperor level of cultivation. The ones who had come were naturally the group of great perfection blue-robed emperors represented by Jin Liangqi and the smiling saber demon. Behind them were hundreds and thousands of great perfection and small perfection blue-robed emperors who wanted to fish in troubled waters. The life and death art could condense a heart of an emperor in advance, making these blue-robed emperors willing to risk their lives to come and fight for their lives. Jin Liangqi and the rest traveled over land and water before finally arriving at the foot of the snowy mountain. Looking at the peak that pierced through the clouds, he said, "The western part of Blackwater Island. This is the last hidden dragon land. The blood sword sovereign's dwelling from 50,000 years ago must be in there." The smiling saber demon, Shen Shao, grinned and said, "What are we waiting for? Let's make our move." "It will not be easy. A massacre happened here 100 years ago. A mysterious swordsman killed all the ice-attributed cultivators cultivating in seclusion in the entire mountain range. I wonder if they are still here," a rather old man said. An old man said, "This person was called Old Tai because of his body refinement technique, causing his body to be as tough as an iron wall. After advancing to consummation blue-robed emperor, he became even more difficult to deal with, earning him the nickname Old Iron." That's right. I still remember that massacre even to this day. It seems to be the Ice Sword Sovereign's first disciple, Bing Xuejian, who betrayed his sect, another old man said. Jin Liangqi said after some thought, 100 years have passed, and there has been no news of this person. He probably left already. Even if he is still here, with so many of us, we might not be afraid of him. That's right. Even if he is here, we have to kill him back. Does he really think that he is the king of this snowy mountain? The smiling saber demon said with a sinister expression. The temptation of the life and death art was too great. The few consummation blue-robed emperors discussed it for a while and decided to make a move. The 5 geomasters listened to the orders and immediately executed their dragon-seeking arts, preparing to attack the hidden dragons. 10 kilometers away, Fei Lingyi, who was hidden in the wind and snow, entered deep thought as he looked at the snowy mountain. He said softly, "To think that the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave is here. It looks like it is impossible to obtain the secret technique alone. However, this is fine as well. If I work with Bing Xuejian, I will be more confident of dealing with this group of people. If I use the jadeite, I can destroy this Bing Xuejian alone. In the end, the life and death art will still be grasped by one person." Fei Lingyi had been secretly paying attention to the movements of the life and death art. After he recovered from his injuries, he came out of closed-door cultivation and followed behind this group of treasure seekers. Fei Lingyi had failed his tribulation once. Without any special fortuitous encounter, he would never be able to advance to martial emperor in this lifetime. This blood sword sovereign's life and death art was his fortuitous encounter. He wanted the life and death art more than anyone else. As the geomasters made their move, strands of dragon chi surged out of the ground. Everyone knew that this was already the last hidden dragon ground in the vast western region. As the blue-robed emperor watched the soaring dragon chi, he became very nervous. However, just at this extremely tense moment, A scarlet sword light silently appeared in the snow, filling the air. Before the 5 geomasters could react, this sword light chopped off their heads. Who is it? The expressions of Jin Liangqi and the others changed drastically as they retreated. They instantly raised their guard and released their auras, showing anxious expressions. This strand of sword chi was too strange. Unexpectedly, it managed to silently kill 5 geomasters right before their eyes. Even if this person was not a half-step Emperor Wu, he was still stronger than them. Such a scene sent a chill down the backs of the blue-robed emperor, who was preparing to fish in troubled waters, feeling some lingering fear. Since you know my name, you still dare to come and send yourselves to death. You are all extraordinarily bold. A figure slowly appeared in the wind and snow. When the silhouette became clear, this figure took one step and arrived before Jin Liangqi and the others. Bing Xuejian. Jin Liangqi and the others immediately felt their scalps go numb. Unexpectedly, at the final step, they still ran into the person they did not want to see the most. The smiling saber demon showed an anxious expression. Although he said that he would press forward courageously, he did not have much confidence when facing this Bing Xuejian. With the 5 working together, they actually had a 50-50 chance of victory against Bing Xuejian. However, the 5 of them were not kind people. They did not trust each other, making it hard for them to work together. If they really fought, they would definitely be defeated and flee. Some of them might even lose their lives. Jin Liangqi was rather calm. He said sullenly, "Senior is too serious. If we knew that Senior was here, we would not have dared to be rash." "In that case, scram." Bing Xuejian interrupted coldly. The 5 showed unsightly expressions. Jin Liangqi suppressed the rage in his heart and said, "We have conclusive evidence that a Saber Emperor's cave is hidden at the foot of this mountain range. The treasures in there are of some use to us. However, they are of no help to a swordsman like Senior." "Ha! Jin Liangqi, don't you blush when you lie?" Amid loud laughter, Fei Lingyi gave off a boundless aura, sending the wind and snow flying everywhere. He moved 1 kilometer with each step, arriving before the group in 10 steps. Bing Xuejian, the cave where the legendary blood sword sovereign once cultivated, is hidden at the foot of this mountain range. The life and death art is probably in there. You are also someone who failed the great tribulation of wind and fire. How could the life and death art be useless to you? Fei Lingyi smiled widely, feeling very pleased with himself. The sorrow from that day no longer showed on his face. Now, he regained his former arrogance and tyranny. The moment Fei Lingyi spoke, he did not show any mercy, exposing Jin Liangqi and the others. Jin Liangqi and the others looked at Fei Lingyi, gritting their teeth in hatred. However, they could not do anything about it. They could only curse at Fei Lingyi. Fei Lingyi did not even look at Jin Liangqi and the others. He continued, "How about it? Are you interested in coming with me to explore this blood sword sovereign's cave? The 2 of us can be considered to be in the same boat, able to ascend to martial emperor together." "Naturally, I am interested," Bing Xuejian said indifferently. Fei Lingyi laughed loudly, and he unleashed the aura of a half-step Emperor Wu. "Good. In that case, work with me and get rid of these flies first." The moment Fei Lingyi said that, he immediately caused a huge commotion. Panic spread everywhere. Even if everyone knew that Bing Xuejian was here, they would not be so panicked. 1 half-step Emperor Wu would not be able to slaughter everyone here. However, 2 half-step Emperor Wu working together would be more than enough to chase them all away. Jin Liangqi and the others felt dissatisfied. They looked at Bing Xuejian with a final trace of hope. Although they felt that hope was slim, they still hoped for a chance to turn things around. Fei Lingyi appeared very confident. He had interacted with Bing Xuejian before and knew what kind of person he was. He would definitely agree to his request. However, unexpectedly, the hemp-robed swordsman smiled coldly and said, "Fei Lingyi, you seem to be mistaken. I am definitely interested in the blood sword sovereign's cave. However, I have no interest in working with you. How could I not know what you are planning?" Fei Lingyi's expression turned cold as he said, "Bing Xuejian, are you out of your mind?" Jin Liangqi heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he took the opportunity to smile and say, "Manor Lord, don't overthink. Everyone knows that you have the jade. Without us restraining him, Senior Bing Xuejian would not be a match for you. In the end, you would still obtain the life and death art." That's right. Given your tyrannical character, you absolutely would not think of sharing the life and death art. In your heart, you believe that it belongs to you, the smiling saber demon said at the same time. Bing Xuejian did not say anything. Clearly, he agreed with what these people said. The sudden reversal of the situation ruined Fei Lingyi's plan. Manor Lord Fei, actually, there is no need to be so exclusive. Everyone obtained the life and death art together. Wouldn't it be better to share it? Furthermore, we do not know what dangers there are in the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave. Before we enter, we are already panicking. That is not a good sign. The older Old Tai acted as a mediator, advising at an appropriate time. Indeed, the Blood Sword Sovereign was a demon mixed blood. He was terrifyingly strong, known as the most dazzling legendary martial emperor of the Black Sea. The Blood Sword Sovereign's cave would not be smooth sailing. There would definitely be many unknown dangers. Chapter 1159. Fei Lingyi thought for a long time before saying, "I will not lower myself to your level for now." Jin Liangqi smiled and said, "That's good. Everyone is happy. However, now that the Geomasters are dead, it will be somewhat difficult to enter the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave, which is buried deep underground. There is no need to go through so much trouble. Let's work together and tear open this mountain range and the ground," Bing Xuejian said calmly and casually. Jin Liangqi hesitated before saying, "It is not difficult to work together. However, isn't it a little inappropriate to exhaust law energy like that?" Bing Xuejian revealed a disdainful expression. Then, he drew an ice blood sword and said, "I'll do the main force. You all just provide support from the side." After Bing Xuejian spoke, he turned around and hacked at the tall mountain peak. A scarlet sword light flickered on the sword. The sword light was like a pillar, reaching the sky and the ground. It also contained an unparalleled, bone-chilling sword intent, making one's hair stand on end. Several of the blue-robed emperors thought to themselves, "This Bing Xuejian's sword soul has reached at least 70% comprehension. It is a true great perfection sword soul." Furthermore, Bing Xuejian raised the will of ice to its limits, perfectly merging it with the sword soul without any openings. Before the shocked gazes of the many blue-robed emperors, this scarlet sword light chopped the tall mountain peak in half. Then, a loud sound rang out, and the mountain peak collapsed. The collapse of the snowy mountain caused a chain reaction. Endless avalanches occurred in the mountain range. The rumbling continued, and the ground within 100 miles shook. It was like an earthquake. Fei Lingyi, Jin Liangqi, and the others made their move after that. They worked together and uprooted the ground under the mountain range. Incomparably large chunks of soil floated in the air, covering the sky. Dust and snow flew everywhere. The entire scene was chaotic. When the chaos stopped, the tall mountain was no longer there. Instead, a huge pit 10 kilometers deep appeared. At the bottom of the pit was a half-open hole, attracting everyone's attention. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Figures flickered, quickly flashing towards the entrance of the cave. Needless to say, this cave was definitely the entrance to the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave. The more than 1,000 blue-robed emperors, who were trying to fish in troubled waters, had a thought and immediately followed. In an instant, everyone was gone. The originally lively surface of the snowy mountain was no longer a living person. After a while, two figures, a man and a woman, appeared at the edge of the huge pit. The man was dressed in white and had delicate features. He exuded an indescribable sense of loneliness and arrogance. He clearly didn't have any expression on his face, but he gave off the feeling that he was even colder than this land of ice and snow. The woman was as beautiful as a flower. This flower was as pure as ice and as clean as jade, even more otherworldly than white snow. There was a natural air to her beautiful appearance, making her look like a fairy. Standing in this land of ice and snow, she exuded boundless charm. Ordinary men wouldn't even dare to look straight at her. They didn't have the courage to look directly at that celestial face. Naturally, This man and woman were Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun. After learning that a half-step Emperor Wu would interfere in the matter of searching for the cave, the two became much more cautious. The two of them were much more cautious and did not rush to the front lines. Instead, they followed behind everyone and quietly observed the development of the situation. He had seen everything that had happened earlier clearly. Things are really getting more complicated. Unexpectedly, two half-step Emperor Wu appeared. The difficulty of obtaining the life and death art has increased. Although Yu Bingyun's expression did not look optimistic, she did not show any despair. Furthermore, she only said that it would be more difficult. Xiao Chen looked at her and said, "Now that things have reached this point, shouldn't you tell me what your trump card is?" Yu Bingyun smiled sweetly and said, "You will know when the time comes. I owe you a favor for the heavenly origin pill. This time, I will definitely do my best to help you obtain the Blood Sword Sovereign's life and death art. You can rest assured." Since Yu Bingyun said that, Xiao Chen did not insist. He looked at the dark cave entrance and prepared to go in. Suddenly, he frowned and said, "There's a bloody smell. I smell it as well. However, it is quite normal, right? Those who are not strong enough will try to fish in troubled waters. After entering this cave, they will inevitably get injured." Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "That's not normal. The amount of blood these people lost is very abnormal. It is much more than a regular death. Otherwise, the bloody smell in the air would not be so thick. This place is very strange. Be careful when you enter." Holding the lunar shadow saber, Xiao Chen took the lead and flew towards the cave entrance. When the two arrived before the dark cave entrance, the bloody smell became even thicker, almost choking their nostrils and making them feel uncomfortable. After walking for a while, expensive illumination stones appeared above the cave entrance, illuminating the space. The walls on the left and right were very flat, with clear signs of carvings. As they walked further in, some murals appeared on the walls. Based on the rough markings, they should be the Blood Sword Sovereign's casual work. Most of the murals were of people dancing with swords. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and caressed the figure in the murals. A jagged sword intent penetrated the murals and entered Xiao Chen's mind. The person in the murals seemed to come to life as he charged at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen quickly let go and took a few steps back. The lightning saber soul in his sea of consciousness surged out with a thought and shattered the sword intent flying out of the murals. When Xiao Chen looked at the murals again, he felt astonished. The Blood Sword Sovereign's casual work still had such might after 50,000 years. This was truly shocking. If Xiao Chen were a swordsman, he would definitely stop and study it. He would definitely gain a lot. Perhaps his sword's soul might even grow stronger. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen was a bladesman. Although the murals were wondrous, they were not very useful to him. As the two continued forward, there were more and more forks in the road. Xiao Chen wondered what the Blood Sword Sovereign was thinking back then, making a cave for cultivation so luxurious and complicated. Amid the heavy stench of blood, the two finally saw the first corpse. The corpse belonged to an old man. This old man's entire body was already dried, his skin and bones connected. His eyeballs were deeply sunken in, and there were large dried bloodstains on his neck. Xiao Chen carefully examined the wound on the old man's neck and discovered 2 bloody holes. It looked like sharp teeth had bitten through it. There were many blood-sucking ferocious beasts in the Kunlun realm. Xiao Chen knew of at least 3 of them. However, when Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun saw this scene and the wounds, they immediately thought of another possibility. Blood demons, one of the 18 demon races of the deep abyss demonic world. Furthermore, they were not low-ranked blood demons. Otherwise, they would not have teeth. No wonder the stench of blood was so heavy. With these blood demons around, it would be strange if the stench was not heavy. It looks like the rumors are true. The Blood Sword Sovereign is indeed a mixed blood of humans and demons. Furthermore, he is one of the mysterious blood demons of the demonic world, Yu Bingyun said. Xiao Chen looked up and was about to say something when he suddenly saw a shadow silently appear above the cave entrance, heading towards Yu Bingyun. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen did not even think. He quickly drew his saber and chopped the descending shadow in half. After the shadow split in half and landed on the ground, It quickly merged back together, forming an ugly humanoid monster with sharp teeth. Its body was covered in wrinkles, and it gave off a heavy stench of blood. This appearance was very different from the blood demons that Xiao Chen remembered, completely different. Clumps of shadows descended from the cave entrance, and many similar blood-sucking monsters appeared. They surrounded Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun in the rather vast stone room. With a rough count, there were at least 20 of these monsters. Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun did not dare to be careless. Even the blue-robed emperor fell at the hands of these blood-sucking monsters. There had to be something extraordinary about them. The two stood back to back, cautiously looking around, keeping their guard up. "Thank you for your help," Yu Bingyun said gratefully as a ribbon appeared in her hand. Xiao Chen had already drawn his lunar shadow saber. He said calmly, "There is no need to say so much. Let's deal with the trouble before us first." These blood-sucking monsters all stared at the two with bloodshot eyes. Disgusting liquid leaked out of the corners of their mouths as they hissed, looking like they would pounce over at any moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Black shadows flickered. After probing for a while, these blood-sucking monsters turned into clumps of light and quickly launched themselves at the two. They were so fast that only their shadows could be seen. Xiao Chen activated the fleeting shadow glove, and sparks flickered on his saber. He infused his lightning saber soul into it, sending out an impenetrable saber light. The saber light flickered, and electricity crackled. Xiao Chen chopped off the arms and heads of the blood-sucking monsters that pounced over, sending them flying. None of them could get close to him. However, Yu Bingyun was even more violent than Xiao Chen. The ribbon in her hand shot out with a whoosh, even faster than the blood-sucking monsters. The ribbon struck every blood-sucking monster that pounced at Yu Bingyun. Their heads exploded in an instant, and blood spurted out. In this high-speed clash, the two knocked back the 20-odd blood-sucking monsters. They fell to the ground, wriggling, missing their arms and heads. They did not seem as difficult to deal with as Xiao Chen had imagined. It looked like they were just some low-level monsters. The truly difficult ones were yet to come. However, just as the two were about to release their bated breath, the blood-sucking monsters on the ground suddenly leaped up. Arms and heads quickly grew back. Their expressions turned sinister as they bared their fangs and launched themselves at the two again. After this happened 3 times, the two's expressions changed. Are these monsters unkillable? Xiao Chen, these might be human cultivators who were bitten by the blood demons. I don't know what happened to them, but they mutated. As Xiao Chen knocked back the blood-sucking monsters flying over, he quickly asked, "Is there any way to deal with them?" "Not yet. They should have been bitten by the blood sword sovereign. Otherwise, they would not be so difficult to deal with." When Xiao Chen heard that, he entered deep thought. This cannot continue. Although he did not believe that there were monsters that could never be killed, if they continued fighting like this, they would not be able to reach the depths of the cave. I have to think of a way. As Xiao Chen's thoughts wandered, he thought of switching to a saber soul of another attribute. He wondered if it would be effective. Aside from the lightning saber soul, the saber souls that Xiao Chen was most proficient with were the death saber soul and the destruction saber soul. He wondered if the death saber soul would have an unexpected effect on these monsters. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen switched out the powerful lightning saber soul. Then, he extracted the state of death from the cycle banner and merged it with the saber soul. Chapter 1160. When the saber shrouded in black smoke chopped down, the blood-sucking monster that Xiao Chen struck let out sharp cries of pain. As the death saber intent swept through the blood-sucking monster, its body rapidly shriveled up. "It's effective!" Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. His saber light flashed as he hacked down 3 times, thoroughly finishing off this blood-sucking monster. "Stand behind me." With confidence, Xiao Chen said to Yu Bingyun, preparing to clean up these monsters in one fell swoop. Although Yu Bingyun did not know what Xiao Chen was planning, she still chose to believe him. She put away the ribbons and quickly stood behind him. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Xiao Chen shouted and executed the disordered dance of 1,000 years that he had not used in a long time. Although this martial technique was of a lower rank, it was most suitable for large-scale chaotic battles. Executing this move with the Death Saber Soul was perfect for dealing with these blood-sucking monsters. Miserable shrieks rang out as Xiao Chen moved with the wind. With every step he took, he sent out 49 saber lights. The stone room was filled with the afterimages of his saber lights. Miserable cries rang out. By the time Xiao Chen withdrew his saber, not a single blood-sucking monster remained standing. They were all dead, their life force severed. Yu Bingyun entered deep thought. Feeling somewhat surprised, she said, "Unexpectedly, the state of death has such a miraculous effect on these monsters. It looks like this place will be of help to you." Who could have imagined that Xiao Chen happened to know the state of death and could find the weakness of these blood-sucking monsters? To others, these monsters were very troublesome. However, to Xiao Chen, they were just ordinary blood demon monsters. Xiao Chen's expression did not relax. He shook his head and said, "That might not be the case. My state of death has not advanced to a will yet. It is not a problem for me to deal with these small fries. However, if I run into something stronger, it will be problematic. Furthermore, the power of the world that those consummation blue-robed emperors can drive is boundlessly horrifying. These small fries might not be able to stop them. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's go quickly. This cave is too deep and there are too many forks. We have to find the life and death art quickly." With Xiao Chen's Death Saber Soul paving the way, the two of them proceeded at a much faster pace. As the number of forks increased, the Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor, Bing Xuejian, and Fei Lingyi, who were walking at the very front, slowly parted ways. At an intersection, the smiling saber demon brandished his 9-ringed sword and chopped 3 blood-sucking monsters, blocking his way into several pieces. After the monster fused, a cruel smile appeared on its face and it continued to attack. Every saber strike carried a strong force, pulverizing the blood-sucking monster's internal organs. After this happened 3 times, the blood-sucking monster on the ground no longer moved. The smiling saber demon snorted coldly, "You are just trash, yet you want to kill me?" However, he did not know that after he left, the blood-sucking monsters on the ground began to slowly and arduously merge back together. They did not die as he had expected. Bing Xuejian's expression was cold as he walked down the passageway. When he saw some paintings that he was interested in, he would occasionally stop and carefully study them. The sword intent in the paintings allowed him to gain a lot every time. How unfortunate! If I had entered this cave several hundred years earlier, I would not have failed my tribulation of wind and fire. Although Xiao Chen had gained a lot, his cultivation had already reached this level, so he could not provide much substantial help. If Xiao Chen had come in when he first became the blue-robed emperor, he would have improved greatly by just looking at a few of the paintings and absorbing the sword intent in them. A blood-sucking monster charged at Bing Xuejian, who was looking at the paintings. Bing Xuejian did not even look at it, just casually stabbing out with his sword. A boundless icy sword intent surged out, and the blood-sucking monster did not even have time to cry out before it scattered, turning into ice pearls on the ground, splitting into tens of thousands of pieces. The icy sword intent contained in the ice pearls shot out again, breaking every ice pearl into tens of thousands of pieces and turning them into nothing. Xiao Chen's tyrannical sword soul flabbergasted everyone, appearing to be unimaginably strong. The other blood-sucking monsters in the passageway seemed to sense how difficult Bing Xuejian was to deal with. They all gave way, not daring to offend this person. Bing Xuejian glanced at the blood-sucking monsters that left and smiled coldly. "I can't kill you. Even someone who cultivated the golden body of Emperor Wu can die, what more you monsters?" Fei Lingyi walked in the passageway of the cave with a calm expression. Many blood-sucking monsters flew over and chopped them in half. They were all cut in half by his sword. His sword was wrapped in a jade-like green light. Green crystals appeared on the wounds of the blood-sucking monsters that were cut in half, covering the entire wound. No matter how hard they tried, the two halves of their bodies could not fuse back together. Those green crystals continued to spread and permeate the blood-sucking monsters' bodies. After a while, their entire bodies crystallized. Fei Lingyi sheathed his sword, and crunching sounds rang out. All the blood-sucking monsters on the ground shattered into green crystals. Kasi. Fei Lingyi stepped on these crystals, causing them to crackle and shatter upon contact. The reason for such a strange scene was not because Fei Lingyi's sword soul had any special effects. Instead, it was because he used a portion of the jade-green starstone's energy. Although these blood-sucking monsters could not injure him, his sword soul was slightly weaker than Bing Xuejian's. With Fei Lingyi's own strength, he could not kill these blood-sucking monsters so easily. However, after using the jade-green starstone, it was as easy as flipping his hand. He could finish off a large group with one move. Feeling that Fei Lingyi was difficult to deal with, the remaining blood-sucking monsters in the cave scattered in a fluster, searching for new targets. Seeing these blood-sucking monsters retreat, Fei Lingyi frowned slightly. These should be the food that the Blood Sword Sovereign reared in captivity back then. They are all unpardonably evil people. However, they are not very strong. If I run into a blue-robed Emperor-level blood-sucking monster, it will be difficult to deal with. However, I have the jade-green starstone. Compared to Bing Xuejian, I still have a great advantage. As Fei Lingyi walked and saw these murals, his expression mirrored Bing Xuejian's, one of extreme pity. To a swordsman, the Blood Sword Sovereign's casual work from 50,000 years ago was still a rare treasure. Unfortunately, Fei Lingyi was now a half-step Emperor Wu. Under the situation where his cultivation could not increase, his sword Dao was no weaker than some minor heavenly Emperor Wu's. The sword intent contained in the murals was not of much help to Fei Lingyi. However, if Fei Lingyi was lucky, he might be able to find a mural that the Blood Sword Sovereign made wholeheartedly. That should be of great help. As Fei Lingyi walked, he saw a stone room on the left side of the passageway. He pushed the door open and entered. Then, he drew his sword, and a jade-green sword light containing a vast sword intent swept through the stone room. Miserable cries rang out. When the sword chi finished sweeping through the room, all the blood-sucking monsters lying in the room were dead. Fei Lingyi sized up the stone room and revealed a disappointed expression. He did not see a prayer mat in there. This meant that this was not the Blood Sword Sovereign's cultivation room but a storage room. After searching for a while, Fei Lingyi found a stone chest. Essence stones. After opening the chest, Fei Lingyi's eyes lit up. However, they quickly dimmed. Essence stones were heaven-earth crystals produced by King Spirit veins. They were essential for Emperor Wu's daily cultivation. Things that were exceptionally precious to ordinary people were useless to Fei Lingyi. After failing the tribulation, Fei Lingyi's cultivation could no longer increase. I'll put them away first. If I successfully find the life and death art, I might still have a chance of becoming Emperor Wu. At that time, these essence stones will be useful. Fei Lingyi consoled himself. Then, he placed the 100 essence stones in his spatial ring in a good mood. As the half-step Emperor Wu and the consummation blue-robed Emperor walked through the passageway unimpeded and gained many benefits, the small perfection blue-robed Emperor and the great perfection blue-robed Emperor were in a somewhat dismal mood. As for the small perfection blue-robed Emperor and the great perfection blue-robed Emperor, who followed Fei Lingyi in, their fates were somewhat bleak. The great perfection blue-robed Emperor was still fine. However, when the small perfection blue-robed Emperor met with the blood-sucking monsters, he had no chance of survival. There were already quite a number of people who wanted to retreat. To them, this place had already become hell. When facing the unkillable blood-sucking monsters, there was nothing they could do. If they ran into them, they could only wait for death. Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun's journey was rather smooth. Later, Xiao Chen thought of a way to spread out his state of death. Then, those blood-sucking monsters took the initiative to avoid them. There seems to be the sound of fighting in front. Yu Bingyun said. After walking for a long time, they had heard many sounds of fighting. This time, Yu Bingyun spoke up because she found the sounds familiar. Xiao Chen listened attentively for a moment, then said, "It's the group that first followed us. Let's go and take a look." With a flash, Xiao Chen appeared in a spacious stone room. He saw the black-clad old man who had made a bet with him. The black-clad old man was leading a group of 10 people as they struggled to block the attacks of the blood-sucking monster. The sounds of intense fighting and the cultivators with vigorous qi and blood attracted the blood-sucking monsters. The number of blood-sucking monsters surrounding them had already reached 100. Facing these blood-sucking monsters that they were unable to kill no matter what they did, their foreheads were covered in sweat, and their bodies were riddled with injuries. Brother Xiaoqun, retreat quickly. These blood-sucking monsters can't be killed. When the black-robed old man saw Xiaoqun, there was no joy on his face. He asked Xiaoqun to retreat first. It's okay. Just hold on for a while. After saying a simple sentence, Xiaoqun rushed in and released his death sword soul. The blood-sucking monsters in the way could not last one move against Xiaoqun. They were easily dealt with in one exchange, chopped into pieces, their life force severed, unable to revive. After a few breaths, Xiaoqun killed all the blood-sucking monsters in the stone room, forcing them to flee. None of them dared to linger. Xiaoqun did not chase after them. After he helped this group of Emperor Wu out of danger, he sheathed his saber. Such a scene was very shocking. The blood-sucking monsters that they could not kill no matter what they did were like chopping vegetables in Xiaoqun's hands, killing them cleanly. The black-clad old man and the others were somewhat speechless, unable to understand. Xiaoqun said honestly, these blood-sucking monsters are afraid of the state of death. It can be considered their weakness. I was fortunate enough to know some of the state of death. Only then did the others understand. So, that was what happened. The black-clad old man heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled bitterly and said, Brother Xiaoqun, I should have listened to you earlier and not gotten involved in this mess. Chapter 1161. Xiaoqun glanced at the horrifying corpses on the ground. Many of them were people he was familiar with. They had chatted happily with him, but in the end, they still died because of greed. It could not be said that they were greedy. It was just that the emperor's path was rugged. If they fell on the path of fortuitous encounters, they would add another pile of corpses to the road to martial emperor. After sizing up the remaining old men, Xiaoqun said, I'll send you back to the cave. When the black-clad old man heard that, he felt gratified. He waved his hand and said, There's no need. If we flee at full speed, these blood-sucking monsters will not be able to catch us in the passageway. This time, we got trapped because of greed. We were trapped in the stone room, unable to get out. There seemed to be more to this. Xiaoqun raised his eyebrows and asked, What do you mean? One of the old men pulled out a stone box. After he opened it, a dazzling light came out. These are essence stones. Yu Bingyun immediately recognized them. She exclaimed with some shock, There are so many of them. There are more than 100. The black-clad old man said with some embarrassment, That's not all. There are a few more stone boxes behind. In total, there are more than 1,000. We killed each other because of these essence stones. That's how the blood-sucking monsters found an opportunity to surround us in the secret room. Otherwise, we would not have been unable to even charge out. Only now did Xiaoqun discover that most of the wounds on the group were from weapons, fists, and kicks. Brother Xiaoqun, you saved our lives. We do not want these essence stones anymore. Goodbye. If you need any help in the future, just let this old man know. The group was deeply affected, feeling depressed. After exchanging a few words with Xiaoqun, they left the stone room, wanting to leave this cave as soon as possible. As Xiaoqun watched the group leave and the corpses on the ground, he felt complicated. The emperor's road was truly littered with corpses. These blue-robed emperors were people who could summon the wind and summon the rain outside. Wherever they went, they would receive the highest treatment, becoming an overlord of a region. Unfortunately, that most sacred emperor's door, the temptation was too great. It could make people forget about life and death and continue to chase after it. One day, would he also fall on this road of emperor? It became an inconspicuous wave in the endless sea of corpses. People stepped on it and walked forward. What do we do with these origin essence stones? Clearly, Yu Bingyun was interested in this essence stone as well. This was a special crystal that came with a king's spirit vein. Even Emperor Wu had a use for it. To blue-robed emperor cultivators, it was naturally even more useful. It was not strange for Yu Bingyun to be tempted. Xiaoqun did not think much of it. He said calmly, Since you agreed to help me deal with Bing Xuejin and Fei Lingyi, we will split these essence stones equally then. Yu Bingyun smiled and said, Half each? That's too greedy. Just give me one chest. My luck is pretty good. To think that there are so many essence stones in this stone room. Ha! They are all mine, Shinzhao's. Suddenly, an uninvited guest appeared at the entrance of the stone room. It was the infamous smiling saber demon. The expressions of Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun could not help but change at the same time. The smiling saber demon was a peak existence of the consummation blue-robed emperor. His strength was more than a level or two higher than Wang Zhen's, the same as Jin Liangqi's. The difference between the two was clearly displayed on the testing stele in front of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion, 1 9-star and 1 3-star. I only give people one chance. I will never give them a second chance. The smiling saber demon put down his 9-ringed saber and smiled coldly. The scars on his saber wiggled, and his sinister expression inspired fear. Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun quickly sent voice projections. After a few simple words, they quickly made a decision. One word. Kill. The ribbon in Yu Bingyun's hand flew towards the smiling saber demon. In her hand, the soft ribbon was as hard as a dragon and as agile as a swallow. You overestimate yourself. The smiling saber demon stretched out his hand and grabbed the ribbon. It was like he was grabbing the neck of a dragon. Then he grabbed it with both hands and yanked. The smiling saber demon wanted to pull Yu Bingyun into the air and kill her with one saber strike. However, how could Yu Bingyun's means be so simple? Yu Bingyun's pretty eyes turned cold as she released the ribbon in her right hand and formed hand seals. In that instant, hundreds of colorful ribbons shot towards the smiling saber demon as Yu Bingyun formed hand seals. As the ribbons flew, Yu Bingyun spun her feet and leaped around, performing a graceful dance. The hundreds of ribbons turned into thousands of different poses, trapping the smiling saber demon for a short time. Xiao Chen took advantage of this opportunity to make his move. His figure flashed, and he stepped on the ribbons, charging at the smiling saber demon. The instant Xiao Chen drew his saber, he executed the flawless bright moon that he was familiar with. At the same time, he did not hold back at all with his 50% comprehended saber soul. If Xiao Chen held back against such an opponent, he would be asking for trouble. You are still too inexperienced to play with the saber with me. The smiling saber demon laughed maniacally and executed an inferior-grade profound martial technique with his 9-ringed saber, clashing with the saber. Bang! The two sabers clashed, sending out countless sparks. Saber intent flew everywhere, shredding Yu Bingyun's ribbons into pieces. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and took 3 steps back. Then he stood on the ribbons once more. However, the smiling saber demon, whose cultivation was higher than Xiao Chen's, took 10 steps back. His face filled with disbelief as he exclaimed, 50% comprehended saber soul. Brat, you actually cultivated your saber soul to 50% comprehension. By relying on a saber soul that surpassed the smiling saber demons by 20%, the one who held the upper hand in their first clash was Xiao Chen. If not for his killing move of a 50% comprehended saber soul, Xiao Chen would not have rashly made a move, choosing to fight the smiling saber demon. However, if that was all, it would still be somewhat difficult for Xiao Chen to defeat a consummation blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen needed to end the battle quickly. He could not drag this out. The instant the smiling saber demon moved back, Yu Bingyun did not remain idle, either. 2 ribbons moved as nimbly as snakes, quickly wrapping around the smiling saber demon's legs. Although the smiling saber demon reacted very quickly, breaking the ribbons, this delay gave Xiao Chen an opportunity. Flawless 4 seasons. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter. 4 moves in one saber, growing and multiplying endlessly, having a boundless aftershock. Of all the profound martial techniques that Xiao Chen knew, this was the move with the strongest long-lasting damage. Furthermore, the variations of each move were extremely difficult to deal with. In his haste, the smiling saber demon only lasted for 2 seconds before getting knocked back by Xiao Chen, feeling sullen. Furthermore, Yu Bingyun's harassment came at the right time, not giving the smiling saber demon a chance to fight head-on with Xiao Chen in one go. By relying on the two's tacit cooperation and Xiao Chen's 50% comprehended saber soul, the two suppressed the smiling saber demon from the start to the end. One side's aura grew stronger as they fought, while the other's aura fell. Slowly, he could not bring out even 70% of his strength. The smiling saber demon had a lot of cultivation, but he could not bring it out to his heart's content. He was as sullen as he could be. Damn it! White-robed bladesman, don't give me a chance to find you alone. If the smiling saber demon persisted, he would definitely die here. After saying that, he fled in a sorry state, his body riddled with wounds. When several great perfection blue-robed emperors saw this scene, they were greatly startled. Who could have reduced the smiling saber demon to such a sorry state? Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and gave Yu Bingyun a box of essence stones. Then he put away the remaining 9 boxes. Right now, Xiao Qin was still a great perfection blue-robed emperor, far from the peak. These essence stones were like charcoal in snowy weather, so there was no need to stand on ceremony. If Xiao Qin had reached the peak of the great perfection blue-robed emperor, he would not fear the smiling saber demon at all. He would be able to defeat the smiling saber demon alone. After the two left, a figure silently walked out of the passageway. It was Jianghu from Dark City. What a fellow! To think that he hid his strength so deeply. As Jianghu looked at Xiao Qin's back, a deep look flashed in his eyes. If he fought blindly, he might really lose to Xiao Qin. Furthermore, it would be a very ugly defeat. This time, with Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi around, my chances of obtaining the life and death art should be 0. Fortunately, I obtained a lot of essence stones and a medial-grade profound martial technique. I'll go back and enter closed-door cultivation for now. I'll wait until I reach peak great perfection blue-robed emperor first. Given Xiao Qin's comprehension ability, merging his soul with the heavenly seal would not be difficult. It was just a matter of time. Xiao Qin was not in too much of a rush for the life and death art. If he tried to force his way through, losing his life would be a great loss. When I come out of closed-door cultivation, I'll come and settle the score with you. Jianghu withdrew his cold gaze and turned to head in the direction of the entrance. He had gained a lot on this trip and was satisfied. However, Xiao Qin was not satisfied. He needed to obtain the life and death art. Even if he had to face Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi, 2 horrifying characters, he did not care. There was too little time for him. He could not wait. He had to obtain the Blood Sword Sovereign's secret technique for condensing the heart of an emperor in advance. For the rest of the journey, Xiao Qin sped up significantly, resulting in Yu Bingyun being unable to keep up. In Xiao Qin's hands, the Thunder Dragon steps became increasingly exquisite, infinitely close to consummation, making his figure like a dragon. When Xiao Qin took a step forward, electric light flashed, and dragon roars rang out endlessly. The flickering, mysterious phenomenon stunned everyone who saw it. Relying on the nimbleness of the Thunder Dragon steps, Xiao Qin ventured deeper after half a day and arrived before a vast stone room. All the forks pointed to this place. If there were no surprises, this should be where the Blood Sword Sovereign truly cultivated. Here, Xiao Qin saw not only Jin Liangqi but also the injured smiling saber demon and the other consummation blue-robed emperors, but also Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi. The strange thing was that not only did the consummation blue-robed emperors not move, but even Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi did not advance rashly. It was like there was something terrifying here. Xiao Qin's gaze froze. 5 coffins lay in the middle of the stone room. A terrifying bloody aura spread out from the rotting coffins. These were very different from the blood-sucking monsters that Xiao Qin met on the way here. A prayer mat floated quietly in the air in the middle of the 5 coffins. A secret manual lay on the prayer mat. The words on the manual could not be seen clearly. However, it was hard not to guess if this was the life and death art that everyone anticipated. No one showed any expression at Xiao Qin's arrival. A great perfection blue-robed emperor could not pique their interest. Chapter 1162. Right now, the headache was that these 5 coffins might contain blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters. After they mutated, no one dared to test how horrifying their strength was. Even someone as strong as Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi did not dare to do so. Amid the tense atmosphere, Xiao Qin discovered some other signs. The placement of these 5 coffins seemed to affect some sort of formation. Once it was activated, it would affect everything else. The restrictions of the entire residence would be destroyed. Who knew what would happen? Footsteps rang out. Yu Bingyun arrived late, standing beside Xiaoqin. Bing Xuejin frowned slightly, anger flashing on his face as he glared coldly at Yu Bingyun. Initially, Bing Xuejin only glanced casually. However, when he saw Xiaoqin, his gaze never shifted away. Oh no. Xiaoqin thought to himself, this is bad. This Bing Xuejin must have remembered that I casually spied on him earlier. Unexpectedly, you are here as well. That's fine as well. Go over and open one of the coffins and help me check it out. Bing Xuejin said in an extremely tyrannical manner, not standing on ceremony. The people he chose were also very clever. The 4 or 5 consummation blue-robed Emperor Yu Bingyun were clearly in cahoots. Touching any one of them would result in a backlash. Only Xiaoqin was alone. At most, there would be Yu Bingyun. However, they were just 2 great perfection blue-robed Emperor Yu Bingyun. They were not sufficient in Bing Xuejin's eyes. When the others heard this, they felt excited. At this moment, the situation fell into a stalemate. Someone had to break the stalemate and go over to test out the situation, to see how strong the blue-robed Emperor-level blood-sucking monsters were. You overestimate yourself. Great perfection blue-robed Emperor dares to come here and join in the fun. Serves you right. The smiling saber demon had suffered at the hands of Xiaoqin and Yu Bingyun before. When he saw the scene, he immediately felt extremely happy. Fei Lingyi had been impatient since long ago. When he heard Bing Xuejin's words, he immediately said, this place is not something you should have come to. However, since you are already here, then don't leave. Go over and open a coffin lid. I will guarantee your safe return. Xiaoqin smiled coldly in his heart. Both Fei Lingyi and Bing Xuejin were not good people. If there was any danger, it would be strange if Xiaoqin helped them. Yu Bingyun sent a voice projection, asking him if he should expose his trump card to intimidate these 2 people and get through this hurdle. Although Xiaoqin was curious about what trump cards Yu Bingyun had that could deter even Bing Xuejin and Fei Lingyi, this was not the time yet. After rejecting Yu Bingyun's suggestion, telling her not to act rashly, Xiaoqin glanced at Bing Xuejin. Then, without saying a word, he walked towards the 5 coffins in a circle. At least you know your place. Bing Xuejin snorted coldly as a faint smile appeared on his face. It was very likely that the life and death art that Xiaoqin yearned for was on the prayer mat. The only difficulty was that the 5 mysterious coffins around the prayer mat were too sinister. Now that Xiaoqin had captured someone to test it out, it was simply the best. 10 steps, 8 steps, 7 steps. As Xiaoqin got closer to the coffins, the heavy stench of blood and the sinister aura became even more horrifying. The blood-sucking monster locked inside was definitely extraordinary. Brat, hurry up. Stop wasting time. The smiling saber demon cursed from behind. The others also urged Xiaoqin to hurry up. Yu Bingyun's heart clenched. If this was really a blue-robed Emperor-level blood-sucking monster, Xiaoqin would definitely be the first to suffer. Although Xiaoqin had the Death Saber Soul, a great counter to this blood-sucking monster, a blue-robed Emperor-level blood-sucking monster would definitely be a different story. It would be incomparable to the small fries from earlier. Go all out. Xiaoqin quickly thought about it. He had never thought of just waiting for death, obediently letting these people use him as a tool. Xiaoqin raised his hand and threw a palm strike. An intense energy burst forth from his palm. Bing Xuejin and the others revealed nervous smiles. They all made their preparations, just waiting for the coffin lid to open. However, to their surprise, Xiaoqin's energy did not open the coffin lid. Instead, it struck the bottom of the coffin, pushing the coffin closest to him away. White-robed brat, what are you trying to do? The others roared, and Bing Xuejin radiated a murderous intent. He already placed his hand on his scabbard. The instant he drew his sword, Xiaoqin would die for sure. Rumble. The movement of the coffin seemed to have triggered some sort of grand formation. Loud bangs rang out incessantly, and the ground beneath the stone chamber began to cave in a single breath of time. Then, it quickly spread through the entire cave. Amid the loud sounds, the complicated paths in the cave started to collapse. Everything that happened caught everyone off guard. Xiao Chen's palm strike caused a huge commotion. A formless force pulled down the few people who fell. No matter how they struggled, it was useless. Their bodies continued to sink. 1 kilometer, 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers, everyone started to show expressions of horror. Even Bing Xuejian, who wished that he could immediately kill Xiao Chen, could not care about anything else. He only thought about how to escape and figure out his current situation. Accompanying them were the 5 mysterious coffins and the cattail hassock. When they got closer, everyone could clearly see the title page of the secret manual on the prayer mat. The words, "Life and Death Art," were clearly written in black. Everyone had fervent gazes in their eyes. However, at this moment, they were being pulled down by the formless force. They could not even protect themselves. They could only stare at the life and death art, unable to do anything. In this strange environment, Xiao Chen thought calmly. He felt somewhat surprised at this scene that he personally created. Earlier, he had already guessed that the positions of the 5 coffins involved some sort of formation. However, he had not expected them to sink so deeply. However, such a situation would definitely not last. There would eventually be a moment when they landed on solid ground. At that time, a fierce battle would be unavoidable. Whoever was weak would die on the spot. The cold Bing Xuejian, the arrogant Fei Lingyi, and the 5 consummation blue-robed emperors working together for the sake of their common interests. These 3 sides could barely be considered evenly matched. Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun were the weakest. The moment they landed, they would probably be eliminated immediately. Brat, good luck. The smiling saber demon looked at Xiao Chen with malicious intent. He already guessed Xiao Chen's fate. He would not be able to escape death. After fooling so many people, each of them could tear Xiao Chen apart with one move. Yu Bingyun glanced at Xiao Chen and sent a voice projection. "Xiao Chen, I'll make a move later. You go and get the life and death art. After that, we will leave together. Wait a while first. Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi are not simple. I'm afraid that even if you make a move, you will not be able to delay them." Xiao Chen already had a countermeasure in his heart. He looked coldly at the smiling saber demon, and the dragon-shaped heavenly seal in his body started to drive the power of the world, preparing to attack at any moment. Whoosh! Suddenly, the descending group clearly felt the pull from the ground weaken. The smiling saber demon could not help laughing maniacally. "Brat, your time of death has arrived." Fei Lingyi and Bing Xuejian also stared coldly at the smiling saber demon. Clearly, they both wanted to deal with the reckless Xiao Chen immediately. When the pull from below completely vanished, Xiao Chen would not be able to escape death. However, as the pull weakened, Xiao Chen did not panic at all, remaining as calm as usual. He had never been someone who meekly accepted adversity. These people wanted to use him as a scapegoat. Naturally, he had to pay them back ruthlessly. Xiao Chen's first gift was for the smiling saber demon. This fellow kept mocking him. After arriving in this stone room, the smiling saber demon was the one who spoke the most. He was even more arrogant than Bing Xuejian. "What are you looking at? When this great me can move later, you will be the first to be killed." The smiling saber demon retorted ferociously when he saw Xiao Chen looking at him. "Even at death's door, you still dare to spout nonsense. If you want to kill me, I'll kill you now." Xiao Chen, who had not spoken since entering the stone room, suddenly spoke. He snorted coldly, and with a thought, the extraordinarily mighty blue dragon battle armor appeared on his body, causing the strength of his physical body to soar wildly. The expressions of the others changed. Xiao Chen's physical body was already horrifying enough. To think that it could improve further. What cultivation technique did he cultivate? Pu Si. In the space where the 5 could move, Xiao Chen shouted and took a step in the air. This step was extremely strenuous. The facial features on Xiao Chen's face twisted together, and sweat poured down his forehead. Although the mysterious pull from below had weakened significantly, the others still could not move. Even Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi could not break free. However, Xiao Chen relied on his strong physical body to force himself to move. Step by step, he walked to a coffin with some difficulty. "Didn't you want me to open the coffin? I will give you a big gift now." Xiao Chen threw a palm strike and opened the coffin. Then, he turned his palm into a fist and used all his vital chi to punch, sending the coffin flying towards the smiling saber demon. The smiling saber demon could no longer laugh or act arrogantly. Horror appeared on his face. The smiling saber demon had not expected Xiao Chen to still be able to move under such circumstances. The development of the situation did not give the smiling saber demon much time to think. An ugly, blood-sucking monster with a frightening aura charged at the smiling saber demon. Although the blood-sucking monster's legs were too weak to move, with some effort, it could still move its arms. The smiling saber demon took out his 9-ringed saber and did not hesitate to chop down on this blue-robed emperor blood-sucking monster. A miserable shriek resounded, and the blood-sucking monster opened its scarlet eyes. Then, it glared at the smiling saber demon with the hatred of a wild beast. In this strange environment, although this blue-robed emperor blood-sucking monster was also restricted by the mysterious pull from below, it was much more nimble than the smiling saber demon, able to move slightly. The two sides quickly started fighting. The smiling saber demon showed a nervous expression. In such an environment, it would already be pretty good if he could bring out his full strength. When the smiling saber demon thought about being sucked dry by the blue-robed emperor blood-sucking monster, the smiling saber demon trembled in fear. The smiling saber demon brought out all his potential. He brandished his 9-ringed saber, doing his best to stop the blood-sucking monster from advancing. Chapter 1163. However, this blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monster was terrifyingly strong. Its recovery ability was also horrifying. It was only a matter of time before the smiling saber demon died. Earlier, this smiling saber demon had thought that he could defeat Xiao Chen, being boundlessly arrogant. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen used some tricks to push the smiling saber demon to the brink of death. When the other old men who had cursed at Xiao Chen earlier saw Xiao Chen look over, they all felt a chill in their hearts. "Brother White Robes, we can talk things out. Don't be rash," someone begged for mercy, feeling guilty. At this moment, no one dared to meet Xiao Chen's gaze. That's right. Don't be rash." The smiling saber demon was reckless. "He deserves it. We do not have any deep grudges with you." When the smiling saber demon, who had been cornered by the blood-sucking monster, heard this, he immediately felt an urge to vomit blood. Xiao Chen ignored these people. His gaze remained fixed on Bing Xuejian's cold face, not wavering. This allowed the others to release their bated breath. Now that the smiling saber demon had offended Xiao Chen, the smiling saber demon, who was about to die, was the best example. "I advise you not to do this. Otherwise, you will die very miserably." Xiao Chen smiled coldly and said, "If I don't do this, you won't kill me? Don't think that you can control everything just because you are a half-step Emperor Wu. Let me give you one of these gifts as well." Like before, Xiao Chen took 3 steps forward and threw a punch and a palm strike, sending a blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monster to Bing Xuejian's side. Compared to the flustered smiling saber demon, Bing Xuejian appeared extremely calm. He did his best to brandish his sword, using all sorts of ingenious trajectories to prevent this blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monster from getting close. Xiao Chen was not surprised by this. With this move, dealing with the smiling saber demon would not be difficult. However, dealing with the half-step Emperor Wu-level Bing Xuejian was still not possible. All he could do was delay him slightly. However, this was also the effect that Xiao Chen wanted, so he did not beg for much. Xiao Chen continued to use the same method on Fei Ling. Naturally, he could not let such a person, who posed a great threat to Xiao Chen, off. A miserable shriek rang out. The smiling saber demon could no longer hold on, and the blood-sucking monster bit his neck. His life force slowly drained away, and he suffered immense pain. Xiao Chen's methods could not be blamed for being cruel. For the sake of this life and death art, he had already reached the final step. It was either you die or I die. There was no room for mercy. Killing had to be decisive. He felt that the blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monster had become stronger after sucking the smiling saber demon dry. He turned his head and immediately walked towards Jin Liangqi, who was closest to him. His footsteps were extremely slow in the air. Compared to Xiao Chen, he was much slower. However, he was still moving while Jin Liangqi and the others were unable to move at all. Xiao Chen stopped observing and turned around. Then, he headed for the prayer mat about 700 or 800 meters away in the air. Normally, Xiao Chen could cross this distance with just a thought. However, he was now descending very quickly. Furthermore, his feet were restricted by the suction force. This made it very difficult for Xiao Chen to walk. Vital qi surged, and the blue dragon patterns on the blue dragon battle armor flickered. For the sake of this life and death art, Xiao Chen put in all his effort. Damn it! This life and death art is going to fall into this brat's hands. Fei Lingyi and Bing Xuejian, who were fighting with the blue-robed emperor, level blood-sucking monster, watched as Xiao Chen got closer to the prayer mat. Their eyes nearly spewed flames. However, they could not do anything about it. With their physical bodies, they could not break free from that suction force. Furthermore, there was still a blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monster holding them back. They could not spare any attention to spare. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, Xiao Chen approached the prayer mat step by step. As he looked at the life and death art on the prayer mat, he felt like he could grab it with just a stretch of his hand. Xiao Chen could not help revealing a smile on his tense face. I got you. Life and death art. Xiao Chen shouted. Already near the prayer mat, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to stretch out his hand to grab the life and death art that he coveted. However, just as Xiao Chen's hand was only half a meter away from the life and death art, something strange happened. The group, who had been falling downward, found their footing firmly. They had touched the bottom. Suddenly, Xiao Chen regained his freedom, which stunned him somewhat. He stumbled and his body fell forward due to inertia. Xiao Chen reacted very quickly. He pushed off the ground and turned around. Then, he stretched out his hand again and grabbed the life and death art. However, just at this moment, Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi, the two half-step Emperor Wus, also burst out crazily. They soared into the air, temporarily breaking away from the harassment of the blue-robed Emperor, level blood-sucking monster. Fei Lingyi sent out a horrifying sword move, charging at Xiao Chen. The two half-step Emperor Wus attacked without holding anything back. It was extremely horrifying. The anxious Fei Lingyi even used the greatest amount of energy that the Jadeite could draw from the Jadeite into his sword move. This made the Jadeite crisscrossing sword lights appear even more unblockable, even tearing through the air. Without a doubt, Fei Lingyi had only one goal, not giving Xiao Chen any chances. He had to kill Xiao Chen in one move. Compared to Fei Lingyi, the sword move that the cold Bing Xuejian executed was even more horrifying. Before the sword move arrived, that cold qi already permeated Xiao Chen's bones and blood, causing his entire body to feel cold and his movements to go numb. Xiao Chen, who already grasped the life and death art, could not help feeling horrified. Under these two sword moves, he felt an overwhelming killing qi, an unparalleled sword intent, and the horrifying might contained in the sword moves. Even if one of them executed the sword moves, Xiao Chen would not be able to block them. At this moment, the two half-step Emperor Wus worked together to execute their killing moves. Xiao Chen could not help feeling disheartened. With his blood frozen, he could not even take out the golden plume feather in time. Corpses littered the Emperor's road. Was he, Xiao Chen, going to fall on this road as well, becoming a stepping stone for others? At the crucial moment, melodious zither music rang out in the air. It was pleasing to the ears, startling the surroundings. There was only one note in the zither music, but it lingered on endlessly, singing endlessly. There were not many words that could describe how wondrous this zither music was. High mountains and flowing rivers found it hard to find a soulmate, lonely songs no one could understand. Along with the appearance of the zither music, a phoenix shrouded in auspicious qi and radiating multicolored light moved upon hearing the music and flew over. The zither music startled the phoenix, and a melodious divine might spread out from the phoenix. It spread its wings and flew over, shielding Xiao Chen. The sudden change surprised Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi. The pleasing zither music summoned the phoenix, easily diluting the startling killing moves that the two executed. As for Xiao Chen, he managed to catch his breath. His aura erupted, and he sent out the cold qi in his body. Pala! Pala! When the cold qi that leaked out of Xiao Chen's body met the air, it immediately turned into scarlet ice beads and fell to the ground. Xiao Chen paled slightly. However, his body had already recovered to normal. His limbs and bones could move without any hindrance. In the sky, Yu Bingyun hugged a 7-stringed zither, looking like a fairy as she slowly descended. When Fei Lingyi saw the zither in Yu Bingyun's embrace, his expression changed. He exclaimed in extreme shock, "Transcendent divine weapon, startling wind zither." To think that the Lunar Palace's transcendent divine weapon was in Yu Bingyun's hands. This news was somewhat unacceptable to Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi. There were only 10 transcendent divine weapons in the world. Each one of them could shake the world and kick up a bloody storm. Even if Yu Bingyun could not bring out the full might of the startling wind zither, as long as she could play it, it would be easy to block them. Ding, ding, don't. Not giving the too much time to think, Yu Bingyun, who was descending, moved her hands and played ancient music. A horrifying aura spread out from the zither. The sound of the zither transformed into numerous sharp blades of sound waves. They were sabers, swords, spears, and axes, and they pierced through the void and attacked the two of them continuously like a storm. Under the concentrated attacks, the two could only defend passively. They each sent out a screen of swords, unable to advance. However, even though the two defended with all their might, the sound waves still inflicted wounds of various sizes on their bodies. They kept retreating in a sorry state, not showing any signs of fighting spirit at all. As Yu Bingyun played the startling wind zither, colorful ribbons fluttered behind her, giving off a bright light. Xiao Chen's momentum was unblockable, forcing the two half-step martial emperors into retreat. His momentum flourished. However, Xiao Chen keenly discovered that with every note, Yu Bingyun's fine black hair dimmed a little. After a while, all her fine black hair turned white. "Let's go!" After forcing the two half-step Emperor Wu to fight the blue-robed Emperor blood-sucking monsters again, Yu Bingyun retreated to Xiao Chen's side and led him into this mysterious space. Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi could catch up at any moment. Although Xiao Chen had many questions in his heart, he knew that this was not the time to ask. Oh no! Xiao Chen's and Yu Bingyun's steps paused at the same time. There was actually no path in front. A deep abyss blocked their way. If it was an ordinary deep abyss, the two could easily fly over it. However, this deep abyss was extraordinary. The two had felt the mysterious suction from earlier in this deep abyss. Sonic booms rang out endlessly behind them. It was Fei Lingyi and Bing Xuejian. After forcing back the blue-robed Emperor blood-sucking monsters again, they charged over. The two's wounds from the startling wind zither had not healed yet. They were covered in blood, exuding a horrifying aura. Since becoming half-step Emperor Wu, when had the two ever suffered at the hands of the blue-robed Emperor? They probably felt frustrated. If Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun got caught, they would definitely die a miserable death. Jump. The deep abyss was horrifying, but there was still a chance of survival. If the two behind caught up, there would be no chance at all. The two were decisive people, not wishy-washy at all. They seemed to understand each other and jumped down at the same time. In this deep abyss, the suction was even more horrifying. The two could not help crying out. They shot forward like arrows, unable to control themselves at all. In a few breaths, they crashed heavily to the ground. Yu Bingyun and Xiao Chen, who were stuck to the ground, were somewhat shocked to discover that even raising their arms was extremely difficult. Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi, who were charging over, felt the edge of the deep abyss and quickly stopped. Chapter 1164. When facing the strange deep abyss, the two cautiously chose to stop. They did not want to experience that strange state of being unable to move again. What should we do? Fei Lingyi looked at Bing Xuejian. Bing Xuejian said indifferently, "You have the jade. Go down and check it out. If we let these two escape, we will suffer a great loss and lose all our face." Scram. Your sword soul is already 70% comprehended. Together with the will of ice, it is undefeatable. Why don't you go down first? Fei Lingyi scolded. The two clashed with each other, neither willing to go down first. Speaking of which, Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun, who had reached the bottom of the deep abyss, did not feel good at all. Their bodies stuck to the ground. No matter how hard they tried, they could not move at all. What was even worse was that his internal organs, flesh and bones were being pulled and squeezed by the strange ground. If they could not think of a solution in a while, their internal organs would be torn apart. At that time, his death would be as miserable as it could be. Don't panic. This is the true cultivation place of the Blood Sword Sovereign. The gravity here is 100 times stronger than elsewhere. After you get used to it, it will not be difficult for you to slowly stand up. Don't scare yourself to death. At the critical moment, Ao Jiao said from the Immortal Spirit Ring. However, she continued, your physical body is strong, so there should not be any problems. However, that woman will be somewhat problematic. It is hard to say whether she can last until her physical body gets used to the environment here. Xiao Chen, who had just released his bated breath, could not help feeling anxious when he heard that. He turned his head with much difficulty to look at Yu Bingyun. Indeed, the white-haired Yu Bingyun showed an expression of pain. Blood leaked out of a corner of her lips, and she looked incredibly pale. The originally aloof Lunar Palace holy daughter no longer had any of her elegant and otherworldly air. Xiao Chen's heart suddenly sank. He did not like owing favors. If Yu Bingyun died here, he would feel guilty for life, forming an indelible shadow in his heart. What should I do? I have to stand up first. Otherwise, I cannot circulate my energy to treat my injuries and recover to my peak state. If Xiao Chen was at his peak, he should be able to walk to the other party's side if he used his blue dragon war body again. However, the prerequisite was that he could stand up. Yu Bingyun was muddle-headed and in unbearable pain. She was in a daze, feeling like she was really going to die this time. Her 5 viscera and 6 bowels had been torn apart by the gravitational pull, and blood was everywhere. It wouldn't be long before she died from her shattered internal organs. She was completely powerless, and in this dizzy state, she was already prepared to die. Yu Bingyun, hold on. Don't die here. Give me 1 hour. 1 hour. You have to hold on for 1 hour. Right at that moment, a loud roar entered her ears. His voice was filled with anxiety, urgency, and unquestionable confidence. Hold on. Wait for me for 1 hour. After 1 hour, I'll come and save you. Yu Bingyun opened her eyes with some difficulty and saw Xiao Chen, who was not far away. He was currently doing his best to stand up, staring at her. The two's gazes met, and Xiao Chen revealed a smile with some difficulty. Don't be so useless. Don't forget your status. You are the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, after all, someone with a venerated status. I, Xiao Chen, have always been cursed by others to the point that I cannot die. You will not die either. Just wait for me for 1 hour. Yu Bingyun felt somewhat speechless. She wanted to say something but found that she could not. Her vocal cords moved slightly, and it affected her wounds. Don't say anything. Just listen to me. Xiao Chen knew that it was not convenient for the other party to speak at this moment. However, she needed someone to talk to her. Otherwise, if she fell asleep, she would never wake up again. Xiao Chen quickly stopped Yu Bingyun, who wanted to speak. After saying that, Xiao Chen, who had been preparing for a long time, clenched his fists and hammered the ground ferociously. Xiao Chen's entire upper body left the ground, and he nearly got up. However, he did not have enough momentum. The gravity pulled him down, and after Xiao Chen got up, he fell back down heavily. This strike was not light. When Xiao Chen opened his mouth, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Ignoring his injuries, he mocked Yu Bingyun somewhat self-deprecatingly. Before he could even wipe away the blood at the corner of his lips, Xiao Chen continued storing up power, preparing for the next attempt. Bang, bang, bang. Dull thuds resounded endlessly in the deep abyss. Every time they rang out, it meant that Xiao Chen failed once. Xiao Chen did not know how many times he failed, but he did not intend to give up. Every time he failed, he would look at Yu Bingyun and chat with her. After Xiao Chen verified that she had not fallen asleep, he prepared for the next attempt. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, could no longer bear to watch. She said, "You idiot, stop trying. Be careful that you will not be able to save the other party and end up killing yourself." Little Ao Jiao, stop saying that. She ended up in such a state because she tried to save me. If I ignore her, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. I will be a man in vain. Xiao Chen replied to Ao Jiao in his heart. Then he continued to try. He felt like he had broken several bones in his back. However, the repeated failures gave him a lot of experience, allowing him to grasp some techniques for circulating his energy in this gravity. As he familiarized himself with these techniques, Xiao Chen believed that he could adapt to the environment here and stand up earlier. In the end, he could not wipe away the blood leaking out of the corner of Xiao Chen's lips. This made his delicate face look somewhat ugly and horrifying. Compared to the unrivaled elegance that Xiao Chen had shown at the Four Seas Hero Gathering, the current Xiao Chen did not have any of his past aura. However, every time this bloody face looked at her, Yu Bingyun did not feel any repulsion. Instead, she felt especially at ease and an indescribable pain. If she could speak, she would definitely shout to stop Xiao Chen. The intense pain after every failure was simply unbearable. At some point in time, a tear fell from the corner of her eye. Bang! Another loud sound rang out, and Xiao Chen landed heavily. However, this time, he did not immediately speak to Yu Bingyun. He just lay there motionlessly. Yu Bingyun's heart sank. Xiao Chen was definitely too severely injured and could not hold on. The two of them were going to die here. Just as Yu Bingyun felt very nervous and worried, Xiao Chen, who had been silent for a while, roared ferociously. Then, Xiao Chen clenched his fists and punched the ground heavily again. His upper body soared up again. When the gravity pressed down, Xiao Chen's vital qi surged like a gushing river, gushing endlessly. After using up all of his strength, his body had finally adapted to the gravitational environment here after thousands of failures. His qi could circulate in a circular manner. Then, Xiao Chen flipped over and knelt on one knee, panting heavily. After a while, he looked up at Yu Bingyun. When he discovered that she had not closed her eyes yet, he revealed a smile. 1 hour is just right. Don't give up. I'm coming over immediately. The kneeling Xiao Chen slowly got up. Then he walked over to Yu Bingyun with much difficulty. When Xiao Chen reached her side, he quickly took out some medicinal pills for treating injuries, which he bought at the blue-robed emperor auction, and fed them to her. After that, Xiao Chen slowly helped Yu Bingyun up. After being here for so long, she had already gotten used to it. He had gotten used to it, and the process of helping the other party up wasn't too difficult. Without saying anything more, Xiao Chen threw a palm strike on Yu Bingyun's back. Then he infused his law energy into her body, speeding up the recovery of the medicinal energy. At the same time, it helped Yu Bingyun recover from the injuries to her internal organs. As the king-grade medicinal pills slowly permeated her body, Yu Bingyun's body started to recover quickly. To Xiao Chen's surprise, Yu Bingyun had law energy circulating in a special meridian. However, a blood clot blocked a certain meridian, preventing it from circulating smoothly. Instead, it aggravated Yu Bingyun's injuries. This should be the Lunar Palace's profound cultivation technique, the longevity art. Xiao Chen immediately circulated his energy and melted the blood clot, opening up that meridian. The longevity art immediately circulated quickly. After it automatically circulated once, Yu Bingyun's injuries miraculously healed by half. Such a healing effect was incredible. The longevity art was truly profound. After Yu Bingyun's condition stabilized and the longevity art could continue circulating, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Then he let Yu Bingyun lie down slowly. After putting a healing pill into his mouth, he began to slowly heal himself. There were not many surprises. Time passed quietly. After one night, the two had more or less recovered. Their bodies had already adapted to this strange gravity. Although it was still difficult for them to move, they no longer had much of a problem standing up. Yu Bingyun opened her eyes, and her complexion recovered its rosy color. She looked radiant, regaining the air of a holy daughter. She carefully sat up and immediately looked to the side. However, she did not see the figure she wanted to see. Yu Bingyun immediately looked around in a fluster. Only then did she discover that Xiao Chen was standing in front of a wall, paying close attention to it. Hearing the commotion behind him, Xiao Chen quickly turned his head back and discovered that Yu Bingyun's white hair had already turned back into elegant black hair. He suppressed the doubts in his heart and smiled. You're awake. Yu Bingyun nodded and shifted her gaze away from Xiao Chen's back. Then, she asked carefully, "How are the injuries on your back?" Xiao Chen replied calmly, "They're already healed. I have a peak sage body and the blue dragon war body. This level of injury is nothing to me." "How did you endure that kind of pain yesterday?" Yu Bingyun asked after thinking for a long time. When she thought of Xiao Chen's actions yesterday, Yu Bingyun still felt some lingering fear in her heart. Even now, Yu Bingyun still felt some lingering fear in her heart. She simply did not know how Xiao Chen managed to persevere. Was it for her? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "In the past, when I was cultivating my physical body, I experienced even more pain than this. There was also the lightning tribulation, which was even more unbearable. Now that I think about it, compared to the pain I experienced in the past, yesterday's pain is not even worth mentioning." When Yu Bingyun heard this, she was stunned. Xiao Chen was famous and had a bright appearance. Among the same generation, he was a king. What exactly did he experience? Chapter 1165. The kind of pain that made people feel the same way yesterday, in his mouth, was actually not worth mentioning. Let's not talk about this for now. This is not something glorious. If I had not worked too hard in the past, I would not have only 4 years left. Xiao Chen paused for a while, and his gaze fell on the startling wind zither beside Yu Bingyun. He had many questions to ask as well. What's with this startling wind zither? With your strength, you should not be able to activate it, right? The merfolk race's Yao Yan had sacrificed 8 great perfection Emperor Wu's lives to give her the strength to activate a primordial emperor treasure. Xiao Chen did not believe that the lunar palace would be so bold, sacrificing so many Emperor Wus to help Yu Bingyun. Yu Bingyun gave it a try and struggled to her feet. Then she picked up the startling wind zither and said, "Playing one note costs me a portion of my lifespan. When I played earlier, I used up 10 years of my lifespan." Xiao Chen's pupils constricted in some incredulity. "Don't be nervous." Yu Bingyun smiled and said, "Cultivators who cultivate the longevity art have extremely long lifespans. With the heavenly origin pill you gave me, even if I do not become Emperor Wu, I will still have a long lifespan of 1,000 years." Xiao Chen felt enlightened. However, even so, using up 10 years of her lifespan on a whim still made him feel heartache. "Actually, as long as I do not play the complete song, it will not harm my foundation. However, without the complete song, I cannot bring out the might of the startling wind zither. I need to cultivate the longevity art to the 9th layer before I can be confident of playing the complete song." With just one note, Yu Bingyun could force 2 half-step Emperor Wus to retreat, forcing them to defend passively. Xiao Chen felt some anticipation. If it was the complete song, what kind of glory would this transcendent divine weapon show? "Oh, by the way, what were you looking at earlier? You were so engrossed in it." Xiao Chen smiled mysteriously and said, "Come with me." The two moved with great difficulty. In this world where gravity doubled, they walked forward step by step. This scene looked very funny. When Yu Bingyun walked over and saw the painting on the wall, a strange light flashed in her eyes. The painting was very simple. There was only a person, a sword, and a pair of eyes that no one dared to look directly at. There were not many traces of the swordsman in the painting, only a simple silhouette. However, the sword intent of the person in the painting still surged boundlessly even after 50,000 years. With just a few glances, Yu Bingyun felt an unparalleled sharp sword intent enter her sea of consciousness, instantly coming to life and materializing a boundlessly profound sword technique. This sword technique was tyrannical and unyielding. Every strike could pierce the sky and tear space. As his silhouette flickered, he exuded a surging blood-boiling fighting spirit, causing others to feel as if their blood was burning as well. When Yu Bingyun finished materializing this sword technique, a strange expression flashed on her face. She said, "This is a medial-grade profound sword technique. Its might is unfathomable, extremely profound." Xiao Chen nodded. There were dozens of paintings on the walls, all of which contained the Blood Sword Sovereign's sword moves. Every single one of them was a mid-grade profound sword technique. Even after more than 50,000 years, these sword intents still hadn't disappeared. This only served to highlight how powerful these sword intents were. Unfortunately, there is no way to record the profound martial techniques here. You and I are not swordsmen, it's such a pity. Yu Bingyun shook her head slightly and sighed. The value of medial-grade profound martial techniques went without saying. In Yu Bingyun's memories, the entire lunar palace only had 10-odd medial-grade profound martial techniques. There were too few choices. None of them were suitable for her. It wasn't that the weapons were different, it was that their wills were conflicting. In the Kunlun realm, the number of cultivators who used swords was probably the highest. There were so many medial-grade profound sword moves here. If he brought it out, who knew what kind of sky-high price it would fetch? Perhaps even Emperor Wu would fight over it. Xiao Chen smiled mysteriously and said, "That's not all. Take a look at your will and see if it has improved." When Yu Bingyun heard this, she closed her eyes. After a while, she revealed a joyful expression on her face. She opened her eyes and said, "My will of water improved by minor perfection. What's going on? This is too wondrous." Xiao Chen glanced at the wall and said, "I just discovered it. The sword intent in this wall has the ability to temper the will. However, it is rather simple this time. If you want to temper it later, you will need to endure some danger. Let these sword intents enter deeper into your sea of consciousness, fighting with your will. If you lose, the moment your will breaks, it will be extremely unbearable." When Yu Bingyun heard this, she was startled. Let the sword intents enter the depths of the sea of consciousness? If you are not careful, you might end up becoming an idiot. Xiao Chen smiled and did not say anything more. If one wanted to obtain something, one had to take some risks. Xiao Chen felt that this risk was worth taking. Aside from tempering the will, the strong sword intent that the blood sword sovereign left behind had a greater use for tempering Xiao Chen's saber soul. Xiao Chen's saber soul had already reached 50% comprehension and was extremely difficult to raise. He absolutely could not miss out on this fortuitous encounter before him. Thinking of something, Xiao Chen handed the life and death art in his hand over and said, "Take a look at this life and death art first." Yu Bingyun received the life and death art with some surprise. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen let her read the life and death art that he obtained after so much difficulty. "What about you? After all, I can't go out for now. I'll just cultivate here in peace for a while. With such gravity, there will definitely be great benefits to cultivating, be it my movement technique, cultivation, or physical body." Yu Bingyun smiled and said, "It looks like you are extraordinarily optimistic. In that case, I'll take a look at this life and death art first. After you finish cultivating, I'll explain it to you and discuss the mysteries of the life and death art together." In the following days, Yu Bingyun read quietly, and Xiao Chen started cultivating bitterly. Xiao Chen arranged his time very strictly for cultivation. In the morning, he would practice his movement technique. With this 100-fold gravity, the effects on his movement technique were the most obvious. In the afternoon, he would observe the murals and temper his saber soul. In the afternoon, he would temper his physical body and cultivate the blue dragon body nourishing art. At night, he would consume essence stones, allowing his cultivation to advance rapidly, heading toward the peak of great perfection blue-robed emperor. Time slowly went by. Soon, the two had spent a week in this place where the blood sword sovereign once cultivated. During this week, the two had been rather fulfilled. They did not feel bored or frustrated. On the other hand, Bing Xuejian, Fei Lingyi, and the remaining 4 consummation blue-robed emperors did not have it easy. They were already incredibly frustrated, their patience wearing thin. However, they did not have the courage to jump down themselves. There were too many unpredictable things, making Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi very apprehensive. "This won't do. We cannot afford to waste time here," Fei Lingyi said indifferently. Bing Xuejian retorted coldly, "I already told you to go down and take a look. You have the jadeite so you can retreat safely." Jin Liangqi and the other 3 consummation blue-robed emperors also looked at Fei Lingyi. Fei Lingyi had the strongest individual combat prowess here. He was the most suitable to go down. Fei Lingyi retorted angrily, "Don't even think about it. Below us is the source of the gravity. If I go down, something unexpected might happen." Bing Xuejian smiled coldly and said, I thought you had some good ideas. Unexpectedly, you are still a coward. What I said is equivalent to not saying anything. Fei Lingyi glanced at the pitch-black deep abyss and said, Who says I don't have any ideas? Of those 5 coffins, aren't there still 2 that have not been opened? Toss 2 down and let these blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters scout the way for us. At the very least, we will be able to obtain some information from the sounds. When the others heard this, their eyes lit up. They knew very well how horrifying the blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters were. When the few of them worked together, they spent a lot of effort before completely killing the 2 blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters that Xiao Chen released. Furthermore, these blood-sucking monsters clearly had a stronger resistance to gravity than humans. If they released 2, it would definitely be more than enough to deal with Xiao Chen. Even if they could not obtain the life and death art, they could prevent Xiao Chen from obtaining it. Bing Xuejian swept his gaze over Jin Liangqi and the others indifferently. He said, The few of you, go and bring those 2 coffins over. Although Jin Liangqi and the others were not happy about this, they had no choice but to obey. They still had to rely on Bing Xuejian to deal with Fei Lingyi. Soon, the 2 coffins were brought over. Bing Xuejian glanced at the deep abyss and said, Brat, you gave me a gift earlier. Now, I will give you a big gift as well. Bing Xuejian opened the 2 coffins. Then, he sent out a palm strike and pushed the coffins down. Bang, bang, bang. 2 loud sounds came from below. The group of people stood at the edge of the deep abyss and did their best to look down, wanting to know what was happening below. The sonic booms immediately startled Xiao Chen, who cultivated the Thunder Dragon steps. Now that Xiao Chen executed the Thunder Dragon steps, he could jump 300 meters freely in this place where the gravity was 100 times stronger. His movement technique had clearly improved, and he could summon out 12 lightning dragons to increase his speed. Be careful! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he took 10 steps in the air, leaving behind a lightning dragon image with each step. After 10 steps, Xiao Chen arrived beside Yu Bingyun. The remnant dragon image in the air instantly entered his body. This allowed Xiao Chen's explosive power to increase further. Then, he quickly carried Yu Bingyun away. Put, put, put. Amid loud sounds, the 2 blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters landed where Yu Bingyun had been. Unexpectedly, these 2 blood-sucking monsters did not lie on the ground. Instead, they were standing. They were in a much better state than when Xiao Chen first fell into this place. However, when Xiao Chen saw these 3 blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters, he did not show any fear. He smiled faintly and said, You came at a good time. I happen to need to test the results of my cultivation during this period. Don't make a move. Leave it to me alone. A strong fighting spirit flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes as he gestured for Yu Bingyun not to make a move, letting him do it alone. Can you do it? Yu Bingyun found this slightly strange. The difficulty of dealing with these blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters was clear for all to see. Even Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi could not deal with them quickly. Xiao Chen stepped forward and said calmly, If we were outside, I would not be very confident. However, here, I am 99% confident. Chapter 1166. Thunder Dragon Steps. Moving his feet, Xiao Chen flickered with crackling sparks. With each step, he left behind a dragon-shaped figure as he charged forward. When the 2 blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters smelled Xiao Chen's flourishing qi and blood, their eyes flickered with a red light. Disgusting liquid leaked out of the corners of their mouths. Despite the 100-fold gravity, the blood-sucking monsters moved frantically, clashing with Xiao Chen's attacks. In close combat, Xiao Chen's fists, palms, and claws moved rapidly. In one moment he executed the deity race's myriad heaven divine fist. In the next moment he executed the 1,000-year flame, which he comprehended himself. In the next moment he turned into a sharp dragon claw. Xiao Chen's figure flickered as the attacks of the 2 blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters moved as fast as the wind. None of their attacks could hit him. In an environment with 100-fold gravity, Xiao Chen's movement technique and physical body had a natural advantage. The 2 blue-robed level blood-sucking monsters could not touch him at all. After several dozen moves, Xiao Chen sent out the 1,000-year flame with one palm strike and 1,000-year death with the other. The two completely different states appeared to be in perfect balance in Xiao Chen's hands, waiting for the moment to erupt. When it was time to erupt, one side was surging with a fiery bright moon. The other side was covered with flowers and a scarlet moon. The two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters could not resist at all. They exploded into pieces and flew away. However, the blood-sucking monster's strength had never come from explosive power or combat prowess. Instead, it came from their unparalleled recovery ability. Just as their shattered bodies were about to fall from the air, they quickly merged back together with a whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the blood-sucking monsters landed, they could already move freely on the ground. The aura they exuded was even more frightening. Is it really unkillable? With a flip of his palm, the lunar shadow saber appeared in Xiao Chen's left hand. The saber intent in his sea of consciousness started to circulate, spreading throughout his entire body. After driving the flawless saber Dao, Xiao Chen's clothes and hair fluttered without any wind. A sharp saber intent spread out from his body without restraint. The two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters glanced at Xiao Chen and roared before rushing over. Its adaptability was unexpectedly strong. Compared to before, the speed of the blood-sucking monster was clearly much faster. Yu Bingyun frowned slightly, wanting to make a move. She needed to end this quickly. Otherwise, the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous the situation would be for Xiao Chen. When the two quasi-emperor-level blood-sucking monsters completely adapted to the gravity here, no matter how capable Xiao Chen was, he would not be a match for them. Yu Bingyun, just as the two blood-sucking monsters approached, Xiao Chen slowly spat out a word and instantly drew his lunar shadow saber. Whoosh, whoosh. The saber soul that he had been storing up for a long time erupted at this moment. Yu Bingyun was astonished. The saber soul in Xiao Chen's heart was already infinitely close to 60% comprehension. All sorts of mysterious phenomena flashed amid the magnificent saber light. This was Xiao Chen's strongest profound martial technique, Instant of Glory, a profound martial technique that could condense all the saber techniques into it. Only one saber strike, Eternal Glory. Before the two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters could react, the light infused with the lightning saber soul instantly tore them into pieces and fixed them in a painting. The fresh blood added a trace of ice-cold killing intent to this boundlessly resplendent painting. It was not over yet. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen perfectly merged his state of death and saber soul into eternity. Xiao Chen gently pushed off the ground and entered that beautiful painting. The Death Saber Soul worked together with the Four-Season Saber technique and started a frenzied massacre. Xiao Chen minced the two blood-sucking monsters that had been torn into pieces again, cutting off all signs of life. Kasu. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, and the sound of glass shattering rang out. This glorious painting shattered with the sound of shattering. Its flourishing splendor faded away, no longer glorious. The two emperor-grade blood-sucking monsters turned into ashes and vanished, unable to recover. A strange light flickered in Yu Bingyun's eyes. Xiao Chen's earlier saber strike seemed to have touched upon the borders of the state of space. The instant Xiao Chen used the saber, he materialized hundreds of mysterious phenomena, forming a painting that fixed space in place. It was precisely because the space was fixed that the blood-sucking monster, which had extremely strong regenerative abilities, did not reform immediately after it was shattered. Xiao Chen, what was that move of yours called? Yu Bingyun asked quickly, unable to hold back her curiosity. The state of space was something that even Emperor Wu found hard to comprehend. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen touched upon its borders. Xiao Chen answered honestly, Instant of Glory. What about it? Nothing. The moment Yu Bingyun said that, she regretted it. This matter definitely touched on Xiao Chen's secrets. How could she ask so directly? If Yu Bingyun continued asking, she would touch on the other party's core secrets. Hence, she quickly stopped asking. However, she could not get rid of the curiosity in her heart. Xiao Chen looked at Yu Bingyun's appearance, wanting to ask but not daring to. He could not help finding it funny. He said, I comprehended this move myself. It can unleash the states of all my martial techniques in an instant. I just discovered it as well. As my strength increased, this move touched upon the boundaries of the state of space. It is not me who touched upon the borders of the state of space. I am still very far from it. Yu Bingyun showed a slightly embarrassed expression. She had not expected Xiao Chen to see through her and tell her the secret honestly. Yu Bingyun quickly changed the topic. What should we do now? These two blue-robed emperor-grade blood-sucking monsters must have been thrown down by them. Xiao Chen smiled casually. There's no need to worry. We can afford to waste time. Just stay here and cultivate in peace. If they dare to come down, even if it is Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi, I will not let them return alive. At the end of Xiao Chen's words, the tyrannical aura that he unintentionally exuded made everyone's heart tremble, not daring to doubt it. Above the deep chasm, the people paying attention to the commotion below heard the sound of sabers. The unique roars of the blue-robed emperor-grade blood-sucking monsters did not appear again. Without a doubt, his expression became very ugly. The result went without saying. Based on the sounds alone, Xiao Chen's saber technique finished off the two blue-robed emperor-grade blood-sucking monsters. Just like that, Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi, who had been hesitant and had run out of patience, made their own decisions. They absolutely could not jump into this deep chasm. Otherwise, they might really end up dying at the hands of this junior, Xiao Chen. Since they could not jump down, they could only wait here. To the half-step Emperor Wu, they simply could not afford to waste any more time. In the end, there was only one option left: leave. Bing Xuejian snorted coldly and looked down deeply. Then he turned around and left decisively. Fei Lingyi's eyes flickered. Clearly, he had not expected that this life and death art would end up in the hands of a junior. Fei Lingyi stomped his feet and left helplessly in the end. Jin Liangqi and the others exchanged glances, not knowing what to do. Should they stay or leave? They could not make a choice. After discussing for a while without any results, Jin Liangqi said, "Let's wait a while more. They are half-step Emperor Wu. Time is very precious. We are all consummation blue-robed emperors. Wasting 1 or 2 months here is not a problem. But we'll wait for another 2 months. I don't believe that this fellow will not come out. At that time, the instant they appear, we will attack at the same time. Do not give them any chance to resist, lest something unexpected happens." What could possibly happen? We are 4 peak consummation blue-robed emperors. Dealing with 2 great perfection blue-robed emperors will be easy. In that case, it's settled. The 2 half-step Emperor Wu left feeling depressed. Now, only 4 consummation blue-robed emperors remained above the deep chasm, continuing to wait for Xiao Chen to appear. However, these 4 did not know that when Xiao Chen truly showed his strength, how could they deal with him? Bush. At the bottom of the deep chasm, Xiao Chen took 7 steps in the air. With each step, he rose 100 meters. When he rose 700 meters, he felt the pull of gravity becoming too strong, so he turned around and fell. Not far away, Yu Bingyun put down the life and death art. She smiled and said, "Not bad. You improved significantly from 3 days ago. If you go out, your movement technique will improve by at least 20%. Xiao Chen estimated the height of the deep chasm to be about 5 kilometers. If it were any other place, he could instantly fly up in one breath. However, the gravity here was 100 times stronger than outside. Xiao Chen used his full power and could only climb 700 meters. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Xiao Chen asked, "How is the life and death art? Is this secret technique reliable?" This was the greatest harvest of this trip. Xiao Chen had high hopes for it. Whether he could condense the heart of an emperor or not depended on the life and death art in Yu Bingyun's hands. I only read a third of it. The words in it are too cryptic and difficult to pronounce. However, it is most likely correct. The life and death art can indeed allow one to condense the heart of an emperor in advance, Yu Bingyun answered honestly. Given her talent, comprehension ability, and experience, since she said that, it really could not be wrong. Xiao Chen could not help but be in a good mood. What he feared the most was wasting too much time on the consummation blue-robed emperor stage, missing the opportunity to advance to martial emperor. Now, it looked like as long as he had this life and death art, he should not have any problems breaking through to consummation blue-robed emperor within 2 years. After that, he would spend another 2 years to prepare and clear his great tribulation of wind and fire in one go, opening the emperor's door. Although the plan was ingenious, the risks involved were indescribable. Spending only 2 years to prepare was still too short. If one was not careful during the great tribulation of wind and fire, they would most likely die, consigned to eternal damnation. Regular consummation blue-robed emperors would find it hard to make up their minds even after preparing for 100 years. Even outstanding talents would need at least 5 years to prepare before they were confident of clearing their great tribulation of wind and fire. However, no matter what, this was good news. Without the life and death art, Xiaochen estimated that he would have to spend at least 3 years on the Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor stage, perhaps even 4. At that time, the time left for him would be practically zero. Xiaochen withdrew his gaze and went to a new wall painting. Then, he started to use the sword intent that the blood sword sovereign left behind 50,000 years ago to temper his saber soul. Now that half a month had passed, Xiaochen's 50% comprehended saber soul was already infinitely close to 60% comprehended. After all, the blood sword sovereign's half-step Emperor Wu's sword soul was only 70% comprehended. However, Fei Lingyi's sword soul was only 60% comprehended. Right now, Xiaochen was only a great perfection blue-robed emperor, but his saber soul was already so profound. This showed how horrifying it was. When Yu Bingyun saw this scene, she shook her head. After she tried it once, she did not use the sword intent to temper herself again. Not to mention the pain, it was extremely dangerous. It felt like her soul was dancing on the edge of a saber. Chapter 1167. Only Xiaochen had the courage and perseverance to use this sword intent to temper himself. The days went by unhurriedly. After another month, Xiaochen's saber soul finally broke through 50% comprehension, reaching 60% comprehension. Rumor said that when one's saber soul reached 100% comprehension, the gaze of one's gaze could turn into a tangible blade, killing with one look. Now that Xiaochen's saber soul reached 60% comprehension, the most obvious change was the strength of his aura. Yu Bingyun estimated that even a consummation blue-robed emperor would feel their soul tremble when standing before Xiaochen. Xiaochen's movement technique also improved rapidly. He completely cultivated the Thunder Dragon steps to great perfection. In one breath, he could take 18 steps. Each step left behind a dragon-shaped afterimage that lingered for a long time. Xiaochen's body became like a dragon, crackling with electric light. The tyrannical nature of this movement technique was completely manifested. When fighting with an enemy, it could infinitely boost Xiaochen's aura, perfectly complementing his various saber techniques. With the aid of the essence stones, Xiaochen's cultivation advanced rapidly. In a short 1.5 months, he was already not far from the peak of great perfection blue-robed emperor. Xiaochen, who had improved significantly in all aspects, felt very proud of himself. Just as he was about to charge into the deep abyss, he received some bad news. After 1.5 months, Yu Bingyun finally finished reading the life and death art. After reading it, she dealt Xiaochen a heavy blow. By cultivating the life and death art to the 9th layer, Yu Bingyun could help the blue-robed emperor condense a heart of an emperor in advance. However, the prerequisite was that Xiaochen needed 2 things to assist him: the flower of life and the death fruit. This was not strange. Several special martial techniques and cultivation techniques in the world required some natural treasures to be cultivated. Unfortunately, these 2 natural treasures had already gone extinct 10,000 years ago. Without the flower of life and the death fruit, one could not cultivate the life and death art, not even the 1st layer. Yu Bingyun closed the life and death art and said, "I originally thought that without these 2 natural treasures, cultivation would just be slightly more difficult. After reading it, I realized that without the flower of life and the death fruit, it would be impossible to properly cultivate. I recall that there should be some flowers of life in the human demon sea, which is the blood sword sovereign's hometown. However, the death fruit is truly extinct. It has already been 10,000 years since a death fruit has appeared. Many ghost race great emperors have been searching for a death fruit at an astronomical price. If it existed, it would have appeared long ago. What kind of place was the human demon sea? After Yu Bingyun explained, Xiaochen learned that the people living there were mostly demon mixed bloods like the blood sword sovereign or fiendish demon mixed bloods. It was extremely far from the heavenly starry ocean and the Black Sea. After receiving the life and death art from Yu Bingyun, Xiaochen started pondering it. His expression appeared somewhat depressed. Unexpectedly, the treasure that he had obtained after so much difficulty ended up like this. He was truly somewhat dissatisfied. Xiaochen, I can help you find the death fruit. Just at this moment, Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, seemed to have made up her mind. You have the death fruit? It is not me who has it. Back then, the Thunder King killed a ghost race great emperor. There was a death fruit among the spoils of war. When you cultivate to peak great perfection, the blue-robed emperor, I will bring you to the place where the Thunder King's inheritance is. Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. He had found the death fruit that Yu Bingyun said was extinct. In that case, all he had to do was go to the human demon sea and obtain the flower of life. Then, he could still cultivate the life and death art. There was still hope. Don't be too happy yet. The human demon sea is not as simple as you think. It is hard to say whether you can obtain the flower of life or not, Ao Jiao said somewhat worriedly. What's wrong? You've been to the human demon sea before? What nonsense! The Thunder King's inheritance is in the human demon sea. How could I not have been there before? Xiaochen's heart wavered slightly. Ao Jiao had always been unwilling to go and obtain the Thunder King's inheritance. Aside from some special reason, could it be that the Thunder King's inheritance was in the human demon sea? Seeing that Ao Jiao was unwilling to say more, Xiaochen did not pursue the matter. In the remaining few days, Xiaochen studied the life and death art. Under the pressure of the gravity, his movement technique improved again. He felt that he could already leap out of the deep abyss, so he planned to bring Yu Bingyun away. Let's go! Xiaochen woke up Yu Bingyun, who was still cultivating, and explained his intentions. A look of reluctance flashed in Yu Bingyun's eyes. At the same time, she said apologetically, "It seems like I still need some time to adapt before I can go out. There is no need to go through so much trouble. I'll bring you out directly." Before Yu Bingyun understood what Xiaochen meant, Xiaochen hugged her tightly. Then, they broke through the restrictions of the hundredfold gravity and soared into the air, heading for the top of the deep abyss. Suddenly, Yu Bingyun cried out softly in Xiaochen's embrace. In her fluster, she instinctively wanted to struggle free. Xiaochen did not say anything. He only hugged her tightly, not letting her struggle free. Xiaochen had to adapt to his physical body for 1.5 months. After cultivating bitterly, he finally had the confidence to go up after much difficulty. If he waited for Yu Bingyun to go up on her own, she would have to spend at least 1 month. Clearly, this was unacceptable to Xiaochen. Don't move. We're going up soon. After the initial struggle, Yu Bingyun blushed slightly. She felt that her emotions were somewhat strange, so she tried to hide it and smiled. Fortunately, you did not carry me up this time. This was a mockery of how Xiaochen carried Yu Bingyun away without saying anything in the treasure master's residence. Xiaochen smiled abashedly. Yu Bingyun was not the aloof holy daughter. She was not one of those overly traditional and aloof girls. This gave Xiaochen a favorable impression of her. Jin Liangqi's group of 4, who were still sitting cross-legged above the deep abyss, heard the sonic boom. They all opened their eyes and quickly stood up. Prepare to attack. The few of them had endured for a long time and had been prepared for a long time. At this moment, they heard the wind. When they heard the sound of the wind, all of them showed solemn expressions, surging with killing qi. The aura of a consummation blue-robed emperor suddenly spread out. A strong wind howled, and the 4 strong auras merged together to form a formless mountain range, rising and falling indeterminately as it pressed down on the deep abyss. All they had to do was wait for the instant Xiaochen came out and suppress him with all their might, instantly killing him. All sorts of profound martial techniques quickly brewed in their bodies. Jin Liangqi stared at the pitch-black deep abyss and said coldly, "After waiting for 1.5 months, you are finally here." Murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the other 3 old men, cold and emotionless. Aside from this, there was also some excitement, a fiery anticipation for the life and death art. In their opinion, working together to deal with 2 great perfection blue-robed emperors would be a piece of cake. There would not be any pressure. One consummation blue-robed emperor could easily suppress 4 or 5 great perfection blue-robed emperors. For consummation blue-robed emperors working together, if they could not take down 2 great perfection blue-robed emperors, it would be a joke. The wind howled, and the sound of the sonic boom grew increasingly piercing and sharper, making everyone tremble slightly. The 4's hearts pounded intensely as they stared at the deep abyss's entrance, not daring to relax for even a moment. The formless mountain range in the sky above the deep abyss layered over each other, inspiring a terrifying pressure. As the sound grew closer, the 4 started counting in their hearts. In less than 10 breaths of time, that white-robed bladesman would leave this world forever. When the 4 counted to 9, a fiery light appeared at the pitch-black entrance. A white figure seemed to be breaking through the final barrier of the deep abyss. Because the white figure moved too fast, the friction caused purple flames to burn. Jin Liangqi's eyes lit up, and he immediately roared, "Kill him!" Jin Liangqi's voice contained a boundless aura and overwhelming killing intent. The formless mountain range bore the brunt of the attack, pressing down on Xiao Chen, who was about to charge out. In the blink of an eye, the entire space began to shake violently. It was a shocking sight to behold. However, as the 4 expected, the scene of Xiao Chen clashing with the mountain range did not happen. The layers of formless mountains fell into the abyss as if they had missed their target. The 4 of them were shocked, unable to react in time. This was all part of their plan. The moment Xiao Chen came out, they would first use the vast aura to ruthlessly crush Xiao Chen's sharpness. Then, they would follow up with all sorts of killing moves to crush Xiao Chen. However, right now, the mountain range that was certain to hit actually failed to injure Xiao Chen, falling directly into the deep abyss. In that case, there was only one possibility: the white-robed bladesman was too fast. The instant the white-robed bladesman broke through the deep abyss's barrier, his speed multiplied, and he charged over the instant he fell. These 4 were all consummation blue-robed emperors who had experienced hundreds and thousands of battles. Their thoughts were as quick as lightning. After thinking quickly, they immediately came to such a conclusion. Retreat. The 4's expressions changed at the same time, and they pushed off the ground and quickly retreated. "You think you can retreat?" A cold snort rang out in the air. Then, the white figure carrying a delicate girl charged over. Thunder dragon steps, electric light shaking the heavens, body like a dragon. Amid the electric light, the horrifying aura of Xiao Chen's 60% comprehended saber soul burst out ferociously. Xiao Chen carried Yu Bingyun with his left hand and held his saber with the other. He looked like a powerful killing god as he stepped on boundless electric light, moving as fast as a meteor. Xiao Chen's figure turned illusory. As electric light shot out, he swung his saber with each step. After 12 steps, he swung his saber 12 times. With the will of thunder infused with the 60% comprehended saber soul and the great perfection thunder dragon steps, Xiao Chen was unstoppable. Every time he swung his saber, he would knock back a consummation blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen's speed was so fast that it felt like he swung his saber 12 times at the same time. Jin Liangqi and the other 3 each suffered 3 saber strikes. Blood flowed out of their wounds as electric light flashed. Their numbed bodies were in extreme pain. The 4 looked severely injured, but in reality, they were not fatally injured. Xiao Chen's 12 saber strikes focused on speed. They were not as mighty as martial techniques. Xiao Chen did not want to kill these 4 in one go. Instead, he wanted to disrupt the other party's formation and dampen their momentum. The true killing move was yet to come. After Jin Liangqi and the other 3 landed, they roared ferociously and immediately prepared to counterattack. However, Xiao Chen did not give these 4 a chance to make a comeback. If he left any openings, his 1.5 months of bitter cultivation would have been wasted. Chapter 1168. One saber of only me, instant eternal. 1,000 mysterious phenomena, 10,000 lights, this moment of glory, the mountains and rivers like a painting. In the next breath, Shaochen executed his strongest profound martial technique, instant of glory. Immediately, the mysterious phenomena of all sorts of martial techniques burst out with this saber strike. Peach blossoms drifted for 50 kilometers around, flowers hung high in the sky on a summer day, leaves fell in the autumn wind, a fiery bright moon soared into the sky, and many blue dragons flew everywhere, wagging their tails. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared in an instant, forming a glorious painting that froze the space. Jin Liangqi and the other three in the painting seemed to be locked in place, unable to move or even blink. Kasi. Shaochen sheathed his saber, and the glorious painting immediately shattered like glass. Kasi. Jin Liangqi and the other three fell to the ground and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Horror filled their eyes. In that instant they suffered 3 heavy blows. The painting froze, and the various mysterious phenomena baptized them. This was not the most fatal blow. Given their cultivation as consummation blue-robed emperors, this kind of damage was not enough to deal any serious damage. The most horrifying thing was the second blow. When the painting shattered, it felt like space had shattered. Although this was far from true space shattering, the principle was roughly the same. The moment the painting shattered, they felt like their bodies were about to be torn into all sorts of shreds. Although his tough physical body was still intact, his internal organs had been torn apart, leaving horrifying cracks. The third layer was the damage caused by the backlash of their own martial skills being interrupted. With these 3 severe injuries, they had completely lost their combat prowess. Even if a martial monarch came, they would just be meat on the chopping block. "You're on your own," Shaochen said indifferently as he looked coldly at the 4 on the ground like stray dogs. Then he let go of Yu Bingyun. Then he soared into the air, preparing to leave this place. Soon, Bing Xuejin and Fei Lingyi would receive the news. He needed to leave Blackwater Island quickly. Yu Bingyun, who followed closely behind, felt dazed, like she was in a dream. There had never been a bladesman that Shaochen admired from the bottom of her heart. His tyrannical and magnificent saber techniques, his straightforward style, his cold as ice, but he did not become addicted to killing. His heart had never changed. Jin Liangqi and the others remained silent for a long time. As they watched Shaochen and Yu Bingyun leave, their emotions became extremely complicated. This youth will definitely leave his name in history, becoming a giant bladesman of his generation. How terrifying. He actually didn't kill us. He probably didn't even look at us and didn't see us old fellows as a threat. Jin Liangqi laughed self-mockingly. He also felt that the experience just now was like a dream. However, it was a nightmare. If he had the chance, he definitely wouldn't want to experience it again. The Blood Sword Sovereign's residence was already a complete mess. It had completely collapsed. Fortunately, the various restrictions were no longer there. Shaochen used brute force to open up a hole and break out of the ground. After taking a deep breath of the fresh air that he had not breathed in for a long time, Shaochen waved his hand and summoned out his Flood Dragon War Chariot. Yu Bingyun exclaimed in shock, "Flood Dragon War Chariot? Isn't this the war chariot of the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Lung Xiaofan?" Shaochen smiled and said, "Get on then. It is surnamed Xiao now." Yu Bingyun smiled. Clearly, she had asked a pointless question. For some reason, this Flood Dragon War Chariot ended up in Shaochen's hands. The 4 Flood Dragons did their best to pull the war chariot. Soon, they tore through the dark clouds in the sky, heading forward quickly. Everything was dark under the dark clouds, not seeing sunlight all year round. However, the dark clouds shone with golden light. The sea of clouds glowed like an immortal realm. "Where are you going?" "I'll make a trip to Dark City first before heading to the Human Demon Sea," Shaochen said. Shaochen wanted to meet Ba Tu in Dark City, to see if he could find that corpse and perfect his dragon-seeking art further. After that, he wanted to rush to the Human Demon Sea, to the place that Ao Jiao said hid the Thunder King's treasures. Then, he would take the opportunity to find the flower of life. When Yu Bingyun heard about Xiao Chen's itinerary, she started laughing softly. This baffled Xiao Chen, so he asked, "What are you laughing at? It looks like we will have to travel together for a while. Your itinerary is the same as mine. My final stop on this trip is also the Human Demon Sea." Yu Bingyun's expression made it impossible to tell if she was lying or if she said this on purpose to travel together with Xiao Chen. Don't find it strange. My main purpose on this trip is experiential training. I told you at the start and did not lie to you. The matter of the Jadeite Mountain Manor was just something I did in passing. Even if I did not make a move, I would have dealt with that matter perfectly. Feeling suspicious, Xiao Chen asked, "What do you mean? Could it be that there is more to Fei Lingyi's attempt to advance the heavenly cloud sword into a transcendent divine weapon?" "I will not tell you more about the inside story. It is not something important. Right now, I just want to sleep comfortably. You don't mind driving the carriage alone, right?" Yu Bingyun smiled gently. Without giving Xiao Chen a chance to reply, she entered the war chariot and pulled the curtains up. Then, she headed for the comfortable bed and lay down alone. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly, unable to say anything. He could not possibly go in and disturb her when she was sleeping. Bathed in the golden sunlight, the Flood Dragon war chariot sped through the cloud sea at lightning speed. At this moment, on Blackwater Island, Fei Lingyi and Bing Xuejin, who had received the news, rushed over. However, they only saw Jin Liangqi and the other three recovering from their injuries. They immediately trembled in anger. They wished that they could rush over to Xiao Chen and tear him to shreds. The storm of the life and death art came to an end. However, the story of the white-robed bladesman on Blackwater Island spread for a long time. He snatched the life and death art from the jaws of two half-step Emperor Wu, snatching the life and death art. However, the one who did all this was only a great perfection blue-robed emperor. Later, when Xiao Chen's identity spread, everyone was even more shocked. Unexpectedly, such a bladesman was actually a descendant of the famous Qing emperor, the Blue Dragon King appointed by the Bushin Palace. After leaving Blackwater Island, Xiao Chen put away the Flood Dragon war chariot and walked on the vast sea. He started to use the dragon-seeking art to search for holy spirit veins in the Black Sea, which was the most resource-rich. Xiao Chen's luck was pretty good, or rather, the Black Sea was rather rich in resources. In the process of rushing to the Black Sea, Xiao Chen discovered several hidden holy spirit veins. However, Jiang Tian's words rang in his ears. Xiao Chen could not casually touch the things underground. If he did not do it well, he might attract a ferocious evil dragon and bury himself at the bottom of the sea. Hence, Xiao Chen was extremely careful when he made his move. He only made his move after he was 100% sure that it was an auspicious land. He gave up on most of the discoveries and only took 4 holy spirit veins. Even so, Xiao Chen's actions flabbergasted Yu Bingyun, who was traveling with him. The Lunar Palace had also hired extremely skilled geomasters, so Yu Bingyun had some understanding of this trade. Xiao Chen's dragon-seeking art surpassed that of the geomasters hired by the Lunar Palace. In fact, some of his methods for subduing dragons were even more profound. The dragon-fixing needle and the dragon-revealing mirror allowed him to subdue holy spirit veins alone. Just this point alone surpassed those geomasters. In the future, when I manage the Lunar Palace, I will definitely get you to help me search for spirit veins, Yu Bingyun said seriously. Yu Bingyun asked seriously after Xiao Chen stepped into the Black Sea and stopped searching for spirit veins. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Sure. However, the prerequisite is that I can live to that day. Of course, the price for me to make a move will be expensive." Yu Bingyun joked, "The bona fide holy daughter is asking you to search for dragons and fix veins, yet she is putting on such airs. You should be saying that I am extremely willing. As long as the holy daughter says it, anything is negotiable. Right? I am extremely willing. As long as the holy daughter says it, anything is negotiable. Parrot words, there is no sincerity at all. However, I will remember what you said. I will definitely look for you in the future." During this period of interaction, the two had gotten much closer. Yu Bingyun had helped Xiaochen a lot in subduing dragons. There was also the comprehension of the life and death art. Yu Bingyun was not stingy in sharing her understanding with Xiaochen, helping him quickly understand this profound secret manual. As the two chatted and laughed, they did not slow down at all, rushing towards Black City. As the two went deeper into the Black Sea, they could clearly feel how extraordinary this place was. Consummation, blue-robed Emperor Xiaochen saw one or two half-step Emperor Wu Xiaochen. Even strong existences on the level of Emperor Wu Xiaochen occasionally flashed by, coming and going in a hurry. As the core of the entire Black Sea, the Black Sea's atmosphere of experts was clearly much stronger than Blackwater cities. The two's destination, Dark City, was the core of the core. Many strong blue-robed emperors gathered there. Most of the outstanding youths of the Black Sea were in this city. Half a day later, the two arrived at Dark Island, which was several times vaster than Dark City. As they stood at the edge of the island, they could see the majestic and tyrannical silhouette of Dark City. According to Yu Bingyun, this was an ancient holy city that could rival Bright Moon City. Xiaochen was filled with anticipation, hoping that it would bring him some unexpected surprises. Quickening their pace, Xiaochen and Yu Bingyun rushed towards the city. The city walls were like a black dragon coiled on the ground. The black bricks looked like dragon scales, giving off a metallic feel and a strong might. When the two arrived at the city gates, they lined up obediently, waiting to enter the city. Among the cultivators in line, Xiaochen discovered several consummation blue-robed emperors. There was even a half-step Emperor Wu Xiaochen. This was somewhat flabbergasting. Before the might of Dark City, even a half-step Emperor Wu did not dare to fly in. However, just at this moment, above the heads of the crowd, there were two strong figures flying fearlessly into the city, attracting the attention of the crowd. Where did these youths come from? How come they even dare to barge into Dark City? Someone exclaimed in shock when he discovered that the city guards did not make a move on these people, tacitly acknowledging their actions. This must be your first time coming to Dark City, right? These are the famous outstanding talents of Dark City. They are either the descendants of great bandits or absolute outstanding talents, incredibly strong. They have the outstanding talent token issued by the city lord's residence, allowing them to enter and leave the city at will. Chapter 1169. However, Xiaochen, who was in the queue, appeared somewhat distracted. It was like he could not hear anything. The instant the figure in front flashed by, Xiaochen had clearly seen the appearance of that person. This brought back a distant memory. After so many years, he had not expected to see this old friend in Dark City. What's wrong? Yu Bingyun, who was at the side, could not help asking when she saw Xiaochen in a rare daze. She looked at the two figures in the sky, who had already left, not understanding what was going on. Xiaochen withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, "It's nothing. I just saw an old friend from the Sky Dome realm." Those two earlier were Zhao Feng and Sima Lingxian. Zhao Feng's grandfather, Zhao Linglong, was a veteran sovereign martial emperor, ranked second among the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. Sima Lingxian has a significant background as well. His adoptive father, Zong Buxiong, became a sovereign martial emperor after coming out of the road that buried emperors and successfully killed his way into the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. Yu Bingyun knew more about the Black Sea than Xiaochen did. She recognized the two people who just passed by. When Xiaochen heard Zong Buxiong's name, he felt excited. Wasn't this Zong Buxiong the middle-aged greater heavenly martial emperor who gave him a message in Despair City? Back then, Xiaochen had found it strange that Zong Buxiong would send him a voice projection for no reason at all. Now that Yu Bingyun said that Zong Buxiong's adoptive son was Sima Lingxian, Xiaochen somewhat understood what was going on. If Xiaochen guessed right, this Zong Buxiong should know about the grudge between Xiaochen and Sima Lingxian. Zong Buxiong probably sent Xiaochen a voice projection because he did not want Xiaochen to die at the hands of others, giving his adoptive son a chance to take revenge personally. The past truly made one sigh with emotion. Every time one thought of the passionate era of the Sky Dome realm, one's blood would race. Xiaochen still remembered how many outstanding talents of the Sky Dome realm fought in Dragon Sealing City, fighting for the right to enter the Kunlun realm. However, most of the outstanding talents that truly entered the Kunlun realm were buried in this great realm filled with geniuses. Their names were unknown, and they were nowhere to be seen. However, seeing Sima Lingxian this time far surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. In that instant, Xiao Chen sensed that Sima Lingxian's cultivation had actually reached the peak of the great perfection blue-robed emperor. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had taken a sovereign martial emperor as his adoptive father. Everything was like a new game of Go. There were always some unexpected things. Fortunately, as long as the blue-robed emperor had sufficient resources and great talent, he would be able to reach the peak of mastery within a short period of time. If he had become a great perfection blue-robed emperor, only then would Xiao Chen be truly vigilant. Now, he only needed to pay a little more attention. Among the younger generation of the Black Sea, where can this Sima Lingxian rank? Xiao Chen asked curiously. This name, which he had long forgotten, once again attracted his attention. Yu Bingyun thought for a while before saying, "How should I put it?" He rose up very quickly. In just 5 or 6 years, with Zhong Buxiong's full support, he defeated many outstanding talents of the Black Sea. Now, he is in the limelight and is known as the strongest of the Black Sea's younger generation. However, this first rank is a little vague. This is because the strongest of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, the Blood Shark Sovereign's descendant, Huang Yun, has not appeared in the past few years. Furthermore, Huang Yun was already publicly acknowledged as the strongest 10 years ago. Without defeating Huang Yun, Sima Lingxian would not be able to truly become the strongest. There is also Zhao Feng. 2 years ago, Sima Lingxian only lost to Zhao Feng by half a move. In a true life-and-death battle, Zhao Feng only had a 50-50 chance of winning. However, no matter what, there is no exaggeration in calling Sima Lingxian one of the strongest outstanding talents of the Black Sea's younger generation. After saying that, Yu Bingyun glanced at Xiao Chen and said, "Could he be the old friend you mentioned? Is he a friend or foe? If he is an enemy, it is best not to meet him to avoid trouble." Friend or foe? Sima Lingxian's father died at Xiao Chen's hands. There was no way to resolve the grudge of killing his father. However, Xiao Chen did not regret killing Sima Hong at all. Some people deserve to be killed, to pay the price for what they had done in the past. As for meeting the other party, Xiao Chen did not fear it at all. He could defeat the other party in the Sky Dome realm. He could do the same here. Why aren't you saying anything? What exactly is your relationship with this Sima Lingxian? You still have not told me? Yu Bingyun was curious about the relationship between the two, which was rare for Xiao Chen to be absent-minded, so she pursued the matter. After Xiao Chen entered Dark City, Yu Bingyun continued to press him. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly and said, "He has a grudge with me for killing his father. Back then, his father relied on his cultivation to sweep through a small sect of mine in the Sky Dome realm. For the sake of protecting me, many of my sect's disciples and elders died at his father's hands. Later on, after my strength increased, I met his father in the Sky Dome realm and killed him." Xiao Chen skipped the details and gave a simple explanation of the grudge between him and Sima Lingxian. When Yu Bingyun heard this, she could not help but be stunned. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen had such a grudge with this Sima Lingxian. No wonder she was distracted when she saw him. Batu's home was very easy to find. Dark City was divided into 13 districts. Each district was governed by a great bandit. In every district, the most iconic building was the place where the bandits lived. The 13 great bandits of the Black Sea represented the strongest combat prowess of the entire Black Sea, the greatest authority, and the most majestic might. They were the uncrowned masters of the Black Sea, the true kings of the underworld. It was very simple to become a great bandit of the Black Sea. One just had to come to Dark City and defeat a great bandit of the Black Sea, chasing him out of the iconic building. Then one would be the new great bandit of the Black Sea. It was simple and crude, fully displaying the law of the jungle of the Black Sea. While it sounded simple, every great bandit of the Black Sea was at least as strong as Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. Furthermore, without the strength of a sovereign martial emperor, one would not be confident of defeating any great bandit easily. In the past 1,000 years, aside from Zhong Buxiong, no one else had succeeded. Batu's grandfather was known as the Flame Rock Sovereign. He was ranked 5th among the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, a veteran sovereign martial emperor. It was because Batu asked the Flame Rock Sovereign to speak up for Kim Taeho's Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Hence, no one dared to offend him in the Black Sea. As long as the banner of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce was hung up, no one would pay attention to the merchant ships of the Black Sea, where pirates roamed. After asking around, the two found out where the Flame Rock Sovereign lived. A castle made of 10,000-year-old flame rocks was in the south of the city. This was where the Flame Rock Sovereign lived. When the two arrived before the fiery red castle and saw that it was made of 10,000-year-old flame rocks, they felt incredibly shocked. Just a small piece of 10,000-year-old flame rock was worth cities. However, the Flame Rock Sovereign used it to build a vast castle. The castle looked like it was eternally engulfed in flames, burning endlessly. When standing in front of the gates, one could feel the Flame Rock Sovereign's unbridled tyranny. The surroundings were heavily guarded. Xiao Chen stood in front of the gates and reported his identity, asking the guards to help pass a message to Ba Tuesday. Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun both looked extraordinary. Their strength was even more startling. The guards did not dare to be slow, quickly reporting the news. Soon, Batu's carefree laughter came from the gates. He walked over with large strides. When he saw Xiao Chen, he immediately gave Xiao Chen a bear hug. "Brat, you only came now. I have already waited for you for more than a year. Come in first." "Hey, this is..." Xiao Chen, who only cared about talking to Xiao Chen, did not react immediately when he saw Yu Bingyun. After a while, he exclaimed in extreme shock, "Damn! Brother Xiao Chen, you really managed to get the Lunar Palace's holy daughter." Batu's words in front of so many people immediately froze Yu Bingyun's pretty face. This misunderstanding was too big. The misunderstanding was too big. Xiao Chen quickly said, "I think Brother Batu is overreacting." Batu smiled abashedly and quickly apologized. Yu Bingyun ignored him. However, her expression slowly turned warmer, showing no intention of settling scores with him. Come. Since Brother Xiao Chen is here, let's have some fun in Dark City. I'll bring you to the City Lord's residence to apply for an outstanding talent token first. With this outstanding talent token, you can enjoy the privileges that only the older generation Emperor Wu can enjoy. That would be truly satisfying. The City Lord's residence of Dark City was only a faction on the surface. The people there were appointed by the factions represented by the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. Given Batu's status, it would be easy for him to apply for an outstanding talent token. When Xiao Chen was in line outside the city gates, he had heard some things about the outstanding talent token. For example, Zhao Feng and Sima Lingxian could fly through the city gates because they had the outstanding talent token. However, Xiao Chen's main reason for coming here was the corpse that Batu's group found on the road that buried emperors. The jade strip on that corpse contained the Paradise secret cannon. It was hard to guarantee that there were no other hidden treasures. Xiao Chen was hoping to get lucky. He wanted to go take a look and see if there were any gains. "Wait for a while. This time, I actually have a request to make of Brother Batu," Xiao Chen said seriously, rejecting Batu's words. Batu slowly withdrew the smile on his face. He asked gravely, "What is it? If I can help, I will definitely do so without hesitation." "Is the corpse that you found on the road that buried emperors still there? What did you find on that corpse? Can you tell me a thing or two?" When Batu heard this, he could not help smiling. There was nothing on that corpse except for the spatial ring on its finger. It was also a pile of trash. "We suffered a great loss. Could it be that the jade strip we gave you is extraordinary?" Since Xiao Chen had already decided to come here, he did not intend to hide anything. He nodded and said, "Bring me to see that pile of trash first." Batu laughed loudly, and a look of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Then he waved his hand and said, "Bring Miss Bingyun around the castle. Remember to treat her well." Batu looked like a boorish fellow. However, he was very meticulous. He knew that it was not convenient for others to hear about this, so he sent Yu Bingyun away without anyone noticing. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly. She did not care much about her interactions with Xiao Chen over the past few days. Yu Bingyun already knew that Xiao Chen had obtained the inheritance of an ancient dragon seeking secret art. However, Xiao Chen had also told her the truth. This dragon-seeking secret art was very difficult for people with ordinary comprehension ability to learn.